need to go off mute, and you need to go off mute. And we are live. What's going on, you guys? Welcome to the Core Podcast. My name is Kirby Downey.
I'm Jonny Harrison.
And we have no clue what we're doing. This is the first time we're using Streamlabs for one of these things, and first time we're using Zoom, and hopefully we'll get more and more people to jump in. There is a Zoom meeting link down below with the passcode below. If you want to come and show face, say hi, come meet some people, and just hang out, really. That's the whole idea of this, is we're just going to hang out in what you can see is the hallways of 3D Experience World. At the moment, the day one general session's kind of still going on. I got the timings wrong. It's quite interesting so far, Jonny. What do you think?
I think it's been very interesting. I wish I was listening to the Disney guy talk, but Kirby has messed up our timings as usual.
Look at your face here. That's the face of Jonny at World.
I'm glad you're sat there because you hide my other hungover face.
Oh, there he is.
There it is. Great.
There he is. Welcome, Brandon. Thank you for joining. Good to see you joining in. Yeah, so what happened to you last night, Jonny?
I might have crashed out early. I was very tired and I might have missed the Champions event. Party foul on my part majorly.
Oh,
but
okay. So
I needed sleep, otherwise I wasn't going to get through these days.
Carmen has
So
joined
I
us.
made a bit of a decision.
Good man. A bit of a decision. Ooh, Carmen has joined us. Hi, Carmen. You're probably on mute because I've set up like that. Right. Booted.
Bye. Where did you post these links, Kirby?
Just on YouTube. Let's see. Done. So we gotta vet people.
Good job, mate. You've done well already.
Smashing it.
I don't know why I leave such critical things to you.
Were you
It
gonna
always
set it up?
backfires.
Were you gonna set it up?
No, I don't have time in my life.
Oh, good fun. Yeah, so you crashed out last night. You missed out on a good party.
I did. What was it like? You need to fill me in on the details.
It was actually really good. It was a like a little virtual pub quiz kind of thing, and Eric smashed it. A couple of like SolidWorks questions. There were some Star Wars questions and nerdy stuff. It was quite good. Toby, yes, great pictures. Like Johnny's like the highlight of the show. All these pictures, because all these pictures were taken when he was extremely hungover.
That was the one day where I was really bad, and I was like, I can't be dealing with this.
And then you got Luke, who's just there, and then you
Texting, tweeting away.
Karen's having a great time.
Karen looks the most interested out of all of us, which is ironic because she doesn't use SolidWorks.
You know what? And I'm going to get into this first because it's the most exciting thing that was announced during general session. And this, I really wish I was in a crowd of people when they announced this. And it's basically SolidWorks have created a makers and student package, and now affordable
Finally.
package for the software, so that these people like us that are just making random junk, just making random things, don't need to fork out the huge price point for the software anymore.
$25,000 a year.
That's if you go for the big Medalla one. But yeah, it was that was really cool. I think it was what, $9 a month?
$9.99 a month or $99 a year, I think. So you get a slight saving if you subscribe for the full year.
Oh, my thing's doing my head in. Yeah, so it's like ever since I've joined in kind of like with SolidWorks and that, I've been chatting to them quite a lot about we need a makers thing, and it's good to finally get it. Okay, let's see if this one works. Ellie's MacBook. Let's see if we get screamed at again. I'm gonna get real quick on this. Cool, welcome. Hey, how you doing? So welcome to the hallways of BIM. There's no way to vet it really. There's no way to kind of double check what I'm gonna have to have a good long think about this. Maybe we should only admit if it's names that we recognize. Yeah, roughly. Okay, I was about this. If you're gonna join, just let us know in the YouTube comments, and then maybe that can vet it out. And I just realized, Johnny, you're still on mute. There we go. So yeah, hopefully we can figure that out. But yeah, this makers package is pretty dope. I'm really excited about that.
Well, yeah, it opens it up to a lot more people, that's for sure. The likes of your free software that most people in the 3D print community use, probably, if it's the sake of £100 a year, people are going to think about it more.
Yeah.
What's going on, you guys?
So I've they've also done the student code, which is also quite cool.
Student design kit, the SDK codes.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not only just for makers but for students. So, I mean, students can already get a copy of SolidWorks, but what if you're a student that's not really studying a design course or anything that doesn't have any 3D kind of like SolidWorks stuff, but that's the software you want to use? It's finally kind of an option. Okay, let me see if I can remove this one thing quick. Johnny, you need to talk.
Sorry, I've just come in from work. Some of us actually work through the week, and
how's your new job going?
It's going well.
Excellent.
It's definitely different to my old place in a good way, which is making a big difference to the time I've got at home to actually do stuff. So hopefully we'll get some projects turning quick.
Yeah, that'll be cool. I mean, I've kind of like watching the presentation about this whole cloud-based collaboration and that. I think whenever I see that, it's something that I've never really done, but something I'd like to.
I think we've both tried and moves.
Can you do that one again? You broke up a little bit.
What are you doing to me today? You're killing me.
Always.
Where's Ali gone?
No, well, Brandon Walters, I know who he is. Okay, I didn't put that in there. All right.
But no, I think definitely collaborative space we need to give a bit better thought to and use more.
But it's you and I want to do a project together, so I think
we do, and I think it gives us an opportunity to do that when the time's right and when we've actually got us free 5 minutes, which hopefully is soon.
Free 5 minutes. When do we get any of that?
Never, but you have to make it 5 minutes sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. No, it's not. Nah. That's annoying. Let's have a look at something. But yeah, you and I want to do. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's do this quick. Yeah, basically. Because yeah, we want to do the what do you call it, the soundboard, and with that, I think it'll be interesting if one of us designs certain components while another one designs other components. I just realized, Johnny, you're on mute as well. There we go. We're back. Yeah, we want to design the kind of like we got to start off by designing the components. And obviously with that we need to kind of if you design some of them and I design some of them, we kind of swap and switch. We can maybe use a 3D experience. platform.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to plan it out properly as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be quite fun. Hopefully we can get Sean to help us out with that as well, and then we can really play around with those tools.
But yeah, I think there's a lot of scope for us to actually use the platform more and do stuff with it. I think it's maybe just actually sitting down for 5 minutes together and writing a post-it note exercise of what we want to do and how we want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if I've got to get those parts first, but it'll be fun. I mean, it's something that I really want to kind of play with.
Yeah.
Do a bit more electronics and that, and then just jump on here, and then we can really look at kind of what are the options in there.
Yep. General session's still going on.
Ooh, I think I figured out how I'm going to change this. How I'm going to fix this problem.
I don't know if you're watching the YouTube comments, but Brandon's asked you to send him the passcode.
Yeah, no, I'm going to send Brandon
Discord.
the passcode. But I'm going to change it first.
Good idea.
If I can.
But no, I saw your helmet video obviously you released. That looks like an awesome project you and Brad did.
Yes, that was a lot of fun.
So I'm definitely up for doing a cool project together. Well, obviously we've always wanted to, and we have had the opportunities, but it'd be nice if it was just obviously me and you sort of doing our usual idiocy as we go along with doing it.
Yeah. So I just want to try and do this without. Brandon, I'll send you the little thing now. Cool.
Also, Kirby.
Yes.
Did you see in the CSWE event, Too Tall Toby's part that he made the model?
Say that again?
So you know the CSWE presentation last night that you were watching?
Yeah.
You know, Toby did his little Model Mania challenge thing.
Yeah.
Did you see the part that they had to make compared to the one he gave us to do?
Well, was it really easy or really complex?
No, it was really easy in comparison, I thought, but I feel like we got stitched up.
Yeah, I know the first one is oh wow. Sorry. I know the first one was meant to be easy to kind of get people an idea of how it.
Oh, maybe I only looked at the first one too much.
All right. Don't think this is Brandon.
You don't think?
Yeah. He said he wasn't going to use his name. Yeah, and he doesn't have a profile picture. All right. But yeah, so the SolidWorks Makers thing is cool. The student thing is cool. Cloud-based collaboration, that's always it's kind of hit and miss. With regard,
I think we had issues.
Yeah, when we were trying to do it, it was kind of complicated, but I think we tried to do it when it was still being experimented with.
Yeah, we were the guinea pigs, I think, very much so. And I think maybe because we had such a time deadline with that project, it was sort of like, you know what, we actually just need to get this project done. So if we have to use something else to save files into for the time being, and just post about it on there, let's just get it done sort of thing.
Brandon, if you want to join again, let me see if that works. Yeah, it's. I can see. I think it's mostly because I never really done much collaborative design work. All the design work I've always done is on my own. So it's kind of. It's something that's intrigued me, but I've never had to use it, and I've never really seen the benefit for it because I'm always doing things on my own. But I think if you and I do a fun project, we can jump into that and see how it all worked.
Yeah, I think me and you are similar. We've both done projects like on our own and stuff. And other than this podcast, we've never really done anything that is a physical project, that just the me and you sort of thing. So I think, yeah, it's a really cool idea we want to do. I think we've got some more ideas after the sort of soundboard for the channel as well, so it could be quite a nice thing to use the platform for.
Yeah, it should be.
Hopefully.
Cool. Hopefully we've fixed all those technical nonsense. Did you see the chat where someone just popped up being like, "No, I just use fake SolidWorks."
Really?
Yes.
No, I didn't see it. What's that one on? All chat?
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. Let's see if it works this time. I've just muted you, Johnny. There he is. You muted it, Brandon. There he is.
Can I hear you guys?
Yes, now I can hear you. I love your room.
Now you've muted him again.
Brandon, you muted yourself.
Unmute. Hello. Guten Tag. Na.
What was that all about? That was nuts.
I don't know. I was just like, what the hell is this? Okay, I'm waiting for the troll to finish, and then it didn't. He just came back.
And then he came back as you. I was like, wait, what?
I was insulted.
We had an intelligent troll.
I also had to mute the YouTube stream. I was messing with my head. I'm watching you guys talk. I'm like, the audio's not the same.
Yeah, I like your room. It's a good place to hang out.
Well, I thought everyone else was trolling you, so.
Johnny's looking at Johnny's looking at like, I don't know what that is.
I just thought that was his actual room.
No, it's the red room.
Excellent. Yeah, good to get someone in that isn't screaming in our ears. Don't look at the chat. I'm nervous.
Why are you nervous?
Oh, because
he's sweating buckets.
Yeah,
he set the room up and it's all gone wrong so far.
Oh no, don't worry. Like I've had a stream where my mixer bombed on me, my mic didn't work, my laptop crashed, my internet lagged. I was just like, okay, cool. Let's get the phone hotspot and put the phone on the holder. I'm like, hi. Shared Discord screen.
No crazy Asians though.
I don't know. I didn't have the trolls. I've had plenty of like love me long time links on YouTube though. I'm sure you guys get them afterwards.
Not yet.
Don't you know? Every now and then after the stream, I'm like, beautiful ladies, want them now? Send me link. I'm like, okay, no, thank you. I'll pass.
I need to figure out.
Oh wow, no, hide that. Jeez, I saw that chat on stream.
Yeah, that's your name as well.
Okay, I can't see that, luckily.
Okay, I'm gonna put that as a pop out so that.
Yeah, I guess that guy's bored in his call center or something like that.
Pretty much. Let's see if it's him again.
Oh, don't. I'm getting PTSD over it.
Alright, if Martin, if you want to join us, just let us know in the chat. And we'll bring you in. Let's try and do that.
We are tracking IP addresses.
We're not, but that might be an intelligent thing to do.
I'm not going to try and hide it. There's Johnny again. His dopey little face. It's great. But Brandon.
Such a
yeah.
So you and I, we've chatted a lot. So Johnny, this is Brandon. Brandon and I went to school together and partied a lot in school and that stuff. And we play video games now and then. But
Kirby, can you do me one quick favor?
Go for it.
When you move your mouse on your screen, it goes onto the stream and it's really bugging me.
Sorry.
Oh god, it's like when your mom leaves the menu open on the TV and it won't go down. You're like, come on.
And now you just put it on Luke's chest area.
Okay. I'll look into that. So we've
so Martin hit us up in the chat. Sorry.
Yeah, Brandon, so Brandon like got really interested in 3D printing and that stuff, and you want to learn about design and that stuff, and now that SolidWorks has made this like student makers package kind of thing.
Well,
where
I tried to jump on.
Yeah,
very, very intrigued because I've tried SolidWorks before. Obviously, I didn't do the legit way because I could not afford it back then. And it confused the living shit out of me. I saw Kirby's videos. I was like, oh, it's my buddy, man. Kirby and I went to the same school. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? How did you? Why must I tell it how big the circle is? I just want a circle to draw a gun.
Make the circle bigger.
Exactly. I was using 123 design at the time, and yeah, I thought, no, I'm gonna make a Halo suit, nice, easy. I thought Kirby would help me. It'd be quick and easy, week's work. No,
Nope.
no.
Yeah, it's
as Kirby would say, the bloody robots.
It's a bloody robots. I mean, how many times did that South African guy then talk about robots? But yeah, it could be it's kind of a way for you to get involved with it, kind of in a more legit manner, and kind of.
I like the legit way; it doesn't break.
Yeah, it doesn't break. You get support as well, and
exactly.
Well, SolidWorks does have its moments.
I mean, like Toby, who's been on our podcast before, he used to do a lot of the support stuff, if I'm not mistaken. So like, if you have any kind of error, he's the kind of guy he'll get it sorted for you. And even with the Champions program, we've got what do you call it, Slack channel, and in there's like a technical section, so that if you have any errors or anything, there's people that will help you out.
I had one live on stream, didn't I, Kirby?
Yeah, yours. Which one? The one where you crashed?
Yeah, I froze and lost everything because I'd never save.
Oh, Kirby, when he was doing his Manscaped stream, I'm like, have you saved? He's like, oh yes, let's do that.
Yes. Like that's the thing, is that you can set up auto saving straight away, but you got to go into the menus to do it. It's not kind of like a given option. So it's kind of happens to so many people that it just doesn't work.
What happens on every program, Word, Excel, like anything, like it just saving is a way of like I'm got an audio
Sean,
backing,
welcome.
And the
Okay.
amount of times I've done a audio track,
I can trust this one.
it's bombed on me.
Yeah,
I can trust this one.
that's Dan.
Dan, you're on mute.
What's up, funny talkers?
What's happening, man?
Hey.
You'll have to be more specific, Dan. None of us are American, I don't think.
I can look American.
I can try. I think,
What a mug that is.
Dan, I think this is the first 3D experience with SolidWorks where I haven't seen you without a bow tie.
Yeah, and a vest. I'm even wearing pants. I almost didn't wear pants this morning. So
Now,
I dressed up properly. I mean, Johnny, you're not even wearing the right shirt that we agreed on.
oh, sorry, I put my own on.
Oh, he's matching my shirt, button up and checkered. It's great.
Perfect.
Check it's on the inside there. Okay, cool. I see Sean's joined us as well. How you doing?
Has he?
Yes. What did you think of the virtual kind of setting of the general session?
well, I think the timing worked great. I mean, that's one good thing about it, right?
It wasn't
Yeah.
like screaming.
Right. And it didn't smell like 5,000 hungover nerds in there. So that's good.
Yeah, it was really good, and I think, yeah, it's like I was saying to Johnny, it's like I really wish I was in a room full of people and they spoke about the makers and student packages and that stuff.
Yeah.
I think that's something that's
For us, I think the room would have gone a bit nuts because obviously a lot of people that we know are makers and can't afford or don't have access to SolidWorks normally. So, $9 a month or whatever it is nothing.
Right. But I'm wondering about that too. I mean, they announced something similar last year and it just hasn't come to fruition. So I'm wondering if
True.
I'm hoping it actually happens, right?
yeah.
I think the only comment I had to Kirby was it opens them up to license abuse from companies
Sure.
massively.
that's the case now. And I wonder if there's going to be useful things that are hidden behind paywalls, right?
Mm-hmm.
That make it frustrating instead of opening it up. So hopefully they get it to the people that need it. I would love to have that educational package for my students.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, so like you could be a student, but you're not studying a design course that offers you the service that you're looking for, looking at the package that you need, and they don't offer you the SolidWorks free student edition that they get. So you're kind of stuck.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like the platform is not obvious and it's complex, right? We understand that if we put the time in up front, it could save us time later, right? And everything's in one place, which is great. But how do you tell students that? Like they don't even know what project management is, right? They don't believe that they need to worry about that kind of shit. So, I mean, that's going to be a hard sell, but I think it can be done.
Yeah, definitely.
I think I figured out. If you want to join in, just DM me. We basically there's someone that's watching us that each time he jumps in, he's grabbing people from the chat and just playing very loud music. And don't go look at the chat because he posted a bunch of stuff in there. So we're trying to weed that out.
I don't see anything coming up in the chat. You mean YouTube chat or Zoom?
The Zoom chat. It might be blank for you because they came in long before you did.
Yeah.
I didn't see it either. So yeah.
Okay, good. I've got to look at it.
So that's all right, Kirby. If you click the little arrow, I've just made it disappear.
Yeah, but because mine's screen recording this, if I accidentally pop it up, like I have a few times.
Yeah.
I've just if you can just DM me directly, so I can make sure that it's you joining in. That could work.
Well, I think, gentlemen, I have to run over to the next session.
What you gonna go see?
It is Things Machinists Wish Engineers Knew.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, you'll have to pop back and let me know because it's probably something that machinists wish I knew.
How long are you guys going to be hanging out here?
Dunno. We're just gonna free.
As long as we feel.
Yeah.
All right, cool. It was good seeing you, gentlemen.
Go on, have fun.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for stopping by.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to let Dan in, but if it's not Dan, that will be interesting.
Which
Yeah.
Dan?
You can let them in muted and see if their video turns to the person you know.
Yeah. Well, I'll mute the Zoom meeting, so I'll let him in. Okay, let's see if this is the Dan. It still says joining. I've just muted you guys for now. But yeah, it's been... Because we also got Tom in there as well. How are you doing? Sean jumped in. And Dan is in the chat, but I've got to find out if this is the real Dan, right? The suspense is killing me. I've unmuted you. We'll see if that jumps in.
Just prepare for a random.
Oh no, he gave up, so.
Gave up, damn.
I was so looking forward to the music.
I know, it was a good tune.
Was it? I'm not convinced.
I have no clue what was going on there, but
I got my own little soundboard I use for gaming, but yeah, it's got some Indian tunes there as well.
I mean, Jonny and I want to design our own soundboard. It's like a project that we want to do. Just take like an Arduino card and program buttons to make noises.
I was actually thinking something like a Stream Deck, like a clone of a Stream Deck, like open source.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
And that's essentially what we want to get. It's Adafruit's technology. They've got a soundboard kit that you can buy where you just need to make the case yourself.
I've seen that. I was thinking of something where you put a tablet in and you got like a capacitive touch buttons,
Yeah.
springs. You could print the case and then push the buttons over as you need, and then so like you get transparent things for your program. You can see your picture through it and make it all 3D printable.
Yeah, that could be cool. I mean, there's also so many apps out there that allow you to just to make funny noises and that.
No, I was thinking for like say Streamlabs, like what you're doing now, so you can have like sort of your scenes and stuff, like a stream deck essentially. You have your stream, your scenes, and you have your soundboard half that, or you can do pages.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to plug my soundboard directly into my mixer, and just play through that, through the mic
That'll
input.
work.
I think that's the easiest because I'm trying to build this whole setup to be as mobile as possible. So I can just take my mixer, take the mics, and Jonny and I can then do this literally in the actual hallways. Just find a corner, sit on the floor.
Best thing to do is get a USB mixer, so that the mixer comes with a USB bus, and everything that goes through is piss easy.
Right.
And your mixer, your whole mixer is a mic input for the computer, so then everyone can hear what you're saying, what you're doing. It's fantastic.
I just bought a kind of like a USB adapter that I just plug the mixer's output into it. It's also a Behringer, and that goes into the USB.
Okay, I'm using my little M-Audio sound card right now. My mixer bombed me.
Yeah. how's your PC doing? The water cooled?
That's good. The first rendition is good. Pocket's crying. So. Anyway, I've been trying to find a 1080 Ti to beef up my computer, but the Bitcoin guys have scooped them all up, so they're either stupid expensive or I can't get one. So yeah, and then I was organizing with a guy today, and he wants to meet me by the taxi rank of a mall. And yeah, Kirby can vouch it's Africa.
It sounds legit.
It's not the place to buy a craft in South Africa.
It's not a place to go.
Exactly. So I just said to him, like, sorry, but this thing's got a bad vibe for me. I'm gonna pull out the deal. He's like, oh no, I'm a good person. You can trust me. I'm, like, I'm sure you're a great person.
Yeah.
I need to test if this works. I just remembered there's another overlay that I'm supposed to be having here. We are taking in donations for Magic Wheelchair as well at the same time during the stream. I just need to find the little bloop. There it is. Because I couldn't get OBS to work properly, so it's just a cutout of the screen. The link for that is in the description below. So if you want to donate, that goes directly to Magic Wheelchair. And I think I'm going to send some money in now because I haven't tested if this works.
Exchange rate sucks right now, so I'm not going to do a lot.
All that YouTube money.
All that YouTube money.
Well, I got PayPal money from my stream, so I might as well pay it forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Jonny and I, we worked on the Magic Wheelchair project last year. We were kind of hoping to do that again this year for World. But it's...
What's your opinion on that whole bionic arm for all the amputees out there for kids growing up and things? I know it was picking up steam in South Africa at one point.
Yeah, there's a company that, especially with work, we actually manufacture all the pieces for it. There's a company here called Open Bionics that does 3D printed prosthetic arms, affordable, and it's the first medically approved prosthetic arm available in the country. And we produce probably about 30 a month, so they're going somewhere.
Oh, that's fantastic, dude.
They're being used.
I know the kids suffer the most because of the sizing, because they grow out of it so quickly.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, with this, it's you can't really avoid that, but they have different size ranges for this arm. But if they are more affordable, then it's much easier to justify spending one every few years that will work.
No, exactly. No, definitely.
Okay, let's put some money into this thing and see if it works.
I'll put $2.
Oh, there it is. Bling. Muffin Fuzz donated $2. Let's see if it updates the little graph as well. I really hope so. Do I have to keep it open?
Yeah, with the Streamlabs, it's generally instant. If not, you just change scenes and it'll refresh the browser source.
Yeah. I haven't... because it's using Tifly or Tiltify.
Tiltify.
Tiltify. I don't want to say that wrong. There's way too many TITs there.
Yeah, well done, mate. You just spell it out and.
There's never enough TRTs, Kirby.
But yeah, Tiltify. So OBS does support add-ins for that, but for some reason I couldn't get my OBS to do it, and I don't pay for premium, so I don't get that special like chat with support.
I do pay for premium, so if you got questions, let me know.
It's there we go.
Yeah, it went in.
Well, what's the issue? I can send them a message now quickly.
No, it's I've got it sorted. It's just the Tiltify thing isn't popping up in this as a source, even though it's popping up on my browser thing.
Oh, you just add a browser source and then it goes there. It doesn't always have individual buttons per thing.
Yeah, that's what I've done now, is browser sourse kind of thing.
Yeah, that's
and
exactly
copy that
what
off. But yeah, you still playing much video games? I'll show you. You're streaming all the time. We're trying to get Johnny to play some video games.
Dude, you know what it is, actually?
I'm trying lots of stuff.
I've finally renewed my PlayStation Network subscription, or whatever it's now called these days.
PSN.
PSN, yeah, I've renewed it.
Well, what games are you playing?
I've been playing Call of Duty Zombies with my brother and his mate.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
I've actually got that. So why haven't you told me this, and then I could play games?
Because I thought you were now on your fancy PS5 that only you can afford.
But I can play with people on PS4.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's got pleb mode.
Or if you're me, it's got something called POV mode.
Oh, that's poverty.
Pretty much. We don't all get paid the London wage.
Yeah, although I don't play much on my PlayStation. I've turned it on for the first time in a couple of months. I've just been.
I bet you're glad that you spent £500 or whatever it was on it.
We the most we've done on it is watch Disney Plus.
Other than that, that's my Xbox. It's a Netflix machine. Every now and then we play Jackbox when we have people come over.
Oh, Jackbox is good fun.
I know, I love it.
Is that the
You
game?
played it, Kirby?
Kirby has
call,
played it.
but I'll be on in 5 to 10 minutes. Excellent, Sean. Just DM me before you get in so I can make sure it's you.
Kirby, you played it with my community stream.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That's kind of how what the quiz thing last night was, Johnny. It was a very kind of interactive thing.
Yeah, I thought it would be. To be honest, man, I'm gutted I missed out on it because I went on the website and watched the video and it looked right up my street.
No, it was really good. I enjoyed it.
But even more up my street last night was getting some sleep.
What happened? Like, what happened to you, Johnny? You've just gotten weak.
Well, I've turned 25 yesterday, didn't I? I've just got old.
Oh yes, it was your birthday. I forgot about that. Happy birthday.
Oh, jammer, sorry. Excuse.
What? I thought this was the real Brandon.
I am the only Brandon.
Nice.
Hey, I'm 30 with a freaking 4-month-old baby, so you don't know what no sleep is yet.
Yeah, Johnny's only 26. He's a little lighty.
25.
25.
So Brandon, Kirby didn't know how old I was until about 4 months ago when I was at his house, and he thought I was in my 30s.
I would have guessed it.
Yeah, he thought I was like 34, 35, and I went, no, I'm 24, and his jaw was like on the floor for about half an hour.
Well, I've watched a few of your podcasts now. You are very well spoken. Maybe like he's used to the class that we get at our side. So
I think he's saying I'm posh.
Yes. Of course, you're British.
You're British.
I'm not saying anything. I'm outnumbered today with you South Africans.
Once you're outnumbered.
South, not South. South with a T, not F.
Everyone just comes on here and abuses me.
Those bloody robots.
Bloody robots.
Bloody robots. Yeah.
Did-
Fucking prawns.
Here comes the sweetie man.
Yeah, here comes the sweetie man. Hello.
Ay.
Glad you like the background, Eric. Everybody loves the background. There were other photos I was going to put on there, like the one of you in the hallway just wearing those woman's sunglasses that you found.
Yeah, found.
You found
Dude,
them on the forehead, yeah.
That was a rough morning, that.
That's a break into the doors.
I lost my room key. That was not funny.
Yeah,
until you've walked through a hotel lobby with no shoes or socks on at 4 a.m, going, I ain't found my room key in downtown Nashville. You ain't done it right.
Haven't you? Didn't you leave your pants in the room as well?
No, I had my pants and stuff on. I'm not that bad.
That would have been awkward. I
tell you what, though, the buddy system failed that night, didn't it, Kirby?
You were supposed to use the buddy system last night, but you never pitched up.
Touche.
Yeah, you missed out.
I love Eric. I think he's class.
He won last night. Like he smashed it.
Smashed it.
Yeah.
He's a knowledgeable guy.
He knows his stuff. I don't know if that went through or not.
What?
My donation.
What do you mean? You've scammed the system. Managed to get the total to go up and got your money back. That would be such a Kirby thing to do.
Is that how you got his PS5 as well?
Yeah.
No, that was off the back of an Amazon wagon that was just happened to be parked outside.
It had a gift of the givers on the side of it as well.
Right, so let's try this again. Don't you hate
Alexa's piping up now.
Yeah. She's complaining about me spending money. It says it's done, but at the same time, it's like it's not done.
Change the scene on OBS.
No, it's my phone that's like telling me none of this.
Okay.
So
On gas, yeah.
Like, enough. It's too much. You don't have enough.
This picketing bank account. Yo, it's too little, brother. You must pay.
So, Brandon, you build computers quite a lot. Johnny's convinced that I did a bad job of building my PC. It turns on, it works, it's fine.
It was the most slapdash build you'll ever see.
It wasn't the best, but you've seen my standards though, so.
He dropped half of his components on the floor.
And,
you have to.
And in the machine.
Just test proof.
Yeah, screws is just like left loose in the fan.
If you have not rolled a screw behind your motherboard, then you're not a PC builder.
That's exactly what I did, and I picked the whole thing up and just shook it, and they fell out.
There
I
we
think
go.
they all fell out.
You think?
But I've learned some stuff because I thought no, let's put a magnet on my screwdriver. So I'm like, okay, I'll do this stuff. So I get close to the side of the case. I'm like, yeah, dunk. It's like, this thing's stuck to the case now, and you can't turn your screwdriver. So then you learn very quickly on where to position things.
Like when I put my graphics card, it crunched.
Yeah.
I mean,
Probably didn't take the covers off of the
it popped, but crunched at the same time.
So many things that could be.
It turns on. It turns on. Like
I have cut myself and shocked myself so many times trying to modify computers.
I just don't. Dude, I hate this 2-screen thing. It's the worst. I don't know how you cope with it constantly.
What, you just work off one screen?
No, I have them 2 side by side like a normal human would, not one above the other like a...
What's the problem?
What's the problem? Firstly, it hurts my neck. Secondly, everyone who watches the stream just gets a view of my second and third chins.
You don't
Makes you
look
look
up.
skinnier.
Don't look up. Just lean.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. So you can watch it and lean back. You're like, "Oh, this is-"
I think that one worked.
I think John's going to join us when he's free. That would be great.
Yeah, I think everybody's excited about this fireside, so I'm quite interested to see what that's all about. What everybody's.
Yeah, it'd be nice for us to not have to tune in and learn from other people.
Yeah, exactly. Like the tips that they told us. Okay, I'm gonna let this one in.
Who is it?
Let's hope it's someone good.
Oh, we're good with Mike.
Considering he hadn't piped up in the chat yet, I knew it would be him. How you doing, Mike? I think you're on mute.
Oh. Zoom
Hey, guys.
mute, not actual mute.
There it is.
Hi, Mike.
There it is.
Is that better?
Yes, off your little studio set.
Get these things out of my way. Here, how you guys doing?
Oh, not too bad.
Very well.
Yeah. What do you guys think of that general session one today?
It was really, really good. Like,
Yeah, we approve of the makers license. We approve.
I bet. It's been a long time coming. That thing's been in the works for quite a while.
Definitely.
Probably before last year's 3D Experience World, if I can remember correctly. But yeah, it's kind of cool to see that come out, the student edition as well. But I think that Makers Edition is going to change a lot of people's decisions and what they've been using for you know, to tinker around with.
I see Scott, you're on
For
mute.
sure.
See, Scott's joined in as well. You're on mute, dude.
Oh, this is from.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm all right, man. I was sideways. Sorry.
It's all right. We all get like that
No
sometimes.
I see you wearing your Magic Wheelchair Metallica shirt. That is fantastic.
Yeah, dude. Did I give you guys these?
No, not the shirt, but I got the badge.
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to send you some shirts.
Sick.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. What's been up?
Oh, not much in yourself. It's been a mad year.
A mad year
Yep.
since we were all together.
Yeah. it's really weird. It feels like it's much longer than a year.
Mm-hmm.
It really
Definitely
feels like
It's been a long, long year.
Christina and I were just talking about how many costumes we've done this year, which is only 19. And then I was trying to think about all of them that we did, and really, she was like, "Well, there's these," and I was like, "That was a year ago." Like, it really feels like so long because we have really not accomplished as much as we wanted to. Obviously, nobody has.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have still done very well, but I don't think anyone's done as much in 2020 as they wanted to. So
Yeah, well, we had a kind of in the beginning of this whole thing, we were wondering if we were relevant at all. You know, if anybody still wanted magic wheelchairs. So, and it turns out that yes, the kids do. So we're
I'm sure they'll always be.
we're
around
still
there.
going.
Yeah,
We're still pushing through and trying to figure out how to make it all work out.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because you're dealing with a lot of people that are classed as vulnerable in the situation. So it's kind of difficult to do the big gatherings that you normally do.
Yeah, it's been pretty strange. Actually, we just got our vaccines, and on Saturday was our second dose, so
Cool.
we're kind of like feeling a little bit hopeful.
Are you
But
brainwashed yet?
No, it's funny because they have like retractable syringes that click, and everybody's like, that was the microchip. It's like, no. It's
it was
just
the tracking device.
Yeah, no, there's no chip in there, dude. but it is funny. I don't know. Anyway, it feels hopeful. But where we went was the convention center that we usually do Comic-Cons and Wizard World and everything else. And it's just it was surreal being in there for that reason instead of fun or real work.
No, it's really cool. Thank you for joining in as well. Like, I'm really glad you finally got to do your Metallica reveal though.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Like,
It was really cool.
Mhm.
I mean,
That little girl is really, really great, and her family is really amazing, and and so getting to do that, and it was pretty weird. It was mid-pandemic, and I flew across the country, and I was really like, man, this is so scary. But we figured out a way to do it safely. Just everybody 40 feet away from each other.
I mean, like when you were saying that each time you try to plan, you're giving away this wheelchair to that girl. Something would come up, but you managed to pull it off in the middle of a world pandemic.
Yeah,
so I think
weird.
Looking at that, it's like you guys can do anything.
Yeah, I really was at the point where I was like, this has to be done. You can't keep putting it off. It's like it was well over a year.
Yeah.
Of trying to organize, but it really was every time we plan anything, something else would happen. So it was, and I just kind of felt like she shouldn't have to wait anymore. And it was getting to be close to Halloween.
Mhm.
And even though the world's not at all normal, it still was, I felt like giving her a private party, not really a party, but it actually worked out really well because her family had like next to their house, they have like an old like picnic, like shelter that the city kind of just let go. They're like, they don't use it anymore. So it just kind of their family just kind of, it's theirs to use instead of, you know what I mean? It's not a park anymore. So that worked out really well. It was like a great place to do it. And we set up a blow up projector screen and had Metallica playing on there. They made a video for her.
Yeah, I saw that. That was really cool.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
I remember you showing me that video last year of Metallica talking to her and saying how much this is going to be awesome, and you shared the pictures, and I just kept waiting for that release. And then when you started teasing that it's actually happening, I followed every single video that came up.
Yeah.
From it.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a wild ride, and it was great to make that relationship happen. And their management are really good folks, and I feel like there's some other things down the road too that are going to be equally as big and exciting. Now it's just a matter of getting through all of this,
I mean,
it's cool.
I mean, I remember when we did the giveaway for Jacob, he was quite shy, and he oh, there we go. Jonny Harrison donated $10 as well. I think mine's going to take forever to pop through.
Thanks, John.
Yeah. So if you haven't seen, we are taking in donations for Magic Wheelchair.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
From.
That's amazing.
If you haven't checked them out, they do really cool costume wheelchairs and that stuff. So really awesome stuff.
We were lucky enough to be a part of it this time last year. Awesome experience for us both.
You guys did an awesome job.
Thank you.
Yeah. That thing was so cool.
Yeah, we always go back to that and chat about it, and whenever we chat to people that have been at World, we kind of we talk about, it's like, we were doing the Magic Wheelchair, and it just starts off conversations about not only just SolidWorks but Star Wars and charities and the stuff that you guys do and cosplays, and it's just gets a ball rolling and good conversations.
Yeah, it's an easy thing to talk about. It's a good icebreaker conversation with anybody. Like, I don't know, it's pretty funny when people ask me what I do, and they never expect it. When I'm like just out in public, it's like, well, what do you do? Oh, like I have this nonprofit. We help kids. And it's usually pretty funny. Nobody expects it out of me.
You still playing drums in that?
The next thing I'm working on doing actually is a drum set, Kirby. Doing a little girl wants to be Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Nice.
So gonna try to build a drum set that's playable. Hopefully,
That would be really
see
cool.
what happens.
That would be cool. I mean,
Yeah.
drums is such a fun instrument to play. It's just you can make so much noise out of it.
A lot of kids take to drums very well.
Yeah,
From what I've seen, like I used to teach music, so seeing kids on drums versus guitar, they're like, this is amazing. So to see a little girl get her own drum set and actually get something out of it, my head's already going like, can use her elbows for the kick drums and the pedals essentially, and there because you can have the double motion.
I was thinking about doing something like using like a Roland brain from an old TD-15 or something, and then and then just like maybe like putting the pads inside of some shells, like half shells or something, so you have like the facade of a drum kit.
Yes.
But make it so it's all like very much accessible, so you could reach the trigger points. I don't know. I feel like there's a way to do
like
it.
a chest, but you could put like a symbol next to it so you can do one of those moves.
Yeah, there'd be no reason to actually, I feel like everything can be contained and very, close in, and it's all a matter of her mobility. We'll figure it out. But I definitely want to make it so she can play some beats. So if somebody had a guitar or a bassist or something wanted to jam, she could jam.
That'd be cool if you could like Will Ferrell from the Chad Smith feud. Pop up there, go, "Hi, I'm Chad."
I'm trying to get Chad to be a part of this. So maybe we'll see.
If you can get Metallica, I'm sure you can get Chad. Those guys love charity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Kirby,
think we'll figure something out.
Yeah,
you see a couple of the YouTube comments, yeah?
Yeah, I've sent them the codes.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, it's like this right here is exactly what I love about like the hallways of world is Brandon, who's taught music, someone I went to school with, putting together with Scott, both understand drums and that stuff, and talking about different ways that you can create a drum kit for someone who can't with mobility restrictions and that. Just have kind of great conversations like that you wouldn't really have in
the
most
best
places.
thing about music is like everything's possible in music. I've had plenty of people say, "Oh no, I can't. I'm too old, or my fingers aren't too long." And this, and you're like, "No, you're just being lazy. Come try." Like I've seen little Asian kids 5 years old rock us Mozart. Like I'm pretty sure you can try something and get a chord or two. So like a girl in a wheelchair with a drum kit, I'm sure she can play some amazing songs and outdo some adults that have been playing for years. Yeah, just if the passion's there and the teams behind it, no, anything's possible with music. It's the best thing.
Plus, I think that's like important for musical innovation is for people who can't maybe necessarily use the instruments in the way they're designed.
Exactly.
Use them in a different way, right?
Yeah, that's actually where my head's at. Yeah, I was actually I reached out to a couple companies talking about accessibility in musicianship and especially in drum world, and and trying to like move music forward in a way. Obviously you can use a MIDI controller, but there's something about having a physical drum kit in front of you.
So
I don't know. That's my bias. I've been playing my whole life, so I feel like you should just have a real drum kit.
I had a group of students who kind of took it the other way, and maybe I don't know if you've heard of this company or not. It's called Spec Drums.
I haven't heard of them.
So take a look for Spec Drums, and what they did is they gave you a series of rings, and those rings would pick up a color, so that whatever you touch that color would make that beat.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, so you could just pretty much do anything with that, and it was a pretty cool idea. They were bought by Sphero like right out of college, which is a pretty big deal for a group of college students. But
it's definitely cool. I want to check that out. That sounds like something I would have fun with. Ring drums.
Again, this is one of the reasons me and Kirby love the sort of corridors of the hallways of world, because you can put like 2 or 3 different people together that maybe wouldn't know each other off the bat. And now Dan's given Scott something to sort of look into for his projects. It's awesome.
There, I
Yeah,
just put it
no,
in the
this is
chat.
this one. No, this is actually this project's tough for me. Even though I felt like I should be the one that does this because I play drums. You know, when this popped up, like, hey, a girl wants to be a drummer, and I thought for sure, well, of course I'll be able to do this really easily. But then the more I think about it, the harder it gets. You know, I'm just like want to make it more accessible, more real to life, though. You know, like I don't want to just have access to like a kick drum, a hi-hat, and a snare. It's like I want her to be able to like really get
Wind
creative
chimes, a
with-
gong, everything. Yeah.
yeah, so I don't know. I just I'm sure that with time it'll all come together.
Well, you know how design
always
goes.
do.
You never done. You're always fiddling. You're always one more tweak. It's the hardest thing is to call it quits. Like, yeah, it's done. Wait, there's one more.
Yeah,
That's the hardest part.
And it's like and with music too. I never am ever finished. I don't feel like I've ever finished any music ever.
No, I'm with you.
Anything I've written, I'm like, that's not done yet.
I've recorded friends, bands, and some other paying clients ages ago, and just to finish the mix and go, okay, cool, it's done. And then you're like, did they like it? Oh no, I heard it again. I could change that. That vocal could go down.
Yeah, yeah. It's never complete, is it?
Exactly.
Anyway, I wanted to chime in, and I need to. Christine has a thing she has to hop on.
Yep.
But
she's doing her talk
wanted to
now.
say, yeah, she is. You should. I don't know I don't know how all this works. The platform thing is.
I think you just need to search Magic Wheelchair and you'll be able to find their talk. And if you want to go and jump on there and go and check it out.
I'll find it and pop the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not smart enough to navigate things. I really am old school. I really can't do computers. It's so funny. Anyway, I wanted to say what's up and tell you guys that we miss you, and we're really happy that you guys did this thing and got it so we could see face to face again.
Yeah, exactly.
And awesome. thank you too. This is awesome that you're doing this. We really appreciate it.
I mean, if anyone wants to donate to Magic Wheelchair, there's a link down in the description. You can go and check it out and donate to what they do.
Yeah, and go check out that YouTube video too of that Metallica reveal. It's pretty great.
It's really good.
But yeah, I'm gonna hop off, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll be on every day.
Yeah, it's 8 in the morning for us, so it's hard for me to drag myself out of bed.
Yeah,
West Coaster.
It's a good 3 o'clock in the afternoon for us, so it works out pretty well.
Lucky ducks.
It's 6 in the morning for me, so yeah.
It's 7 at night for me, so these guys are in the future or the past.
We're all over the place. This is wild. All right, well, I'll see you guys soon.
Cool, thanks for coming through, Scott.
Just
excellent. Chinley's the one that put it all together, the whole Magic Wheelchair and the project that we did with Scotty and that. She's the brains behind the operation.
Or the raccoon weasel. I don't know. I got it to work, so that's all good. Good to see you guys. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Sorry, I was lurking in the background on the YouTube because I couldn't figure out how to get Zoom working. But yes, I actually have to ditch soon too for to help out Scotty and Christine on that session. I'm the moderator. So but yes, please swing by and check it out. Also, I wanted to, if I have a few seconds, tomorrow at I think the same time, if you search for Llama, there's a session that both Sal and I are doing. And even though it's talking about using the platform on mobile devices, we're actually the subject of our video is actually our next Magic Wheelchair build that we're designing. So we're actually designing for that build, but we're demonstrating that we're designing with mobile devices. So check it out if you have time. At least watch the video. If you can't go there, watch it later, but it'll be fun times. Yes, I have Magic Wheelchair on my mind constantly. So. Yeah, take care. But I'm just going to hang out for a little bit. Then I'm going to grab a bite to eat and then go hang out and help those folks. But it's good to see all these awesome faces.
Yes, excellent. It's great to finally
Magic Wheelchair is like an inspiration for a project that I'm working on now for Children's Hospital. There's a a gentleman who's about to retire, and he wants to ride a drag car around the US to raise money for children's. But what he actually wants it to be is an electric bicycle that looks like a drag car. So that's sort of almost exactly what Magic Wheelchair is doing, right? They have a skeleton underneath and then this body that looks like something else, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting starting from the ground up on a project like that.
Yeah, it's essentially what our project was taking the Bow Reach electric bicycle thing that Christian had designed and putting a Star Wars skin on it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting concept, and it's doing well. It's spreading a lot of cheer, and like Jonny and I at some point want to do a Magic Wheelchair project here in the UK, because there are kids on the side that are looking for that, but there's not really any build teams this side. So at some point we want to try and put together a team this side and help them out on this end.
And Lou, have you reached out to anybody in the Cambridge office about partnering up with those guys?
Not just yet. We were going to look at doing it for World this year.
Yep.
But things just got a bit crazy, so we kind of...
It all went crazy. I changed job. I'm now going to move house. So it was sort of like, I don't actually have a garage anymore to build anything. So
that's fine. You just use the bedroom.
So, yeah. That's what I have been
That's
doing.
why I have a green screen for that exact reason.
It's not ideal.
Hey, it's Sean.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
Hey, dang.
Hi.
Hey, Sean.
Brandon, that glass is really big. Are you gonna be able to finish all that yourself?
I'm trying. I've got the small glass over here, but that one finished too quick.
We can tell which one's the real one, the one that's empty. What's up, Josh?
Maker space. That's why. If you can see the background there, that's all my maker stuff.
Your
Actually hiding it away.
Peel back the curtain on this one.
Yeah. There's like no, on the other side's got the bodies and stuff, so don't worry.
That looks like my
really
guest
need?
bedroom.
Oh no, it's,
like...
I don't have a garage, so I have to.
Yeah.
I heard.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Kirby. I see Luke in your background picture, and I know we were just talking about
Johnny
Magic.
dying.
Oh yeah, Johnny. Look, Johnny's falling asleep. Repping Kessel Run Creations, though. I actually saw that T-shirt you gave me last year at World in my closet the other day. I should have worn that actually.
Yeah, I noticed you're not wearing it.
I've got my Philadelphia shirt.
I could be wearing it under here. Yeah, you have your Philadelphia shirt.
Nice, Kirby.
Yes.
Nice.
Representing our 30 minutes in Philadelphia.
I probably have like 20 years there.
I was gonna say, were they at least 30 good minutes, or?
I mean, we didn't get a
really.
cheesesteak because we saw like a little place that sold food, and we're like, they don't sell cheesesteaks. And as I got on the plane, a guy next to me is like, they had the best cheesesteaks he's ever had. I was like, what?
God.
If you didn't get mugged or have a cheesesteak, were you really in Philadelphia?
Well,
No,
we never
you
left the
weren't.
airport. We
We didn't
ran
leave
through
the
the
airport.
airport.
We didn't have time.
I think I spent a month one day in Philadelphia.
Just one day and a whole month in one day.
Hey guys.
Hi. Hey,
Hi.
what's up?
Hey.
What's up, Josh? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I see you got the 3D Experience World backpack in the background.
Yeah.
Represent.
2020.
Yeah.
The
I was
one
gonna
last thing we got to do before the world shut down.
Yeah,
That's
very
true.
true.
It's
very
too true.
true.
Does anyone ever like go back? Like I was doing this the other day. Like I was looking at pictures of my kids and stuff, and I was looking back at like February last year, and it's so eerie to see like regular world stuff, like pictures you were
Chinley.
taking.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Chinley. Hey. And then to see like the weird kind of shift. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
bizarre.
I
Yeah,
find
there's-
That was so strange.
I
was gonna
find
say,
I find
I
like
cut my hair.
it's weird. I find scenes like this weird. And it's like you're too close, Johnny. Close your mouth.
Social distancing.
Close your
I mean-
mouth.
That was like literally a month, right? So
Yeah.
we were in Nashville, got home,
Yeah.
and
Mm-hmm.
middle of March is when everything shut down.
Yeah.
So
And even during World, there was still like the almost daily news reports coming out of Wuhan and China.
Yeah.
But it was like, oh, it's all over there. And then like a couple days later, I get back and like, you know, they announce on the news, first COVID case in the U.S. is in Kirkland, Washington, which is like, you know, 12 miles from my house, you know. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, the first case that came into the UK was found in the hospital that I went to get my ankle fixed. Where I used to live.
The other day, Herzberg posted a picture of us all leaving the Cad Monkey dinner, and there's like 11 of us in the elevator. And it's like, oh my gosh, you know, that would be like, that'd be criminal if not suicidal these days. You know?
Yep.
It's going to take a bit, I think, for me to get comfortable with that again, right? It's odd how you get used to this new socially distant kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I think there's bits. Go ahead.
I haven't shook anyone's hand or just even anything, except for the folks around me. It feels really strange,
yeah,
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The challenge is to figure out when when it's too late, though, right? You know, to not let those things kind of become permanent, though, as well.
Sure.
Right.
I think I was going to say, I think there's bits of it that will be permanent. You know, like one thing I've said before is I think I will always appreciate a food server wearing a mask from now on when they bring food to your table or something. Like I'm always going to love that. Like that's going to be
That's
good.
it. Like when you think about how it was before, you're kind of like, did we actually used to like allow that stuff?
We survived though. That's the crazy part, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Colorado, we're like the microbrewery mecca, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of microbreweries and distilleries. And I was talking to one of my brewer friends like 2 or 3 days ago, and he's like, the way that I'm going to know when this is over is when I start to see bar stools at the bar again, where you can just go and sit at the bar.
Yeah.
It's funny how regional it can be. When Mark and I were up in Utah a few weeks ago shooting that customer video and stuff, we went out to dinner, and that's exactly what we ran into. And when we went to dinner, the entire place was full. Every seat was taken. People sitting in the bars, and it just seemed kind of like normal again. But then you go back home somewhere else, and all there's different sets of rules. So it seems like some places are kind of already getting back to that.
I mean, for Brandon, who lives in South Africa, like they banned the sale of alcohol for months.
We've just gotten it back.
A big deal there.
Then they banned it again. Yeah, we've had it back for like 2-3 days, and then everyone just piles in, stocks up, and then you got 4 months worth of alcohol in your fridge.
Like toilet paper.
They banned even for home purchasing.
It's completely.
But the best part about it is that like the day after they banned alcohol, they almost I think like the casualty cases went down by like 95%.
Hi, Jen.
And then the hospitals are like, and then we proved the point. We're like, okay, well, we can't drink responsibly. So I'm like, shit. Like when your friend keeps talking in class, you got to keep saying, shut up. Like now you're going to tell your friend, like, dude, don't drive drunk. Like you're going to cause it to get banned again. And it's a sad state that we're dealing with, but it's been such an eye opener.
It's all right, Brandon. We've all been out for a night out with Kirby. We know how he is.
I haven't yet. I'm still waiting on that myself. But
I'll be with Kirby in our
experience.
Youth. Yeah. Went to Tempos and stuff, those places.
Yeah, Presley's.
Presley's. Presley's, yeah.
And who sets the rules of what's responsible, what's not? Where's that level? Who establishes that level? Is it Kirby or is it,
I was going to say, it's certainly not Kirby.
The first drink.
Well, I mean, here in the UK, they classed alcohol as essential so that the breweries can stay open.
They did it in Colorado too. In fact, we changed some laws so that you can get to-go drinks from places. Like you can go to a bar and get a to-go margarita, right?
Yeah. DoorDash will even deliver in Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, living here in Vegas, it's always strange to go in places and getting somewhere and it's 10 o'clock. It's like all the bars are closed or there's nowhere to get a drink. It's like you get a drink at 10 a.m. in Vegas if you want to. There's several places, so it's always strange to go places with different rules like that.
Yeah, we have a 10 p.m. curfew in Ohio, but you can order drinks with your dinner from local restaurants.
Oh wow.
Yeah, me and Kirby
Same
have a
here in
permanent curfew.
Washington.
It's called everything
Mike,
shut
how
constantly.
Mike, how does that look in Vegas? That's got to be weird, right?
So the weird part was back in into March through into June and July when the strip was shut down. There's actually a really good music video that Five Finger Death Punch shot on the strip when it was shut down, and it's surreal. I forget what the name of the video is, but it's just drone shots of the strip with 0 cars on it. Probably the most fascinating. Yeah, one of the most fascinating or experiences I had though is it was actually May 5th. It was a Sunday night, and went down to the strip just to go see, because the hotels had started lighting up certain hotel room windows where they were putting like sayings on the front, like, hashtag Las Vegas or something like that, whatever. And so I have a 3-wheel electric scooter. I took it down there, and the first 2 lanes of the strip were just people on bikes or scooters and out there just having a good time. And because the city was shut down, they weren't tourists. It could only have been locals. And so for like a couple of weeks, there was like the locals had kind of like retaken the strip as our own and just riding up and down and tourists out. It was kind of interesting because tourists are a lot of locals. They hate the whole strip area, but to me, it's what allows us to live here in the middle of the desert, literally. But it was crazy. But now it's they're pretty much all back open. They close down some during the week, but on the weekends, it's a lot of Californians coming up here to escape the rules from California, and so they come up here for the weekend, pack this, and they go home on Monday. So it's fascinating to watch. We need what we need is the conventions to come back, though. That's the main thing.
Yep.
I mean, in London, it was the same thing. It's just all these places that are just crowded. The underground, at rush hour, there were like 3 people on a train, when usually you can barely, you're face to face with people. It's madness.
You're
just overnight, it just is dead. And it was also kind of weird to see all these places like Oxford Street, which usually crowded, just empty. And a lot of those places are still empty, and most of the people that go into work now, they just drive in. So I drive in anyway, and for the first couple of months I had 0 traffic. A trip that takes me usually an hour and a half in traffic took me 25 minutes because of that. And now it's getting busier and busier as more people are driving in, but it is kind of weird to see just almost overnight that sudden change.
You guys are lucky that all this stuff is in prime drinking time for you. Like general session, you could have some drinks. That's like perfect timing.
Yeah, I mean, you can. We won't judge.
So, to be fair, Dan, general session is normally our recovery hour.
I know, right?
General session is like when you see like Kirby and Jonny, and you're like, oh my goodness, like, is it really you? Like, how are you doing this? How are you so high?
The sad thing is that
loved it last year.
The thing is, we're there first.
Yeah, that's true.
The sad thing is, the staff asked me and Kirby to do stuff for them at 6 a.m. We do it.
Yeah, insane.
Because you're still awake from the night before.
Right. They're still pliable from all the liquor.
The best video, by the way, like if like just to look back and like reminisce on like old times and like usual world times, is in Kirby and Jonny, you'll know what I'm talking about. The video that Brad from Impact Props did. So if you guys haven't seen that video, anyone watching or anyone on the Zoom right now, definitely make a point to check it out. So Brad is the guy who was on stage day 2, and he had the Iron Man helmet that he made in 3D Sculptor. Yeah, so he took a bunch of video, and he was like out with us and all that, but like it so captures like the fun spirit of what it was like in Nashville. I think he uploaded, I think it's like the next video after the helmet video.
Yeah, I'll pop it in the chat.
Bar.
Yeah,
with the bar on top of the bar.
Yeah, he did an awesome job.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think it's something like Chief did this in front of thousands of people.
6,000 people. Yeah, the links are in the chat.
Look at you, just bit of a fanboy.
Well, it's my new 2 screen setup. It's
suddenly amazing.
I'm suddenly really efficient rather than having to turn my head side to side.
Oh, by the way, Kirby, it would be a good plug for you too. You guys just did a video. I think Brad streamed it on Impact Props yesterday.
Yeah, it went live
helmet
yesterday.
design you did. I actually have to watch that. So he destroyed a helmet that you spent a lot of time designing.
Blew it up.
How did that feel for you?
I knew it was going to happen. It was the whole plan at the start. Was to he wanted to make props, but he wanted to do it in a different way. And he's seen a lot of people doing these destroy something. So Master Chief's really popular. So he decided to destroy a PS5 with Master Chief, which was a very quick, easy to share kind of video.
Yeah.
He thought he wants to do this where we spent a lot of time making a prop and then destroy it at the end. It kind of creates, like he says in his video, creates a bit of closure to a project. So in this one, he kind of sets it alight and then put explosives inside the helmet and makes it go boom. And he partnered with the guy who does a lot of slow-mo videos. So Brad bought himself a slow-mo camera and worked with this guy to kind of get all these different slow-mo shots and that stuff of it blowing up, which was quite exciting.
Really interesting.
I mean, it was last year at World that Brad and I sat down. We're like, we have to do something, and we spoke about helmets and that stuff. And as soon as the episode of The Mandalorian where Bo-Katan was shown, I was like, we're going to make that. And we just dived into it, straight onto that. But yeah, it was an idea formed at World of, we need to do something together.
Yeah, that's the cool stuff too. Like you were saying, like kind of those conversations and just stuff that happens when you just put a bunch of creative, smart people like in the same space. Like that stuff is just magical.
Mm-hmm. Well, look
Cam?
at me, Kirby.
Cam, how'd moderating go?
You're on mute, Cam.
Muted, Cam.
Found it. Yeah, that was different. During the whole session, I kept asking Tyler, because it was his presentation. We had chat going on the side. I kept asking him, "You got any questions yet?" He's like, "Nope, me either. Nope, nothing." We went through the entire session, didn't hear a single peep out of anybody. And then when everybody piled into the Q&A session, we started getting them. But I was asking over on the Champions Slack. I was like, "Hey, did you guys ask any questions?" They're like, "Yeah."
So you just get this all at the end.
Well, no. Apparently, they just went into the ether. I don't know what happened. Something's going on with the interface. But during the recorded portion of the session, all the questions never reached us.
So Cam, I just sent an email. I think you were on it too. Like the sessions, they appear as different sessions in the listing. So, like for example, Toby has Toby's tips and tricks tomorrow, but then there's his tips and tricks Q&A. So it's almost like
there's two back to back. Yeah.
So
you guys have problems with the chat interface, huh? Do tell.
Yeah. So
do tell, Mike. Yeah.
Figure.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if because they're two separate sessions, anything that lands in that first one doesn't get into the second one.
Well, I was never expecting them to be ported across. I was expecting to be able to see them. See you later, Dan. Like when someone asks a question, it says in your chat, ask a question privately. It doesn't give you the option to share it with everyone. So that's why I kept asking the presenter, do you have a different interface that's showing you questions I'm not seeing? And he wasn't seeing anything either.
Did you have a question in my last session and it was never addressed, so I suspect it probably went into ether also.
Oh man. Cam, did you have to then separately join the Q&A, or did it move you right into it?
No, it's definitely a separate session. You have to go back to your agenda and click on it, and then it's only open for VIPs.
Yeah, so that's the disconnect. There's something.
I might just tell, like in my sessions, I might just tell people just to use the chat then.
Just to hold off, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, because the Q&A, I know what you mean, Cam. Like it just.
There, Josh.
See you.
Bye, Eric.
Guys, I'm gonna be off as well. Have a good one.
I'm jumping out too, guys.
Later, guys.
Catch up later.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch Toby's session here in 2 minutes, but I agree. It's a weird setup.
Yeah,
because I guess
if anybody's got a way to let Toby know that before his session starts.
He was lingering in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still there.
He was. He's probably preparing and getting his singing voice ready for his
rap.
Define.
Oh well, one more reason to get back on site next year, right?
Yeah, I mean,
we need more.
That's also the thing, is that usually at World, these people that have these answers because they've been there before.
Yeah.
None of us have used this platform. No
Yeah,
one knows
everybody.
what we're doing.
Yeah, I know.
That's
so
a
many
fascinating
people
point that you make.
yesterday.
This morning, I after I joined the platform feed that was on the platform, and it's just streaming YouTube, and then like I'm gonna click the YouTube link and go over the YouTube face, and all of a sudden there's 2,000 people there already chatting. I'm like, oh, this is the place to be.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, I was like, this is like the first time we've all done this, and a veteran would know, hey, don't go to the platform, go to the YouTube straight away, right? So. It's funny, and I thought to myself, I should remember this for next year, but no, hopefully we're not doing it next year. So
well, for your thing last night, Mike, Kirby had to send me instructions on how to actually get onto the proper.
Yeah.
And then I had to like basically pass that into the champions area and say, "This is how you actually do it." I can't.
Yeah, there was
emails. I'm gonna drop too, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Cheers, Dan.
Take care, Dan.
There was emails, texts, messages, and everything going back and forth like mad the first 10 minutes of the yesterday's.
One thing I found really interesting is that so many people are struggling, but everybody's trying to work together to figure it out. They never just kind of backed off.
There was somebody that messaged that said Simgate helped them get into the. I'm like, okay, even Byron, who's the head of the events team, was in there, plugging away trying to get people in. So it's really great.
Like so someone messaged a text to Toby to say like, could you just talk about the chat? There's a problem, and he did bring it up. But we were a lot of people were struggling, but we all were working together. And once one or two people figured it out, they just started spamming all of the posts.
Yep.
Just saying this is how you get in.
Yeah, even I was doing a bit.
Yeah. Well, like everybody else, I'm going to go run and join Toby's session as well, and I need to catch up on some emails too. I had 60 emails when I was done with the session yesterday.
Seems like Toby's is the place to be.
I'm still trying to get through. So we'll catch you guys later.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
See you, man. I got to make sure too. I'm on this this donation site. I got to make sure to pledge my donation to.
That's going straight to Magic Wheelchair. I mean, Johnny and I were talking because they were talking about the cloud-based collaboration and that, and we want to do that soundboard, and we're thinking it'd be cool if we use some sort of cloud-based collaboration where one of us designs a component, the other one designs the other component, and then we swap.
Yeah, that's actually like I'm interested. Like we saw the announcement of the maker thing today, the maker offer, and I'm really interested to see as compared to some other cloud CAD platforms out there, like sort of what sort of levels of collaboration you can have with this specific offer. Like I'm kind of even thinking like if there are multiple people, like let's say you're out in the wild, right? You're like on Facebook or you're on Twitter or something, and even like let's think back to like March or April, like the crazy levels of maker interaction and involvement on making PPE. Like, could you link up with people and be like, all right, let's make a shared space and let's work together, even though I don't know you, but we both have the same tech, and we can make a space and design together. Like, I'm kind of interested to see the granularity with which you can collaborate with people now. Like, it would be cool.
Yeah, I think in that general session at the start, I might be wrong. I was kind of half watching it in the car on the way home. There was obviously some sort of project between someone in New Delhi, someone in New York, and someone in, I don't know, France or somewhere, that were using the platform to collaborate on a project that had bumped into each other in a hallway or in a conference somewhere, and it actually made it into a product.
Yeah, like that stuff's going to be really cool to see. Interesting too. Like I think it's interesting, like with that whole with the whole like new maker offer, that if you have like a MacBook or a Chromebook, you're not really left in the dust. Like even so, like if it's like $100 whatever, like a year, even if you just have 3D Creator and 3D Sculptor, that's still pretty good. Like to be able to have those sorts of tools and be able to make almost anything. And it's weird because like you wouldn't even be using like core SolidWorks at that point, like if you just had a Mac. So yeah, it's pretty interesting in that way.
Looking at what Jason had created using X-Shape.
Oh yeah.
The car and then the wolf as well. It's just people that need to push the limits, and I can look at that and be like, try and deconstruct how he created those shapes and use those shapes to kind of create my own product.
Yeah, like I wish we had like a picture of it or something we could show, but
it's on his Instagram.
It's on his Instagram, isn't it? I'll pull it up, Kirby, if you want.
Oh, sweet. That's awesome. Yeah, that was super cool. I love the it's awesome how he used he's using Visualize too, because like that's pretty rich integration like that I had not seen. So like for example with this maker offer, it has 3D Experience SolidWorks Professional, which is basically like, or mostly it'll be SolidWorks Professional, which has Visualize. So like to be able to make like a sick looking car and then kind of take it into a Visualize where you don't see all the sub-D patchwork and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And to be able to render that, like that's a pretty cool mix of like what we would see in like the desktop area versus like what we'd see in the cloud that I hadn't really seen shown so well before he showed that. I thought that was really cool.
I mean,
Kirby,
yep.
I would show it, but you've turned off screen sharing, so I can't.
Sure.
But yeah, it looks really cool.
I think I gotta change it to host. No, you might be able to.
Johnny's the host now.
Damn.
We on?
There we go. That's cool.
There you go, a bit of advertisement for you there, Sean. And then there's also his the wooden book for his car.
But what I like about it is that started off in X shape.
Yep.
And from there he's made a very organic shape and he's turned it into an engineered product.
It looks good.
Yeah, that's cool too. I've personally like kind of, we've talked about this too, like the whole showing how like you can use X shape on like a SolidWorks model, kind of use them together. Like I think that's super cool to be able to show more examples of that stuff.
Yep.
Let's see here.
He does really cool. Like it's very out of the box kind of thinking. And with this, you're putting it in the hands of more people that do crazy things. The makers who have, hours and hours and hours to really mess around with the software. Where if you're designing professionally, a lot of the times you just got to get the job done. You got a time restraint. You don't have time to experiment because you're on the clock.
No, exactly.
I remember. It's interesting too, like when you see like that car and like we were talking about Brad's helmet not too long ago, but and Jason was saying this yesterday at the Swagen Summit that with like a sub-D modeler, you can basically, I mean, you basically just put like almost like this sort of lightly kind of predefined like ball of clay into a modeling space, and then like you can make it into like a Bugatti looking thing, or
you drag it around and pull it into shape.
Nuts.
I mean,
like it's so crazy.
We've had Photos Mint on our thing, and he does he does digital sculpting, so he now has a way to have access to X shape, and he can start doing what he does in a sculpting environment, because a lot of kind of like the base ground for sculpting is a bit of sub-D modeling to kind of create your basic shape, but like he can go in there and hopefully he could create some mad shapes because he's thinking like a sculptor, where a lot of us that are watching this and seeing this, we're thinking as engineers. So we're trying to design it like an engineer, but if you give it to an organic modeler, they're going to think of it in a completely different way and hopefully create some really interesting, unique shapes.
That is true. Actually, I'm trying to go through this magic wheelchair donation thing. I have to go get my credit card. I'll just, you know what? It's real life, right? I'll be right back when I go get it.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, there was a party in the background. So have you left your flat now?
Yeah, it sold last week, so I put some stuff in storage, furniture and everything's still in there until sort of move out, exchange of contracts or whatever, and then just a waiting game.
Yeah, hopefully it's not like a terrible chain that just falls apart.
No, well, money's going straight into my bank for a while, and it's the first time buyer beneath, so.
Oh, so it's a tiny chain.
So it's literally just me and him, really.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, so hopefully it's all just nice and
quick.
Look
at Luke staring at me. It's like, oh, look at this guy.
Love a man.
And now he's not interested.
Yeah.
It's Philadelphia Eminem is back.
Will the real Sean O'Neill please stand up?
There we go. There's IT Eminem.
This is why Sean loves us. At least pretends he does.
Gear. Nah, not at all. Had to put on the full gear. I love that. I saw your email message about that. It's like, he's too right. Yeah. He's too true. Because I was thinking, like I looked at the pane because I had just gotten a haircut. I looked at like the little pane and I was like, oh damn, he's right.
Again. Oh, you got some Portuguese beer there, Johnny.
I do. I've got a Superbock beer today.
Nice. So it's 6, what is it, 640 where you guys are?
540.
540, gotcha.
Yeah, so I feel like World is prime time for us.
You feel like it's like you just got out of the Partner Pavilion 3D Experience Playground. And
yeah, we're waiting for them to wheel there.
Yeah, people can't look at us now. Being like, what time is it?
That was the best, man. Like every time I see I think it's a local, like it's close to here, but whenever I see Fat Tire beer, I just think of the Partner Pavilion.
Yeah,
that's the best part. Well, it's not the best part. It's a good part of World is that there is actually like beer on site. It's like, whoa, hang on a minute.
I think it was the first World. Oh, got a donation in from Sean, $20. Nice one, nailed it.
Get us close there.
Straight to
now Kirby's got to try and update the thing.
It'll update. It'll do its thing. I hope. No, it was 2016. No, 2017. No, 2018. 2018 World in LA. The second year was in LA. It was the first year for Luke, and we went up. I knew that all the little bars were free and that it's all included. So I go there, and I take my beer, and I walk off, and Luke's just standing there with his wallet watching me. He's like, what's going on? So I walk off and I wait for him to come back to me. He's like, oh, I didn't realize it was free. I thought you just walked off and I had to pay for yours as well.
That is something Kirby would do. He's done it to me many times.
Yeah, Kirby, you should have said, Luke, that would have been so out of character for me.
Yeah.
I was texting him earlier actually. Because our last text that we had, we were coincidentally talking about some like maker software stuff, and he was like, SolidWorks needs something for that. At the time, I actually didn't know about what was announced today, but I just messaged him before general session, and I was like, hey, like, big product announcement today. Like, I figured he would know since it was like the last thing we had talked about, that it would be about that.
Yeah. He said he hasn't been watching. He's just there's some family issues and that. But I did send him the picture, and he says he didn't see that coming, and it's amazing. He's since I've gotten involved with Rachel and that with SolidWorks back in 2016, and same thing with Luke. As soon as he got involved, that's every year we had that same conversation of there needs to be a maker license. You need to produce a license that people who just make things in their garage, hobbyists, just the average person can get.
And afford, that it's like my Apple Music subscription or my Netflix is that, I mean, I'd rather have the design software than Netflix currently, because I think I've watched everything that's worth watching. But
I did too, yeah.
I mean, $10 a month is really, really good.
It's nothing.
If you look at something like the Apple products where you're paying like 20 or 30, the Adobe Premiere stuff. You know, it's $20-$30 a month. I pay for. I want to use those products, but I can't justify affording it. So my video editing software is a fairly cheap one that comes from a company in Australia, and I pay a once-off fee. But $10, like Johnny said, that's a Netflix subscription. That's a streaming. You're paying that kind of stuff already, so it doesn't hurt.
It's pretty nuts. Yeah, so it'd be cool to see. Plus, like, I think too now, you know, with you guys like both in the Champions program, like this is kind of what the Champions program is for in a way, at least in one way, right? It's like like we'll have tons of cool, like, you know, thought-provoking conversation around around this as we go, and kind of talk to different product managers with this stuff. And
I feel like this product and the Champions program go so well together.
Yeah, they do. Especially, obviously, Creators Corner that's within it. It's literally aimed at them sort of people.
Yeah, this should make that stuff like super blow up. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's something that, like, if someone's buying a Makers, you know, you should get the Champions involved in a way that once they've purchased it, being like, here's a community that you can get involved in, and then they could apply it to the Champions program straight after buying it.
Yeah, and those are conversations I think will be great to have, you know, when we kind of talk like as a group about this stuff, because kind of that experiential piece of like, what does it look like, and like what's the ideal kind of onboarding, like those things will be really cool to kind of figure out together for sure. Because that's important, definitely, especially when it's like a brand new tool. Like SolidWorks, obviously, like it's a design software is on here, but kind of like that whole, like, you know, the connected piece of it being like, you know, so cloud connected and everything is definitely new. So that's going to be kind of important for people to kind of adjust to a bit. But that should be cool. Speaking of, I don't know if Rachel's watching. Sometimes I think Rachel's like watching these streams.
She's a ghost.
She's a little lurker.
Yeah, but she doesn't say anything. So shout out to Rachel, by the way, former squadron manager. Who's not so good at trolling?
Cool
I saw
shirt.
somebody in the chat. Not this cool shirt.
Yeah, we had someone at the start that was having a good clown about with us.
Oh, really?
They were going to town on us, and Kirby did nothing about it.
Oh, no.
Ruined. But it all worked out in the end. Yeah.
So where are we with the Magic Wheelchair donation? I have this stream paused this because I'm doing
$42.
Oh, sweet.
Which is pretty cool.
All right.
Yeah, I just thought, you know, might as well include, because, you know, they do a lot, and they're such a unique charity, and Johnny and I have worked with them with our build, so might as well put them in there. We do want to do a full episode with them as well
down the line. Yeah, we've got some good ideas for the podcast coming up. I think obviously these 3 streams that we're doing this week will be a good way to launch into some of them.
Jump straight in. Dive in.
It's awesome.
Yeah. You're the man that will make it happen.
I'll try. Let's see. Oh man, I thought so. I announced on your user group that we had those badges. But it's funny, like we went through all that work of getting them designed and produced and stuff, but then I forgot to request them for myself.
It's all right.
Just make.
I wasn't here either.
Just make your own.
No, I know. I should just print it.
Yeah, we.
I have a Cricut though. I could probably make a pretty good one with the Cricut, and just like, you know, probably doing some like Mod Podge on some paper and stuff. Like it probably look pretty nice.
Did you not like see our Instagram image? Our Instagram image for this one was just amazing. Kirby is a master of graphics. I think he needs to change job.
What did I do?
Hang on, I'll screen share it again. Now that I've got all this technology down.
You got all this access.
There we go. That looks great.
Perfect. Just do that with last year's badge, Sean. You'll have the same things anyway.
Yeah. Kirby, I thought you said you didn't have the Adobe graphics products.
He has the Premiere package. It's called Microsoft Paint.
Yeah, let's straight out of Illustrator.
Yeah. We'll just hide the Photoshop logo at the bottom.
Well, I saw Michael Lord. I thought Michael Lord had like a. I thought that he had a picture of it.
He
did
did.
He render that?
I think so. I think he found a generic picture of the hallways of the convention center and then photoshopped himself. And then I think he made a model of the logo and then positioned it, rendered it, and put it in.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what else Michael did while we're on this whole screen sharing vibe.
So he does the rendering and then goes ahead and does that.
Does that slap job.
What the heck? That's trash.
Kirby, I didn't get an invite to CAD Monkey this year, did you?
No.
Well, it looks like Michael got one.
Michael's the only one who got an invitation.
Yeah.
I think Cat Monkey is a fun party. It's a good way to start World.
Yeah.
That's how I met Sean. And you, I guess.
Yeah. At the karaoke.
Did we meet? Oh, yeah, that's right. We did meet there.
Yeah, act like you remember, Sean. Because we don't.
No, it took me a little bit.
You lost your jacket.
So did I.
Well, not at that thing. I remember. Well, Johnny, I didn't know you yet, and Kirby, I knew you, but I hadn't met you in person. And I remember, I saw you from across the bar, and I was like, oh, that looks like that guy's picture I've seen before. I'm kidding. I think I did, but I did see you. And then I met you, Johnny, but I didn't know you yet. I didn't know.
No one knows me. It's all right.
And then we partied into the night.
Yeah, I hadn't partied with you yet, so I didn't know you.
Yeah, it was a good night, but like the little party thing, the quiz night thing was a lot of fun last night.
Yeah, that was cool. I was happy. It was so funny. Like we were saying earlier, 2-Bit Circus did an awesome job, but it was cool. They do a really smart thing with their quizzes where, like, if you like, obviously we submitted custom questions, but like heading into it, it's kind of like a nice little Easter egg when they start asking Solaris questions. Yeah. But they also do a really smart thing where they'll ask you, obviously, for multiple choice question, and they'll ask you for, the wrong answers. But then they also ask you for like a bit of background detail to sort of make it feel, a bit more genuine.
Yeah, like he knows the software. Because that's always the problem, is that you hire all these kind of entertainers or people that do shows and that stuff for SolidWorks World and 3D Experience World, and you can tell they don't know the software. They're promoting it at an event, but they don't know the software.
Yeah,
it's really funny. Yeah, like I guess they had sensed that adds a lot to it. It really does. He got through everything, but then he was great. But then he got to the word spline, and he read it wrong, and he could not. He just broke.
Couldn't recover.
He couldn't recover. Yeah, it was the last question.
He did recover in the end. He's just like, I really don't care. Spline.
He is done. He's like, I'm done. I gotta ask my superhero video game questions, which were also cool, but no, it was funny.
Yeah, it felt like a video game. It felt like, what was that one? Jack in the Box, I think it's called.
Oh, Jackbox.
Jackbox, yeah. It felt kind of like that.
Yep.
Which was quite entertaining.
It did. Yeah, it's funny. I actually didn't think about that until you said it.
So it felt like a game, and because we had the GoToMeeting open on the side as well. I don't know if you were in that with us.
Oh, that's right. No, I didn't jump into that one.
Yeah, a group of us were in a GoToMeeting on the side, and we're just chatting in there as well as chatting on the chat in the thing.
That was cool. We did that today, kind of with the general session. Which is funny. I didn't see it kind of. It did kind of feel like we were like sitting in the same room.
Yeah. Well, instead of whispering, you could just talk freely.
just say whatever.
Yeah, it was.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was quite nice to be able to do that way, because, like, in the mornings in general sessions, like Jonny says, it's a place to kind of just get ready for the day, and settle in, and it's a time to kind of, you sit down with kind of your best mates and that stuff, and it's your time to have a little giggle, and enjoy the presentation and not have to think too hard.
Yeah.
And it felt like that this morning as well. It felt like we were all just hanging out and that, and then I had to disappear.
Yeah, I mean, 20 minutes ago on the stream when there was like 9-10 of us on, it was like having a quick meeting in the corridor that we all, well, me and you, Kirby, loved to.
Yeah, it's like
I thought Sean was on a beer then. Jesus, time is it, Sean? But it was
No,
a Diet Coke. We're all
it's
good.
like 12:55.
Oh, it's all good then.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, what do you want me to be like toasted by?
Yeah, with
4.
Yeah, with everybody in it, like that's exactly the environment we're trying to produce here. That everybody finished in a session, they got together here, chatted a bit, and then disappeared to their next session. So we'll see if how many of them come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was something I was thinking of. Obviously, it's our first day, Kirby, but maybe we need to think of, are we going to stream through the sessions, or are we going to like put a pause screen up for an hour, like 40 minutes, and then come back, or for tomorrow and Wednesday? But
well, the stream, yeah, we have the idea. We haven't figured it out, the details, so we'll wing it.
We'll wing it as usual,
as is tradition, because it's approaching dinner time soon, so I'm gonna have to eat real quick. I'm
about to get lunch.
Yeah, I can pause this for like 20 minutes at some point. And then we can come back.
Well, what are they serving in the partner pavilion for you guys, Sean?
Brownies and beer.
Brownies and beer.
That's
sounds
all.
good.
We got big budget this year.
Yeah,
big budget.
Are there any sessions, you guys? I'm looking over the session catalog again. I'd made some favorites, but I'm looking at some other ones that I think could look kind of cool too. Like,
well, Jonny and I do this every year. We book ourselves into sessions and then we just never go because we're just talking.
We just never go because we're too busy talking to people.
But yeah, we get the highlights. We get the highlights from people when they return. Like I booked into the Magic Wheelchair one, which, but I can catch up with people and see how it was.
Yeah, exactly.
You could also say though, I mean, it's like Chinlu and Annie. I mean, basically, you kind of lived it.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like,
true.
I think you're good.
I know you've got your thing tomorrow morning. The hive thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta make sure to show up.
Yeah. Okay, Sean. Will you make sure we show up as well?
It should be cool. So tomorrow, it starts pretty early. I mean, basically, at least for me, 8 a.m. Eastern time. We had my meetup for production and operations managers, and then right after that at 9, we got the one for makers. So I have to ask some questions about the new makers offer in that one. Kind of see what people are talking about, what they're thinking.
Yeah, I've registered for the Hive Minds one at early in the morning.
Yeah, I registered for both. For both you, production managers as one.
Yeah, they should be fun. We have software that kind of like basically like breaks you out into separate groups, and you can use like a whiteboard thing, kind of draw ideas. Like there's a lot of different things you can do.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah, so that should be fun. And then like you said, Jonny, like the next day, Thursday, there's two again. Basically, it's different times, and then I'm doing another meetup session that's like product focused. So it's just on product development using the platform. But I'm doing it with this guy Howell who works.
Sorry, Sean.
Vicky's
just got a donation from Tom Hawkins for $15. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Nice. Thanks,
That's
Tom.
Vicky's brother.
Is he going to deliver you beer?
No, Vicky delivered me my Superboc, but I am nearly running out, so maybe Tom will bring me one up in a minute. That was why I ended up so drunk with Mike last time.
If you watch the podcast with Johnny and Mike, our last episode, towards the end you can see Johnny's getting a bit wavy, and then he asks the same question. He asks a question to Mike. Mike answered it, and then he's like, "Oh, cool," and asks the question again.
In my defense, it was a long answer.
Oh, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm also signed up for that session that you're running as well, Sean.
Yeah, so it's this guy. The only reason I brought this up is because it's cool, super cool company. It's funny, like they're in the entrepreneur program, and their name is Exovolar Industries.
Cool.
They basically make like jetpack suits, and we were like kind of talking over like some of the story for the meetup session we're doing, and
I just got a delivery.
Nice. I love how like you can see like through the glass, you can see the background image.
Yeah,
it's very it's optimized for that, which is cool.
Another delivery.
But
continue, Sean.
No, I was gonna say it's crazy because he's developing like the product like as we're developing the presentation. Like he was saying, I don't have a video yet of this, like a really cool video of this being tested and running. He's like, but I'm supposed to go to the airport next week to get some video footage. So I'll put it in the slide when I have it. So it's really cool to like, yeah, it's crazy to like work with like a company that is like very actively, you know, developing their product like as you're getting ready to present something like in the coming days.
It also says on my agenda that this session is for VIP attendees only.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of ways to get VIP code. Actually, you could use, there's a couple VIP codes you can use if you want to, if you don't have VIP access.
No, me and Kirby already have it.
I was about to say, like, you guys, like, there's no excuse.
We were in like the first 30 people to sign up.
No, why I was entertaining that.
Yeah, I saw a VIP code for the first couple of 100 people. I was just like, Johnny, let's get in. And we
registered it, like, straight away.
But like we registered knowing fully well that we could get codes somewhere.
I'm pretty sure I like showed one in your user group.
Yeah, and also me and Kirby went to our first CSWE event last night, legitimately.
Oh yeah?
We got invited by Big Boss Man Mike.
That's awesome.
Instead of
thanks.
Weaseling a pass.
Instead of weaseling I've got too many beers now.
Yeah, too many beers, not enough hands.
Yeah.
Trust me, Johnny can carry a lot of beers in his 2 hands.
Have you got that video?
I've got it somewhere. I've got it on my Instagram.
Oh, a video of him like struggling to
strong arming some beers.
Strong arming like a 4-pack of beers. You know when they call the end to the free bar, you just have to grab a few extras just in case.
Wise words.
That was good because the party was banging so much upstairs that everywhere else closed down because they're like, oh, everybody's leaving. But they're just like, bars open now. Just buy your drinks.
Start paying. That was the night I ended up absolutely gone. That was the night I was walking through the lobby of the hotel without a room key, socks or shoes at like 4 a.m.
Zombie.
It was full zombie mode. Like Rachel was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I've lost my room key."
But you had to go for a walk.
Yeah, I'd been in my room and I went to get ice because my head was hurting.
Like,
but I left my room without like my belt, shoes, or socks on, and then it was like, "Oh, damn, I don't have a key." I had to go down to reception and be like, "Please, can I have a room key?"
Yeah, didn't plan on this at all, but can I have a key?
No, and they were like, "No, but you can be escorted back up by security." I was like, "Oh, that'll do."
Orcs.
Yeah, here's your key. I'll walk up with you. Don't try to run.
Yeah, basically it was.
I
thought they were going to turf me out on the street.
I don't have that video public, so lucky for you.
Like Johnny's like, please keep it that way.
I'm not bothered. I'll send you it, Kirby.
What, on Facebook?
Trust me, there's yeah, or WhatsApp. Hang on, I'm not sure yet.
They'll send it just straight to my phone, which is useless.
Well, you can forward it onto your own things.
But yeah, the special event party is always kind of. I think that the 2-Bit Circus did a really good one in LA in 2018. Like the little games that they had was really cool. The one in Dallas, Texas was fun, where I got to race some armadillos and
that was awesome.
He spanked it.
Yeah, I won.
You did, yeah.
I still won.
You won by absolutely spanking an armadillo.
Speaking of Texas.
There we go. Oh man, that's basically how I've seen you most.
Yeah.
Like that's just you basically to me.
It's how I spent the whole of the world in Dallas.
You did. And then we got on the plane to Nashville, so I'm not going to wear this hat more than a day. I don't want to be known as the hat guy.
done that once. Well, I did end up with, I wore my beanie the whole time.
Yeah, it was freezing.
It was cold, yeah.
And then we dropped the top on the convertible.
Had to be done. I've sent you that video, Kirby.
Where'd you send it to?
Your Facebook.
Okay, cool.
Like you asked me to.
But you could have sent it like somewhere obscure.
Yes, your childhood email. Kirby the G Downey.
It's close.
I bet it is.
I would love if there was like a way that someone could just send you like all the screen names you've ever made. There are so many ones I probably made when I was a kid that were just like super cringy.
I think I still use most of mine.
Not really.
Share
Nah,
screen.
I gave up on some of them.
Your AOL.com email address.
MSN, Sean.
You have to make me host again,
MSN,
Johnny.
Sorry.
I have to make you host.
Yeah.
I have ultimate power here.
Yeah, ultimate power. Now you're in charge of everything.
How did you do that?
You press the little 3 dots on my face.
Okay, I've done it. You're allowed to be host.
Hostified me. Share screen.
I want it back though.
Can you hear? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Question is, can the stream see my screen? Because I am. I'll put it down here. Now you stop share. Hold on.
Oh, it's such a smooth transition, Kirby.
Yeah, no, they were just looking at my desktop. There we go. Because I was on my different screen. There we go. Now it'll work. But yeah, this is at Jason Aldean's. They're called Last Round. And Johnny's just like, I said to him, go to the bar, go get some drinks. So he gets some drinks. He's like, all right, go get your own.
Oh, nice.
Bring the 4-pack.
4-pack.
Big hands.
And then
it's pretty interesting.
and then Johnny says like, "Oh guys, I don't think I can finish these," and we're just like, "Your party, you got to finish them."
Yeah, Kirby goes, "You did this."
I'm sure you wouldn't find like, it wouldn't be too hard to find people that take them off your hands. So
it wasn't. Kirby took them off my hands. And Matt,
I found Kirby.
Yeah, always gotta look out for a mate. Unless their demise is hilarious and you take a video.
There's a lot of videos from me that night. Thanks, Kirby.
Yeah, we Johnny did some public urination in a parking lot.
Whoa. I don't know what you're on about, man. You can't be batting things about like that.
You remember it?
I don't remember a thing.
You remember dancing really badly.
Yeah, that was good. Dude, I got free drinks that night.
They were from other dudes across the bar.
Yeah, they were like, he's unreal. I want part of that life. I'm going to fuel that and buy him drinks.
I'm about to bounce just because there's sessions coming up at 1:30 and I'm really hungry.
No worries.
Are you guys gonna eat any food at any point?
My wife's gonna start cooking soon. So I hope. So if she makes me something, if not, just McDonald's.
You know what you're gonna see in a minute, don't you? A bottle coming across Kirby's head.
It's just like, whoa.
She's upstairs, so it's fine.
All right, it's gonna drop.
Yeah, if I disappear, you'll know why.
You know why?
Yeah.
Send her.
All right, dudes. Well, it was good to hang.
Thanks for hanging out, Sean.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll do this tomorrow.
Yes, for sure.
Definitely.
For sure.
All right, we'll be here.
I'm not going anywhere. What time does Toby's thing finish? It was good fun having all those people in.
Definitely.
There were some good conversations going on. I think that's what we're trying to do here. Just
what we were aiming for.
Get those conversations flowing, get people chatting with others.
Yeah.
Toby. No, not Tony. Toby. Toby's ticks and
tips. Tips and ticks and tricks.
Oh wow. So apparently it starts in 45 minutes, in half an hour.
Starts in 45 minutes, are you sure?
It starts at 6:45.
Toby was doing one on collaborative design, which finished 10 minutes ago.
Oh, are there?
He's got his question and answer session until 1:15.
Oh,
and then he's doing his tips and tricks at 6:45.
Yeah, Toby's tips and tricks are dope. So if
not to miss.
If you are registered, I mean, if you're watching this and haven't registered, get yourself registered. It's free to attend. Or if you want to get the VIP pass, it's an extra $100. That will just get you the live Q&A, a couple extra features. Toby's tips and tricks is really good.
Pretty useful
session to watch. If you haven't seen him on our podcast, he was a few episodes ago. He did some cool tips and tricks with us, basically telling us how bad we are at design. And we learned some things that I'm still haven't started using the S key, Johnny. Yeah.
You need to use the S key. It's the best key.
S key is best key.
It is.
So you're not doing the Jack Daniels?
I don't actually think I've got any Jack Daniels left. I might have to pick up a bottle.
Well, I'm pretty
light.
Yeah, pretty light. I have to go into the other stuff after that. I mean, yeah, it's fun to be able to experience world kind of in the same way as we usually do. My hair's getting long. I need to cut it.
Mine is on the top.
Are you?
Vicky did the sides.
Oh, little quarantine haircut.
Just the back and sides just got trimmed up a bit.
Did she do a good job?
Top notch.
Is she there?
Nope.
So you're telling the truth.
Yep.
So, last night at the CSWE event, there was a hint of what city 3D Experience World's going to be in next year.
Yep. Anchorage.
And they said, and they said that the city is starting with an A. I don't know how true this is.
Yeah.
I want to poke around, but at the same time, I want to be surprised. I'm the worst at surprises. Like,
yeah.
At Christmas, Sarah will put all my presents there under the tree, and I'll look at it and be like, that's Lego, this set, that's this, that set, that's this. She's like, how do you know? She's like, I know the shape of the box.
No, I think we need to push Mike on it next time he's on the stream.
Mike? Oh, Mike. There's three Mikes.
You know, Mike Puckett, who was, hosting the CSWE last night. That Mike.
Because we're expecting three Mikes.
True.
Yeah, because I want to try and get the scoop, but it'll be interesting. Like looking around, it could be many cities, but my money is on Austin.
There's a lot of A's.
Yeah. Austin will be a cool city.
Austin, Texas. I'd love Austin. I love the Texas vibe. But part of me wants Anaheim because LA, Disneyland, big convention center. It'd be good fun.
Las Vegas.
Oh, Las Vegas.
Yeah, because we can go there and spend a week in Vegas and then go to World. Or would we do World first and then Vegas?
I think you'd have to do it that way because otherwise we might not make World.
But like we how we get at World, it could be that but this is going completely on the assumption if it's in Anaheim. It could just be in Albuquerque.
Could be in Anchorage.
Atlanta could be interesting. Georgia. I think that
Anchorage.
Even Georgia would be interesting. Go to
Anchorage.
Where is that? Let's do a quick Google.
Dude, it's like off Ice Road Truck, isn't it? It's absolutely tiny.
Worcestershire source.
Worcestershire.
Is a street called Anchorage Green. Anchorage, USA. Oh wow, that is like in the middle of nowhere. It definitely won't be there. That's in Alaska.
It's never going to be there. It's never going to be there.
Alaska. Yeah, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Could be cool. Austin, Texas. Or Atlanta. My money is on Austin because I would really love to go back to Texas. Because then we can go do the Fria River.
Yeah.
We can float down the... Have you seen videos and pictures of that stuff?
Mm-mm.
Mate. Let's have a look at it. Float the Frio. Okay. So... Okay. Let's put that there. Share screen. There it is. That should work out. So it's just basically this really cool river where people just get in tubes and just hang out in tubes and drink beer.
Oh yeah.
Like
that sounds well.
This is our kind of party. So if it is in Austin, Texas, this is not far from Austin.
Yeah, that's a bit of us.
Although, now that I think about the time of year it is, in February.
That is also true.
It's not going to be as breezy as that, because apparently this river is really cold.
Yeah, maybe not.
So,
what do you know what time the last session finishes today?
It's a hard pass.
It's a hard pass. So far, I'm seeing 7 o'clock GMT as the latest.
Oh, that's for Toby. No.
No, I've searched 7:15. I'm up to
7:15 Eastern.
GMT.
Because that's in like, oh no, you go to agenda at a glance. I think it is.
I don't think that works because it doesn't actually tell you times.
There we go. General session. 3D Experience platform is from. Oh, you got breakouts 11:30 a.m. to 12:15 p.m.
Yeah.
Breakouts to 2:15 p.m., 3:15 p.m., 4, 5, and then the general session replay from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. So if anybody that watched the general session, they're going to be replaying it on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is for the UK.
About 3 a.m.
Yeah, so that'd be good for old Mike.
Australia Mike.
Yeah. 1 o'clock in the morning. So these are going to 1 o'clock in the morning, essentially. No, that'll be that. So 5:15. Yeah, highlights of the day. is at 5:30. So that's going to be the last session. So that's 5:30 tonight.
So that's midnight for us.
10 o'clock, 10:30.
10:30.
10:30.
That's not too bad.
Yeah. So we've got how many hours?
I
mean,
4 hours, 10 minutes.
I don't know if we're going to go on for another 4 hours. We've completely left this open. So if people want to jump in and join us and hang out with us, you're more than welcome to. There is a link.
So I just sent Matt Long and Jesse a text before.
Well,
they're going to hop on it. They're going to hop on at some point. Not today, tomorrow or Wednesday.
Well, they're at Disney World.
They're not. They're back as of today.
Oh, really? Yeah, Brad said he'll try and jump on, but he's at work. So he'll be at work until like 8 tonight.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. I think we're quite safe now.
We're safe with Eric, I'll tell you that.
Eric.
Nice to have you back, Eric.
You're on mute again.
Oh, there we go.
It's the way Kirby set it up, Eric. Don't blame yourself.
No worries. No worries. So I've been watching the YouTube banter on with the audio off on the YouTube stream and everything. Yep. Like you're having quite the enjoyable time.
Yeah, we're just hanging out in the hallway.
Yeah, we're just discussing of where World could be next year, because apparently it starts with an A, and just discussing kind of other things that we wanted to do around those areas.
Yeah, that what Puckett said in
Yeah, he teased saying it starts with an A, but at the same time he said it doesn't start with an A. So
yeah. So he's practicing some wonderful disinformation there.
Yeah. So I'm going off with it's true, because I feel like he blurted it out, and it was his boss in his ear being like, "Fix this."
Yeah.
Make
this go away.
Yeah, exactly. He went through a few cities with A, and he had a smirk on his face for one of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, like.
And then in the fireside chat with Gianpaolo and Suchet and Lynn Allen earlier, somebody pointedly posed the question of where it'd be, and Gianpaolo, of course, said, "Yeah, you got to wait till the last day." But he also said it's going to be held in the largest convention hall they've ever booked. So
so we can't really like largest one in the world.
Yeah, he didn't say that, you know. He said it's the largest one they've ever booked. So that could be possibly largest one because this is now it, or maybe he was hinting that it's the largest one they've used in the past. And that would lead me towards San Diego because, for Christ's sake, you know, Comic-Con does 100,000 people. So that could easily be.
Yeah. What Mike says that it starts with an A, so it could easily be Anaheim. Because
Anaheim have done a lot of work on their convention center the last few years since SolidWorks World was there. They've expanded it massively.
Yeah.
I mean, the one place it might be as well is you got Austin, because I know speaking to Rachel asking, why do you never go north of the States?
Heat and Boston 2000.
And they said that they try and keep it down south so that if the city that they're in gets snowed out or anything, it doesn't cancel everything. So, I mean, just looking across the map at the main big cities, you've got Albuquerque, Atlanta, Austin, and then Anaheim is the other one that a lot of people are bringing up. So it could be any of those. But Johnny and I are definitely down for returning to Texas.
We are.
Where's the best world you've been to? Sorry, Johnny.
Oh, wow. For myself, I really enjoyed the one in San Diego.
Yeah.
I've been to, you see even though I've been was doing SolidWorks these 25 years now. The first 10 or so years, I was teaching at the community college. We had absolutely no budget for travel or conferences or anything. So the first world I ever attended was down in the Disney occupied territories of Orlando in 2003. And I had to string together 5 different small mini grants on campus to just get my airfare covered. And I paid for my lodging out of pocket, and I got the educator discount for the registration at the time. But by then that was like, 99, 2000. That was like the 4th or 5th SolidWorks world. And then because it was so difficult to pull that off, I didn't try to go again for I left the college in 2006, went to OMAX in late 2006, and by that point I was so institutionalized I didn't even think, hey, I could ask my employer to send me to SolidWorks World. I've just been kind of internalized that, oh no, you don't have to travel. So in 2013, when it was in Orlando again, the day after it ended was also my youngest daughter's birthday. So I suggested to her mother at the time, I said, why don't I see if they'll send me to SolidWorks World, and then for Gemma's birthday, you and the girls fly down and we'll spend her birthday in the Disney occupied territories again.
Yeah.
And, so I went to my lead and I, hat in hand, real nervous, and I said, I'd really like to go to SolidWorks World. And he was like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. In fact, a few weeks ago, Darren and I were talking that, gosh, Eric's never really asked to go to SolidWorks World. I wonder what that is. And so I returned in 2013 and going ever since. And you should see the boot prints on the small of my back from where I kicked myself so hard many times in the past for not of asking sooner.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. I really love San Diego in 2014, but secondly, I'd like to return to Orlando as well. But it's my understanding that we've even grown too big for Disney, but I don't know about like the Orlando or Orange County Convention Center.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because I
really loved Nashville last year too.
Nashville.
So did we.
Like Dallas was good, but the city didn't really seem alive.
No.
It just the city. It just felt like it was. That's where it was. We didn't explore the city that much. We mostly stayed around the convention center, and the one bar that was down the road. Where at Nashville, you just spoilt for choice.
Oh,
there's so many places to go.
You could just free range in just about every direction, and bam, you had something amazing. Where like Dallas, it was like. You got Gillies down this way, Urban Cowboy was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And it passed its prime. And then if you want the ultimate buzzkill, you wander over to Dealey Plaza and see where they shot Kennedy. And again,
which we did at 2 o'clock in the morning on scooters.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. You had the McDonald's, which was fun.
Full of homeless people.
But yeah, it was like that was one world where there wasn't too much exploring. It was more just staying at the convention center and hanging out with
crossing the sky bridge between the hotel and
I mean, LA was also great, but like there were so many different places to be at the same time.
Yeah, that's convention center went on for days. I mean, that was probably the most aerobic workout I ever got. Crossing those long sky bridges from, oh, you got to be down here, now you got to be all the way over there, and oh, your badge isn't working, so you got to hump all the way back there to get it fixed.
Yeah.
Now you missed your session.
And then the nearest hotel is a 15-minute walk.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, hey, I'm a pop out again because I got my next session, so I'll see you cats in about 45.
Cool.
Thanks, Eric.
Cheers.
Hey.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've only done 2 worlds, Johnny.
Dallas and Nashville.
Well, now you've done one at home.
Dallas, Nashville, and Stockton. Stockton on Tees. Not Nashville, Tennessee, is it though?
Stockton on Tees. So where are you looking to move to now? Because you're what, Skeleton or something? Skeleton?
Skeleton, yeah, down on the coast. So, well, I'm probably going to move towards Stockton, to be honest, because it's sort of in the middle of work and stuff.
I'm going to have to Google this. Because I'm not too familiar with the north. I mean, it would have been awesome if we were able to hang out for this.
Yeah, that was the plan, wasn't it? But, all best laid plans and all that.
I was right next to Middlesbrough.
Mm-hmm.
Middlesbrough.
Middlesbrough.
Oh, yeah, it's not too far. So what, you working now in Stockton?
No, Darlington. Well, Newton Aycliffe Industrial Estate, so just the other side of Darlington. So it's about 20 minutes.
Oh, right, yeah. Darlington. A bit south of Luke and Durham.
Yep, just a couple of junctions down.
You seem to be moving further and further away from Newcastle.
I've probably come a little bit further up in the last few weeks.
Yeah, but have you got much snow up your end?
It's been snowing pretty constant, but
hey, Rachel.
It's light.
Rachel's joined in.
Oh yeah.
Rachel, you're more than welcome to join in on our little Zoom call. There's a little link in the description if you want to use that. I can text you the code. Yeah, down here it's been snowing for 3 days and it's just nuts. Tappity tap.
Sorry. Oh,
it's good to see more.
It's Rachel.
Yeah, it's fun to catch up with people again and see.
It's exactly how World was going to be, really, wasn't it? But not to be this year, but we're trying to.
100% we'll say late. Well, we're going to be live for 3 days, so we'll be on again tomorrow. We'll be on again
we'll
on
catch
Thursday.
up at some point. Yeah.
So at any point, you're more than welcome to jump in.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be good to catch up and chat.
Yeah. That was such a good night. That Kirby, your background right now.
Yeah, that was there.
That was it.
That's where we partied. I don't think that's the actual place. I think the actual party, I think that was just taken off internet somewhere. Taken off internet.
Lazy.
Yeah. Are they doing a special event or anything like that?
I've not heard anything.
Yeah, because I don't see anything in the agenda or anything.
No, it's just highlights of the day.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch. I mean, we can chat about that tomorrow.
Maybe we'll host our own.
Did you see me in the opening? Oh no, you were driving, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the running video at the start of.
Were you?
Running with my lightsaber. I'm so glad they used
Very
that.
good. We're always gonna. It was awesome.
Yeah, they're just like, look, we need some videos of you guys running, and I'm like, I have just the thing for you.
The thing.
I have just the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Well, Kirby, should we take a 10-minute break or a 5? What do you think?
We could. I don't know how far dinner is, because I think dinner's on its way.
Ooh.
Yeah, some Nando's chicken, not from Nando's. We're just using the Nando's sauce.
You're doing a fake away.
Yeah, fake away.
Fake away. Doing one of them fake away things. Ivan's in the chat.
I was right before your lightsaber. That was good. There's a whole video about the lightsaber that I made on my own channel. I should actually put that in. Rachel in Austin donated $100 to Magic Wheelchair. Thank you very much,
Rachel. Thank you.
You are the best, and that's going straight to Magic Wheelchair, and that means we've hit our target for today.
Smashed our target for the day.
Smashed
now.
it. Thank you very much, Rachel. If you haven't seen Magic Wheelchair, which Rachel you definitely have, but if anyone else watching hasn't seen Magic Wheelchair,
we got a GIF on the screen. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the notifications, Johnny. That's the magic that we don't get with our normal streams.
That hasn't popped up before.
It has.
It hasn't.
Look, I can do it again. That's just a test. It's a different thing. I can make different blings.
Nah, nothing's happened. But Rachel smashed it. We got the GIF. Awesome work.
If you haven't subscribed yet, we just clown about a lot like this and just chat. And obviously this is World. We're just catching up with good old friends. Target smashed. Hi, my guys. Well, that was quite pleasant. I'm sure.
Hi, my guys. What do you reckon tomorrow, Rachel? We go for 150 off the bat.
I haven't made the other campaigns live. I don't know if I'm going to keep the same campaign. I might just keep the same campaign going.
That might, yeah. Then we can get a running total.
Yeah, because it only gave me a date to set up, as opposed to giving a range, which OBS gave me when I first set it up. But this, I'm going to keep this one going because it says 24 days to go, even though we have 3.
Awesome.
But yeah, hopefully, I'll be able to get some Jack Daniels swag sent over from Jack Daniels. There's a little conversation.
That would be awesome.
Get a few goodies that I'm thinking we might give away to someone that's donated. So get your donations in, and you might be able to get a awesome little Jack Daniels swag bag from Jack Daniels. I don't know how.
I think Rachel's in the lead at the minute.
Have you finished your bottle yet of Frank Sinatra, Johnny?
No, I haven't started it, dude. I'm saving it up. I was going to crack it open this week, but I still haven't got it ever. You know, lockdown and all. I can't travel.
You haven't saved it because you're waiting for it. You don't have
saved it because I haven't got it in my hands. Yeah. Otherwise, it would have been dusted by now.
Yeah, done and dusted. Like I couldn't help myself. I was like,
no.
You know what the problem was? Is that when I had my bottle of the engraved bottle that I got, is I was like, I'm gonna smash this now because I'm going back.
Yeah, exactly. We all thought that.
I am going back, and I'll get another bottle then. And I did buy another bottle in the end, just not from the distillery.
Yeah. I'm sure Rachel's got through her Gentleman Jack.
Yeah, I do have a bottle that I did buy from the distillery, but that's a gift for someone. I do look at it and I'll be like,
yeah,
I can't do that.
Breathe. No, I won't touch it. Yeah. No, sit down.
So what do you think of the new Call of Duty since you're back on video gaming?
Yeah, Warzone's not my favorite. It's too intensive. I can't be bothered with it. There's too many people. There's too many teenagers who have nothing else to do at the minute because schools are all shut. And yeah, it goes on a while.
Well, I mean, Brandon, who was on earlier, he streams a lot of Warzone. So maybe, okay, big brain idea. We get together, we live stream playing Call of Duty Warzone.
Yeah, possibly.
We just got to figure out how to do it from your PlayStation.
Gonna need some revives.
Capture card. But that could be fun because like Brandon is someone that I want to get on for an episode because he does a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
He does a bit of making and that stuff, and
he seems like a cool guy.
Yeah, and he used to be he studied sound and used to do sound engineering, was in bands and all that stuff, and now he runs his own computer company and he builds computers and that. and he's doing a lot more custom builds and that stuff, using a bit of 3D printing to help out in that. And he's always said to me that he wants to do SolidWorks because he sees the stuff that I do in SolidWorks. And now with the Maker package, he has access to that kind of software, which I think will be very good for him. But yeah,
it will be. That's going to change the game for a lot of people. I think it's something that we've all mentioned for quite a while, and I think to finally have access to that for people that's at an affordable level for sort of home use or whatever you want to call it, will be great.
Well, I mean, there's a YouTuber, Devin Montez, Make Anything, and as he was growing in popularity, I got a hold of him and got chatting with him. And when I went to my first world, I invited him out. Rachel helped me get him a pass and that stuff because he lived near Anaheim. So it was very easy for him to get to. So he came through for the one day, and I hung out with him quite a bit and that. But all of the content that he created was all using SolidWorks, and he eventually moved off SolidWorks because he's presenting a software that 95% of his audience can't get access to. So he had to move to Fusion in order to create educational content that his viewers could actually use. But now this is someone that we can start going back to. I mean, like, hey, listen, there's a Maker package. You wanna help out? You wanna see what it's all about?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm sure you've seen
£10 a month's nothing.
Yeah, if you've watched Maker's Muse, the Australian guy.
Yep.
I've been chatting with him, and before he started YouTube professionally, he used SolidWorks every single day. And when he started doing his 3D printing stuff, he had to back away from using SolidWorks again because of that entry level. So I mean, a Netflix fee a month to use one of the most powerful CAD softwares
design
available.
softwares, no brainer.
Yeah, it's that's one of the scariest things. Is you come out of university, and suddenly you can't get your free license. Your
you can't.
Student license. I mean,
myself and you are very lucky.
Yeah, we when I finished university, I had my student license and was still active. And that's what I used to make most of my stuff. And then Rachel hooked me up with other packages. Like, it's me on my own, I can't afford.
Yeah.
I can't afford that. I mean,
well, Rachel's just said in the chat that it's such a huge deal, and she's really, really happy to see it come to fruition finally. Basically,
yeah,
it is. It's amazing for the sort of people that Rachel's helped out, the makers, the likes of me, you, Luke, in the UK, that use SolidWorks to build the cool stuff that doesn't have a massive payday on the end of it, like large companies that can afford to fork out for the full license. So it will really change it for a lot of people.
Yeah, it'll make it more accessible and that, and even for students who can't get access to a educational account.
Yeah.
You can then, I think it's $60 a year, and you got a student thing. I mean,
$99 a year, $9.99 a month or something like that. So yeah, it's not a lot of money for a year.
I mean, it makes me. It means that the content that I create can become more and more relevant.
Yep.
To people that want to get into this kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, good old Danny, who's a wizard in Tinkercad.
Yeah, exactly. The likes of Danny, it'll change it for them.
Yeah, it'll make it. I mean, I've said to him, it's like, I will show you and walk you through SolidWorks and help you out, but he's still a bit nervous about it. It is a scary software.
You're on quiet.
With me. That might just be your side.
Now you're back.
That might just be your internet.
Okay.
Because my stream health is 100% excellent.
Might just be me.
Maybe. My dog is refusing to eat now. So we have to try and hand feed him. It's like, no, this is not good enough for me anymore. Even though we get him like hand cooked meals that get delivered.
Your dog is like the most pampered thing in the world.
He's like, no, the salmon and lamb is not good enough for me now.
The salmon, lamb, and caviar will not cut it.
I'll go eat some rocks instead.
Yeah, and then cost me a fortune in vet bills.
It has.
Yeah. Okay, dude. I'm thinking we have a break. Obviously, Eric and people are in sessions. It might be a nice point if you're ready.
Okay.
Just a short one.
I completely forgot when I was putting on that break thing. It plays music. Whoops.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Let's do this, and then let me do this, and I'll make a time. So,
mainly, I just need a wee.
Same here. Hold on. Hi, friends.
Christine.
I love your dog. I'm glad you love my dog. He is the best. He's enjoying snow right now for the first time ever.
Yeah. Unless you want to hold the fort for a couple of minutes, Kirby, and I'll pop straight back.
Yeah, I'll hold the fort. I'll bring the dog online.
Yeah, you get the dog on the old camera.
My wifey's bringing him in. There he is. There's the little poochie. The most fussy eater ever. Yeah. Yeah, you're playing in the snow. So he's loving the snow now. Had snow for 3 days now, which is very uncommon in around London. Oh, watch it. Watch it. You don't like the cameras. You don't like the camera. Oof. Oof. Big oof. Big oof. Yeah, you're going to eat your food now. Eat your foodies. You're going to have some foodies. No, you're not, because you're fussy. You're too fussy. Way too fussy. This thing outlines his fur quite well. It's like he's with us at World. Yeah, I don't have to miss you this time. Yeah, I don't have to get pictures of you all the time, then show it to everybody. Alright, you want to get down? Go frolic. Go frolic. Hopefully Jonny should be back soon. We are going to take a little break in a few. One, so I can quickly eat some dinner. And like Jonny has now gone off to the bathroom for a quick little break. We have no real plan or time or how long this is going to last, how long we're going to do this for. Purely because World goes on for the whole day. He is majestic. He is so... although when he sits, his shape looks like a poo emoji. So he is now a little brown poo emoji dog. A fluffy poo emoji. But he gets all the attention and then he has no clue his size and he'll try and bark and attack. Not really attack, but just go up to big dogs as if they're the same size as him. He's very confident. He's got... little man syndrome. We'll be right back. I'm just trying to make an overlay template because I forgot to make one. Good old Jonny falling asleep there. This is what I hoped everybody looked like watching the presentation this morning. There was some interesting stuff going on there. I like the idea of freedom to create. It's a good slogan. Another good slogan they used was SolidWorks is everywhere. But freedom to create, like that's one thing SolidWorks is, and 3D CAD and having the access to 3D printers that I can afford just gives me the freedom to create and produce anything that I want. A good example is we got some IKEA furniture and it's a little cupboard that we put our shoes in, so it's quite thin and it's got to lean up against the skirting. Now the gap given for us was too little. Our skirting is too high, so quickly on SolidWorks made a little block which raised the feet up so that it then fits onto the skirting, and it sits like 10 mil higher, so it doesn't make a huge difference, but having access to a CAD software and having access to a 3D printer meant within an hour or two, it took a day because it was cold, so I needed to paint it as well, so it took a bit longer, but within an hour or two I had feet that I could then put onto the onto the bottom of this and carry on. So that freedom to just generate that and create that made it much easier. But also the freedom to create means I can create anything that comes out of my brain. If I see something cool in a video game, like, people want to hold that, they want to play with that. So I'll make it for realsies. And he's back, and he's on mute.
For realsies. Are you for real?
For realsies. And he's back. Yeah, I'm just talking about the slogan for this year, which is freedom to create.
Yeah, it's important, freedom to create. Obviously, we both create any random thing that we see.
Yeah, but like I was mentioning the IKEA thing, ability to just create. Like you had your idea for your coasters. You wanted to make some cool coasters.
I don't know where they are actually, but yeah, they are awesome.
You wanted to create cool coasters with beer bottles. So, job 1, drink lots of beer. Job 2, print your coaster thing, mold it in silicone, and boom, you've got your little product.
Cast it in clear resin. It's awesome, absolutely awesome. They turned out amazing, and it was just a little stupid idea I had one night. I thought, that would be a cool little project. So, pulled it all together in SolidWorks, 3D print your master and your mold wall, and then just a bit of effort and casting.
Yeah, I mean, with looking at Rachel's comment, it's the most exciting. It's the most exciting thing you've seen. Can't wait to see what happens next. I think it was, I can't remember who said it earlier, but they were saying that they're a bit worried that there is the potential of, and I don't think they will, because looking at what you get, it seems like you get the full product. But is it that they hide certain things behind
Features,
a paywall? Yeah. I don't think they would do that.
I mean, it does. It just says SolidWorks Professional, doesn't it? It doesn't say professional with limited features or anything like that.
Yeah, professional light, for example. It's not a light edition. It just says SolidWorks.
It says professional. So,
one thing I like to see is the wording behind the maker license. Like, for example, the student license is non-commercial. And for educational purposes only. So I'd like to see what the wording is, because obviously a lot of makers, for example, your coasters, you're selling those. Are you able to
I mean, I'm not officially selling them yet, but yeah, there is the potential I will at some point. And then yes, I'm making money off it, aren't I? So does that then go against SolidWorks thing of this Makers Edition?
Yeah, I mean, I've just literally right now had a YouTuber called Uncle Jesse tweet me saying, "Now that sounds interesting. We'll keep a close eye out for that." He doesn't do much modeling that himself, but he is someone who does produce a lot of people's models in that. But it's again giving someone the access to be able to do that. But it'll be interesting to see what the wording is on it. I know SolidWorks has posted an official tweet about it with more information. I haven't read that information yet. I'm actually thinking I might make a whole video about it once I've read into it and just try and get that onto the YouTube sphere.
I mean, it doesn't say limited on it, but obviously, as you're on about this, is if you're making money off it, is that then against the terms of this maker's license, and you need the full professional suite, which is a fair amount of money.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that if you're a company that's kind of getting a lot into fine lines where it's like if you're earning under X amount, you with X amount of employees, you're free to use it as is. It'll be interesting.
I think it would have to be a sole user. I don't think they can have employees because that's a company, and then I think they'll be saying buy a full license.
Yeah, so that's kind of the gray area that we'll need to maintain, and we would have to look into it. I'm definitely going to give it a quick read while I have my dinner in a little bit. How long? So I reckon in 5 minutes we'll take a little 20-minute break. I can grab some dinner and that, and I'll still be here monitoring the chat, and I'll still be here seeing if anyone pops in. So I might cut my little break a bit sooner.
Yep.
But but I'll definitely still be here. I'm just trying to make the overlay banner, so I can put that in. Yep. What are you typing away? What?
Just, I'm doing a bit on the platform. That thing that we use.
I mean, it'll be also interesting with the makers getting more of them onto not only just SolidWorks but Xshape and XDesign as well. So one of the comments mentioned is that with having access to those packages, you're not limited to just having a PC. You can do it from a tablet. I don't read if it includes all three or if it's you choose which package you want, or if there's different.
I think it's all three based off what Sean was saying earlier.
Yeah.
I think you get your SolidWorks, but you also get your Xshape and your creative stuff online.
Yeah, I think right now it's announce it, see what people say. Hey, it's Christine on the stage. See what people are saying. See what people are talking about, and then fine tune the details about it. Let's make this.
So how do you think our first day is going?
I think the first day has been good. I mean, we've had, at some point, we had 10 people in our little meeting here talking. It was good conversation.
Yeah, that was good fun at that point. We had a good chat with Sean as well. Eric's been in and out.
Yeah, it's been good conversation between everybody, so I think it went well. The general session felt like a general session. And I think that's the personality and the vibe that GP gives, is that whenever he's talking, he's not just talking into the void, he's talking to you. He's just very good
trying to connect with you.
Yeah, he's very good at speaking. Yeah. He's very enthusiastic, and he's always...
I find that, but I find Bernard a bit robotic.
Yeah. But GP, like, it felt like the way he was talking and presenting himself, it just felt like him on stage. It felt exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The same as GP regularly.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to add it to a different scene. But I can't change the scene. This is fun, live editing. Try, okay, it's image. We'll add the source. No, you can't hear the microwave in the background. Good. What are you having for dinner? We already said I'm having fakeaways.
I've got a beef stew, I think, in the oven for whenever I have a break.
Oh, waiting for you.
Mm. Yeah. Vicky and everyone's eating apart from me.
Very nice. It's fine.
I was just desperate for a wee. To be brutally honest.
You didn't go and just get a few little nips out of it.
No, I behaved.
Oh, good man. Good man. Okay, let's copy that. Okay, it's going to play a bit of music, so don't mind me. Okay, that's a bit better. Let me quickly add the source in here. The source. Yeah. So if I boom, that's there. Add source. There we go. That will then let me unmute the music, and we're back here. That is ready to go. That means that we don't have to do that tomorrow. That should all work out all good and fine and dandy.
All muted, yeah.
Yeah. So that should all work out fine. But yeah, I'm one thing I'm enjoying right now is that I'm sitting down for this entire conference. My feet aren't killing me. Good chat. What mic are you using? Can you hear me? Johnny? I don't know if you can hear me.
Still got sound coming out on YouTube though.
Oh, is that what you're listening to? What are you doing? Got Cam Smith in the chat.
It's my normal one.
Sorry?
Yep.
I think your video's frozen. No, it's just your face. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Or might be really
Hang on.
delayed. Are you really delayed? What's going on here?
What the hell's going on? I broke it. Talk.
Yes, I'm talking.
I don't know what I've done. Oh, there you go. You're back.
Oh, there we go. I'm talking away, asking you questions. You're like,
sorry, I was just we're still live on YouTube and still is live.
well, it's supposed to be still live. That's the point of a live stream.
Yeah, I know, but I thought we were having our little break.
No, not yet. Not yet. 2 minutes. I'm waiting for my dinner to be ready.
Oh, well, then continue, because I thought we were, so I was just having a little rest over here. Got Cam in the chat saying hi to Rachel as well.
Yeah, saw that. That's good.
Such a good, friendly community we have.
Oh, that's really good. Well, like I was saying, like I'm glad that my feet aren't killing me after day one. Like the amount of walking that we did.
Yeah. I feel like your butt might be after day 3.
Yeah. Well, do you remember that walk we had to do to go and buy those iron brews?
Dude, that was ridiculous.
Like even though we did that walk like 5 times a day, that last day it took forever.
Yeah, it was a big convention center, that, and the way it was laid out last year didn't help things. Having to walk like round 2 sides of it instead of just going like the shortcut way. It really added some length.
Although we found our shortcut through the staff entrance.
Yeah, just when Rachel needed us, we came in clutch.
You know it. You're redlining there a little bit, getting a bit loud. What mic are you using?
Just my usual USB one.
All right. Yeah, just when you came back, sounded a bit weird. Don't know if you moved it or anything.
I might have knocked the cable or something.
Potentially. Oh, that sounds like the ding of food that's ready. But yeah, we're having some Nando's chicken. Last time I had Nando's
takeaway chicken.
I had
normal now.
I had a bad time. What's that?
Am I back to normal?
A little bit.
A little bit. I don't know what I've pressed, but I've pressed something. I might have unpressed it. I might not have.
You're a bit soft though.
Good. So you're having Nando's chicken with you got peri chips?
I don't know what.
Oh, Christine, that would be great. Christine might call by after we've had dinner.
Yes, come in, say hi, and that would be good to catch up with you as well. Yes. Oh, you can't see it now. Where did it go? Christine, I don't know if you've seen. But we've smashed our target for today.
Yeah, pop it back up.
Yeah, it's back up. I don't know how it keeps disappearing whenever I minimize it. It's weird. But yes, we smashed our target for today, which is great. We decided we're going to keep this bar up for the whole week because then we can track it completely. I didn't realize in Tiltify that you could create one that had quite a long period. I thought it was one day only kind of thing, which is kind of weird. Yeah.
Yeah, we're at $157.
$157. And that's really good. It's a good community. We just need little magic wheelchair badges. Like we did with where is it? I've got it here. A little magic wheelchair.
Yeah, I like them.
Badges.
Magic wheelchair builders.
Yes. Yes, and we definitely want to do a build. It looks like my food is ready. Jenny, you ready to have a little 20-minute break?
Can do it for me, yeah.
Okay. I will be monitoring the chat and I will still be here. Just it will be a blank video with some music. Hopefully you enjoy the music. It's pretty chilled. See you guys in 20 minutes.
Bye.
my background, I think.
All right. Okay, we're back.
What's up, Dan?
How's it going, people?
Yes.
That's
How
a
you guys
great
doing?
idea.
How you been enjoying? How you been enjoying all the sessions and that so far?
Not bad. I'm still disappointed there's no migration path from PDM Professional to the platform. I keep asking. They keep saying,
Well,
not yet.
Here's some proof. If you keep asking, they'll deliver, because we now have a maker's license.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
So that excited us a lot as well, just to hear about that. And Johnny and I were discussing kind of, is there going to be like limitations to certain areas, or is it going to be like you can use this but you can't make money off it?
Right. That's what I'm wondering. Where's the fine print?
That's where it's going to be interesting, because a lot of makers are sometimes making stuff to sell, but they're selling like 5 of.
Yeah.
They're not really, Disney making tons of products. They're
Yeah. Think about like Luke and Karen. I mean, moderate volume, but still not a big business.
Yeah, they're making runs. I mean, most of the Star Wars community is made of people that do runs. Johnny's building an R2D2 kit, and the domes. There's a guy that does metal spinning, and he'll do a run of 20 or 30 a year. So you get your name on the list, and then you'll be able to purchase it. So
cool.
it's that's the whole way that it's the way that the entire kind of community runs. So it'll be interesting to see if there is fine print saying that you can't sell that stuff if you're making it on here. But I think it's going to allow it to a point, because if they would have made the student edition and the maker edition the same thing,
right?
So it might be 2 separate rules.
I commented.
It said the student edition came with like a special role for students, and I'm wondering what's contained in that, because that's very opaque.
It might be resources like educational resources or networking resources.
Right.
That's the only 2 kind of beneficial perks that a student can get out of something like that, is either networking or educational resources.
Well, I mean, the role of student could contain X design and stuff, but because all we have is the name of the role, we don't know what's in it.
I mean, unless they're looking to create a recruitment side of the platform where recruiters can post jobs and students and anybody else could apply for it, kind of like a mini LinkedIn type of.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I like the job board.
Yeah, so it'll be quite interesting. I mean, for me, like, I studied and learned everything in South Africa, finished university, got on a plane, came here, and I didn't know a single person, so I had to kind of figure out my way. I still kind of struggle with that with the user groups that I run, is that I've got to try and figure out how I'm going to get people to speak. I don't have the contacts in universities. I don't have the contacts in schools. So it's something I'm slowly building up, and with everything being virtual, it makes it so much easier to do.
Universities are more trouble than they're worth.
There's no real contact. You can't find an email and contact the right person.
Even if you do, sometimes they screw you over. I had a terrible experience at a university up here. Like, I was put in contact with some professor, I think through Marie, and then like at some point before the meeting, he either stopped caring or changed his mind. He never publicized my meeting to his students. He didn't show up. And then at some point after the fact, the school tried to charge me a ton for use of the space because, I don't know, he didn't sign off on it.
Right.
Everyone up to Suchit had to get involved in that.
All right. Yeah, that sounds.
Was that the meeting that I was at, Dan? That sounds really familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, with the big glass area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of I managed to find a space that I don't have to pay for, and they supply all the beer and pizza that I want. It's basically it's a technology hub, so they welcome new people and visitors and that quite often. So I was quite lucky. I've never had to pay for my venue or the food and that.
Nice.
But the problem with that area is it's not as easy to get. It's easy to get to. There's no decent trains nearby. It's like a 15-minute
It's
walk.
like a continuously running user group meeting.
Welcome to the chat, Brad from Impact Props. You're more than welcome to jump into our little call as well. But yeah, the Maker Edition, the Student Edition is going to be quite exciting. Jonny and I are also chatting, trying to figure out where we'll be next year. That's
somewhere that begins with A.
Yeah, that's
that is the working theory.
That's the rumor. But we were mostly discussing about places with A and that have cool things to do around them.
Atlanta is my first thought.
Yeah, I'm thinking
hopefully something more exciting.
Austin. I'm hoping Austin because I've seen there's some really cool grill houses near Austin.
Wow. Let's hope not Abilene.
Somebody said Anaheim, which there's the Star Wars exhibit at Disneyland.
I know that would be awesome.
Yeah,
it would be really awesome to go back to California. And Jonny and I were saying we could just drive off to Las Vegas and go have some fun there as well.
It's with,
that sounds like trouble.
That's got bad craziness written all over it.
We got to try to figure out, do we do that before World or after World? Either way, it's
Definitely
a bad idea.
After.
Both, you bookend it.
Either way,
you could fly there probably cheaper. And get Mike Puckett to give you a tour around.
Yeah, I mean, nothing like just hiring a big truck and just driving through the desert. Like, I'm getting quite tired of these little compact cars.
As opposed to the tiny convertible we hired in Nashville, Kirby.
I actually drove a 24-foot box truck from Ohio to Vegas for a trade show one time.
Oh,
and we were in the middle of a build on Saturday, had to be there for a trade show starting on Monday, worked 12 hours putting all the product together, then drove with a guy I just met 40 hours straight in this 24-foot box truck that went about 63 miles an hour downhill.
And where is he buried?
Yeah, actually, we surprisingly got along very well. So that was a good part of the trip.
Yeah,
I can't imagine. But we learned about, there wasn't a detail of our lives we hadn't shared by the end of the trip.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, with our work, whenever we go to trade shows and that stuff, we've always built everything ourselves and delivered everything ourselves. And we decided this is going to be the year that we just pay someone to do it. And now there's no trade shows.
Yeah.
So it's just everything.
Your fault then, Kirby, yeah?
Everything
it's the universe speaking to you.
Well, hey guys, I'm going to jump out and go try Model Mania. Anybody going to do that?
Oh, is that this hour?
I know I would be terrible.
I'm too slow. Like I said, I forget what I said, where I said it, but yeah, I consider myself too methodical a thinker. I'm no speed demon like Cam or Tom Smith. So
yeah, it's a paradox.
I just like to see the results.
I spend most of my working life trying to teach people to do things the right way, not the fast way.
Exactly. The former instructor in me, I think my arm just seizes up when I try to do something quick and dirty.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a hop back over. I've done so far two of the three Biasotti presentations, and he's dropping all sorts of good knowledge bombs. So
excellent.
I'm gonna keep getting bombed. Not the Jonny and Kirby kind of way, but
well, I mean, we're on our way.
I wondered if you had a bottle of
Godspeed, John Glenn.
It's noon somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Just right where I need.
Yeah, well,
just
if you guys are still around, I'll join you later for a beer.
Yes.
Awesome.
All right. Take care.
Cool. Have fun, Joe.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was your dinner, Jonny?
It was quick. How come you got back so quickly?
They all came in and joined, so I thought I'd entertain them.
It was me pinging off emails to Annie, and you're in here on your own. I see how it is.
I was on. You were only like 5 minutes late. But yeah, it's
No, I was 5 minutes early. Is what you mean?
Sure. I didn't even check the time that we stopped. But yeah, it's good to see Brad in the chat. Hopefully you're still there. You can join in if you're done with work.
Putting around, yeah. Maybe Christine might even pop by.
Yes. So what are we going to plan a proper magic wheelchair gathering? Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think that'll be a good idea.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think plan a time. Maybe we need to look at the schedule tomorrow morning UK time and ping an email out saying can everyone do this time or something.
Yeah.
Put it together. I know Matt's just been texting me saying what time are you guys starting tomorrow. So
bright and early. Well, bright and early for them.
Bright and early for them. Middle of the afternoon for us.
For us, a reasonable hour. I might just play some Minecraft in the morning. I was playing some Cyberpunk. It's still so shit. Did you hear what happens to what happened to Cyberpunk? The CD Projekt.
I haven't ventured into it, mate.
Oh, we got Christine jumping in.
Yeah.
There she is. You're on mute, Christine.
Hi, friends.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Good. How are you guys?
We're
good,
great.
thank you.
We're awesome.
Is this what I do? I just show up and crash your live stream?
Yeah. Well, you're not crashing. You're hanging out. You're hanging out with us.
Cool.
Yeah.
How did your presentation go?
I think it went well. It's just so different doing things virtually, not feeling the feedback quite as much. But
that's it.
You know, we just reminisced on World and everything that we did last year, which is super fun. And then we kind of covered some of the things that we were still able to accomplish this year, despite the pandemic, which has just been so wild, and testing our ability to be flexible and patient.
Yeah. I mean, we were chatting with Scotty earlier about it as well. And, you guys managed to just keep going and pushing as hard as you could, which is great. I mean, it's the one time that, you know, you I was saying to him as well, it's like you're dealing with a lot of people that are classed as vulnerable, and you got to try and organize a gathering to do some good, and it's worked out. You've managed to pull it off.
We've done a few, yeah. I mean, definitely a lot of people are postponing. But early on in the spring, we kind of questioned like our existence and relevancy. Like, is there anything for us to do? And then in June, we had our episode of Duff Takes the Cake, which is like a cooking show. But we were featured on it. They made cakes to match some Magic Wheelchair costumes.
Wow.
It was really fun.
Cool.
And so that kind of re-sparked the interest, and we started getting new requests. So normally we do this first come, first served, but for the pandemic, we really were just willing to build for folks who felt comfortable receiving, or who kind of weighed the risk and said, no, we need to make these memories now, despite what's going on. So yeah, it's just been a really wild year, and grateful to still be able to chat about Magic after everything that's happened.
Yeah. I mean, do you feel like these smaller gatherings are better, but more personal? Because I mean, with our kid that we had, Jacob, he was very, very shy. In front of all those people and all those eyes on him. And as soon as on the last day, it was just us and him, he was just more relaxed, and he was chatting with everybody, and he was throwing banter around.
Jokes.
He was having a good time, and he was roasting.
Yeah, he was teasing you guys.
Yeah, he was roasting us.
Yeah, we were getting roasted.
I mean, I guess you're able to create more personal settings with kind of what's going on.
Definitely. I mean, that was fun. That pizza party was exactly perfect for him. Generally, the kids, tell us when they want it, how they want it, and World was unique because we just had this incredible venue, and so we contacted families and said, would you be interested in receiving your costume at World instead of waiting until Halloween? And that's how we got those two kiddos. So I mean, you never know, maybe parents say yes before they ask, you never know. But I thought that was great for him to get both events. That was fun.
Yeah, he really enjoyed it. And
no, he was
we got away with so much that we weren't supposed to, but it was it was worth it.
We talked about that in our session a little bit.
I'm sure Christine noticed mine and your stupid ideas, Kirby, and everyone goes, "No, you can't do it," and we go, "It's gonna happen. Just cave in and just say yes, do it."
Yeah.
That's kind of my life. Really, you just ask for forgiveness
Yeah.
later. It's like you're not doing anything bad. Like you're literally breaking rules to do good.
Yeah.
No.
The smiles and the faces just make it worth it.
I don't think we'll interrupt anyone else's retirement speech anytime soon, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
That one
it's
is
worth
fine.
Yeah.
And like at Comic Cons, some will accidentally get in the wrong line or, accidentally go in the back hallway to run into someone that you want the kiddo to meet. You just,
yeah, exactly.
it's all about making the magic
Accidentally.
happen.
Just the
No, it's so
magic
much
behind the
fun.
scenes.
I mean, really, the first year I was with Magic was 2017, and I think the name was still new and unknown to many people. So every step of the way kind of felt like we were breaking rules. Like we would just show up at a Comic-Con without permission and do a reveal and hope for the best. And that was how we did that first Justice League at San Diego Comic-Con. But then that got enough attention where we were invited back. So
Yeah.
it works out.
I mean,
sometimes it's good to break the rules.
I mean, it's what you're doing that makes it really impressive and heartwarming, and it's a fun idea, and people love to be kind of involved. And I think that's also what's interesting about what you do is that you're not just, a company that makes these wheelchairs. You're not the one that's making it. You're finding people who are just as passionate about these things to build it for them. So you're essentially just putting two parties together and putting them together, making magic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the no fun. Like I'm the matchmaker with the spreadsheet. Like that's my role. I don't design them. I don't tell them what to make. It's just the matchmaking. We'll provide a little training on how to work with the chairs or disability etiquette. But other than that, I feel like the kids run the show. And that's what's unique about this organization.
Yeah, and the kids kind of, it's genuine from them. You're creating something so genuine out of what may look like from the outside a bad situation. You're making it, you're making them the center of attention in a good way.
Yeah, for sure. And I also think it gives them a chance to show the world that it's not a bad situation. I mean, I've been in a chair since I was 2. It's just life. It's not bad. But dressing up our chairs and kind of showing more personality shows the world like it's not always bad. It's just different.
Yeah. And if
you make of it sort of thing and how you...
Yeah.
And if you make it go pew pew, it makes it better.
Yeah, always. We had one that had Nerf darts in it, and they were like air pressure Nerf darts. That was an actual pew pew that left bruises.
I feel like we've been outdone there, Kirby.
Yeah.
Ours didn't actually fire anything.
Yet.
Well, I mean, we have to plan what rules we're going to break next year. So.
True.
Yeah, because Jonny and I are still really keen on doing another build.
Yeah, we'd love to.
Whether it's done around World with Matt and Jesse or other people, whether we pull together a team on this side of the world and do something on this side.
Yeah.
It's still something we want to do, whether it's we do it on this podcast or we pull together a team.
That would be fun.
Like Jonny and I have, because the whole idea of this podcast was just Sean saying like Jonny and I get along really well together. We should put it on video form and share it to the world, and it's kind of working. But we also want to do projects in that. So one of the things that we've done is we challenged each other to build lightsabers, and we learned of each other, and people could do that. So we want to do other kind of projects and make these projects bigger. And instead of doing a recorded video where this is how we built it, it's just kind of have a community that's there with us while we're building it.
Yeah.
Amazing. Watch the creative process in real time.
Yeah, because I think that's one thing that a lot of making videos you can lose out, is that it looks really easy, but you're cutting out the points where you're just scratching your head for an hour trying to figure out how you're going to do something.
You didn't see the other 12 hours that weren't recorded. That was someone just sat there going back and forth, trying to make one little sword piece look perfect.
I have the same issue with cooking videos, and all the ingredients are portioned out all perfect, and they whip it out in 10 minutes. It doesn't happen like that.
They're all in little glass bowls ready to go.
Yes.
You have to use your Japanese knife that costs $3,000 to cut it
Yeah.
perfectly 0.5 millimeter. And if you do it wrong, it ruins the recipe. It's just like, just throw some spaghetti and some Cheetos in there, and you're good.
You're exhausted by the time your cute little bowls are all ready, and no.
Yeah.
Well, I think it would be awesome to build with you guys.
Yeah,
I'm ready when you are. If you want to find a kiddo that's close to you, we can start looking.
I remember last year we were fiddling around with your map, and we saw there was a kid in Ireland, and I think one or two in the UK. I mean, right now we're in a national lockdown, so I don't know how long that's going to last for, but we will. It's definitely something.
We'll definitely be in
we're chatting with Sean
touch,
about it as well. I know Chinlu wants to plan a proper reunion, either tomorrow or the next day on here. Get everybody in, get Jess, Matt, try get Luke and Karen in, and get everybody in, and we can maybe sit there and
just reminisce about last year and
maybe knock out an idea for something new, or a kind of like some sort of plan for doing something new.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, Annie and I, our session was just reminiscing, but we felt like we were missing everyone. So it'd be cool to do it again right here.
Yeah. I know Matt and Jesse just got back from Disney World today. So they're
not jealous either.
They're a bit tired and that, so they're gonna jump on tomorrow. But doing another build with you guys will be really fun, and we can. I'll get hold of Mike Puckett, who knows quite a few people at the SolidWorks offices in the UK, and then we can get them involved as well. And hopefully we can start doing builds on this side, because
I mean, even if there's a lockdown, if we can get the measurements and kind of your general keep out envelope virtually, like you guys can start being creative. While you're still hunkered down.
It's essentially what the challenge that we had with our build.
You've already done this.
Yeah. The bike that we were using to make a round was in Canada, and we were designing it here in the UK, and it got assembled and delivered in the States. So we've had to deal with
I'm sure we'll
being apart already.
Yeah, that was why we've never had a magic filter have to clear customs. So thanks for that.
Yeah, we've
love an extra challenge.
Yeah, we
what is it? Like, no, you don't understand.
Yeah, I did a project with Bethesda, and I had to make the BFG from Doom, from the new one in 2016. I had to make like a miniature version, and obviously this was an NDA'd item. No one had seen it before. And she got pulled over in customs on the way to States to go and present this. And they're like, what is this? And it's like, it's a gun from a game. And they're like, what game? It's like, I can't tell you. It's from Star Trek. I managed to get away with it. So it's...
Oh my gosh.
It's always fun trying to... I mean, I got pulled over a plane because I had gun parts in my bag from an airsoft rifle. That was fun to explain. But yeah, it's dealing with customs can always be fun and always make it a unique memory.
I think one of our builders was just going from Seattle to San Diego Comic-Con, and he had all of the air compressors for those Nerf darts I was telling you about, and TSA was not excited. They were like, sure. What are you blowing up?
Yeah, wires or pipes tends to make them a bit sweaty.
I mean, it's,
exactly.
Yeah, it's quite exciting, and it always looks like that the builds are just getting bigger and bigger and bolder and more complicated and that, which is always really exciting to see. I mean,
we want them to be scaled to whoever is making them. We don't want to scare people off.
Yeah, of course.
So definitely, I think we say bigger and bigger, but I'm like, it would be cool if they could fit through some doors sometimes. Or be able to like pop off. Like one of our Wonder Woman invisible jet looks like a solid plane, but the wings popped right off so she could go through the convention floor doors and whatnot. But we've had some that didn't. That's okay. We're learning.
Yeah, with I mean, Matt and Jesse's build, the Beauty and the Beast one, that was a nice little compact one. I mean, if they don't end up using the table and that, she still has those props that she can use and all that. So it does feel very modular in that way. Whereas the one that we built, it's a lot more rigid. It's not as versatile.
It is what it is. Obviously, Matt and Jesse's had Chip and what's the teapot called, Kirby?
What?
Mrs. Potts and Chip, the little cup, which you could unbolt from the table and obviously sort of still use once maybe she, was outgrown the sort of rest of the costume or whatever you want to say. But
yeah, I mean,
it was nice that Matt had built that sort of aspect into it, whereas ours, I think, was sort of that is what you see and what you get.
Yeah, you got. There's a lot of like really smart people just doing really crazy stuff with these builds, which is really exciting. They're kind of pushing the limits to what you just see. It's putting a bunch of good minds together, and I think 3D Experience will in that. You got engineers from NASA, and it'll be awesome to get those kind of people to jump in as well. And
we've had kids ask for spaceships. Like, let's make them accurate.
Yeah. You can't ask for any better for a NASA engineer to do your spaceship costume, surely.
Can you imagine? That would be so cool. I mean, every Magic Culture we've done so far, I feel like has hours and hours of backstory that we never have the time or the venue to tell. But maybe someday we can find a way to share more of the behind the scenes.
See, so I see Brad said happy late birthday to Johnny. It was Johnny's birthday yesterday.
Aww,
and then
happy birthday.
Mike Puckett.
Thanks.
Johnny's looking tired. Johnny's
my first birthday in the country in 3 years.
Yeah. These. I think Mike Puckett is in the chat now. He can help us get involved with doing a Magic wheelchair build in the States. In the UK, with the teams that he works with in the UK.
Well, you let me know when to start finding families, and I will jump on it.
Yeah, we know exactly where to get hold of you, and hopefully I will chat tomorrow or the next day. I know Anne and Chenlu and Johnny are busy putting together. Maybe we can hash out a rough idea and just start putting something together.
I told them I'll hop on whenever, but I just wanted to say hi to you guys because it's been a year and I haven't had a lot of human contact in a year.
I don't think we have either.
Yeah, I mean, you've had seeing on Facebook and that you had a bit of a rough ride in that stuff.
Yeah,
going into the hospital and that stuff, and
like totally unplanned. I was quarantined and I didn't have COVID and I still managed to do that.
That's good. It's really good. And
it's great.
And you're making little kids happy at the same time during a global pandemic.
I mean, my experience, which you saw following on social, turned into we got a law passed to make what happened to me illegal. So that's kind of like a
just casually, just
no big deal. Hey, here's a law. Try it again.
Yeah,
try it again.
Making kiddos happy and getting laws passed.
I mean, that's a strange resume, but I'm down with it. I'm here for it.
It's fine. I've made rules made too, but it's about breaking my ankle, and people aren't allowed on stages anymore at Mike Puckett's event. So.
Amazing. Well, I don't want to keep the focus too long, but I just wanted to say hi and thank you guys for fundraising, doing the live stream. It's so cool.
If anyone hasn't seen yet, we are raising some funds for Magic Wheelchair. There's a little donate button in in the description, you can see we've already smashed our target for today, which is amazing. $157 so far.
That's such a cool feature that you can just add on.
Yeah.
So I'm
And then
grateful you guys took it up.
And then when people donate, it shows a little jingle and one of your little animations from your magic wheelchair thing.
Cute. Maybe I'll donate just so I can see the jingle because I'm curious.
I think Kirby has to press the button, so it is, if you remember.
No, it doesn't show the GIF. I've got to go into a different way to do it. But yeah, and it tracks everything like that. And by then,
it's great.
I'm busy chatting with someone to try and get some official Jack Daniel's swag sent to us to be given away to someone random that donated. So that's hopefully that gets delivered. Because they're busy in their end of their fiscal year, so they don't have much stock. But
yeah,
I do want to plan. We want to have a whole episode with you guys at some point, and do a charity stream and have some fun. And we can.
Yeah, we have some cool stuff to show still, so
yeah,
I'd be down to share it with you guys.
And we can plan that out, and we can have a lot of fun.
Okay.
Okay, I see Mike wants to jump in. Yes, there.
Cool.
I'll say hi to Mike and then I'll pop off.
Excellent.
No, but thanks for jumping on. It's good to catch up, and I'm sure we'll see you again this week. And
yeah, for sure.
There he is. He's not in his studio anymore. You're on mute, Mike.
There we are. How's it going? Is that better?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I'm actually in the office. I'm back and forth between the studio and the office, studio and the office today. So I just wanted to drop in and say hi. I saw you guys were still on. Let me close off.
Yep.
Still going.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here. We're actually just launched. Model Mania just started. Well, actually 10 minutes ago, I guess. So we're just monitoring the behind the scenes technology that's running it, and starting to see a few submissions come in already 10 minutes in. So
yeah, that's why I didn't enter. Like that's way too fast.
There's hundreds of people signed up. It's incredible.
That's great. And you can be at two places at the same time as well.
Yeah, actually, we don't. Yeah, we're not tracking the. Well, in my interface, I'm not seeing the country, but I'm seeing a lot of plus numbers in the phone, the phone numbers.
Yeah.
So international numbers there.
I'm sure you can. You'll be able to track it.
Yeah.
With the registration.
Yeah, but thought it's cool that Mark Schneider did a really good job with it to get it to go up and going.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
So, yeah, Johnny, you're looking a little tired there.
I'm always tired, Mike.
It's his face. I mean, at some point there he is.
Yeah. There. Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Come over me. All work and no sleep.
So we started Sunday morning at 6:00 my time. I was up, and basically in the office by 6:30, getting things going on for certification day. Then worked most of Sunday, and then yesterday up again about 6:30 in the studio. I think we had rehearsal at 8 a.m. We had to go on at 11. So it's been a long couple of days. You can still hear the emails going off in the background probably. But yeah, I ended up going to bed at 7:30 last night. Local time. I just needed to. So, but that's definitely one of the different things about 3D Experience World Virtual is being able to do that and be able to avoid the hotel lobby bar.
Yes, it keeps you up. Johnny and I just made our own lobby bar.
Yeah. So
yeah,
but
basically that's what we've done this year is made our own bar to chat with all the cool people we normally hang out with and stop going to bed.
Yeah. No, it's still been fun. I mean, I know there's been a few issues here and there with logging in and platforms and stuff like that. But it's getting there.
I mean, I found with all the issues, the community's gotten together to help fix it and then spread the word on how to fix the problems. Which
I mean, even I was pitching in last night.
Yeah, it's but yeah, in fact, I'm looking at emails now coming in about there's some different things and how to solve things. But yeah, it's technology, right? And it is what it is. It's always hard to kind of flesh out all the questions or all the situations right from the beginning. But luckily we don't. I guess we don't have to really perfect it this year. because we hopefully won't need it next year.
Yeah,
So,
hopefully.
No. It'd be good to actually see everyone again in person and have a magic wheelchair reveal again. I'm sure Christine would love that.
I mean, I just got my second vaccine, so in 2 weeks I'm gonna pretend like I'm invincible until we learn more science.
I'm down the list quite a way,
yeah. I'm pretty. My risk level is rather extremely low, so I'm fine letting everybody else go ahead of me that needs it more than anybody. More than me. And I think that's at least over here in the U.S. I know they're kind of structured it like that. They although my cousin, my cousin who works from home as a billing person for a big medical or insurance company, she qualified as essential workers for healthcare, and she already has hers. And so the rules are the rules, I guess. So, but it's good to see at least the older people with other underlying conditions that really need it. I mean, it's pretty clear who gets it, or who suffers with it the most, which is good to focus on them.
Well, here in the UK, we're now battling the South African variant, which apparently the Oxford vaccine doesn't do too well against.
Yeah.
Which is exciting.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
they're on about a booster for that now as well.
Yeah. The UK variant that was discovered in the same county as me, so I'm like right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, well, we'll get through it. It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I built a whole bar in my backyard, so I'm good.
I did see your
UK.
You running in the video this morning.
Yeah, me running with my lightsaber.
Yep, that was pretty fun.
When they posted saying it's like we need people running, I was like, I've got the perfect video for that. Like, I didn't even make that video for it. I have it. There's a second part to it where I'm running that way in the light, and I run back in the dark with it glowing.
Mm. Oh, okay, yeah.
There's a two-parter. Hopefully they put both parts in at some point.
Yeah, it seems like they're doing a little bit of fun. I haven't each day so far. It looks like they're going to do that. So, yeah, it was kind of the Home Alone skit was pretty funny. It was neat to see that return to general session this year.
Yeah. We missed out on the little skit thing, but I'm sure we can find a link to watch it.
Yeah, it's actually on YouTube on the Solver's YouTube channel.
Oh yeah,
the whole general session is there already.
Yeah, I know they're doing the late viewing. The replays at 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, okay. It's there on YouTube now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it on YouTube, or listened to it on YouTube in the car on the way home from work. So yeah, you can get it pretty.
Yeah, it's good that you're using YouTube and not some like random video thing, so that a lot more people that are familiar with it can just jump into it and carry on as normal. Especially when there's little errors here and there.
Yep. Nope. Sounds great. Well, I just wanted to check in to you guys. I saw you guys are still on, and just wanted to. I'm sitting here. I'm gonna finish up my lunch and get back to that and answer a few emails that are coming in. Still.
Oh,
so
excellent.
I think the day is almost over. It's kind of hard to figure out this whole schedule.
Yeah, from what I can see, it's 5:15 is the end of the last breakout. And then it's highlights of the day.
Yes, that's 2:15. We got a couple more hours here, so I haven't been able to get into any sessions. I guess there's some limits on sessions that they're writing into according to an email I just got. But the recordings are being made 48 hours. So I'm trying to understand what they're asking me about. And everyone's figuring it out.
Let's go figure it. Go play on your little machines for a bit, on your arcade boxes.
Yeah, the studio needs to be repaired a little bit. We were moving stuff or unplugging and plugging things yesterday to make it work with our company. So probably go back in there at some point and get all those cables reconnected the right way.
Yeah, put it back to the way it was. Restore it to its former glory.
There you go. Yep. All right, guys. Take care. Enjoy.
Excellent. Thanks for popping in.
Bye, Mike. Thanks for popping in again.
Bye.
I'm gonna bounce.
Oh,
I was just lurking on that one. I've got it's only noon over here, so I gotta pop in to a noon meeting.
No worries. Yeah.
Okay. No, but thanks for coming and popping by.
Excellent.
Jealous
Thank
of
you
your
very
dinner
much.
and your drinks. Good to see you guys.
Yes, hopefully we'll see you
Hey,
again.
it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
That's That's what they say. All right, see ya.
Best saying
See you
ever.
later. Bye.
I wonder if I go far enough back, I can make it like I'm in the crowd. Let's see if that works back on the stream. I probably lost my voice there a little bit. Ooh, piece of candy.
Piece of candy, yeah.
Why is my Slack blowing up?
Oh, who knows?
It worked well. Are you watching back the stream?
It's up the top. Oh, you have done it. Oh my god, that's perfect. I looked up and it was just you, like.
I'll wait for the image to pop up again and I'll do it again.
So Annie just emailed me back, so I've copied Sean and Matt and everyone in. We'll try and get a time that works.
Oh, that's why everything's blowing up on the champion Slack. It's the Model Mania. 10 minutes. Hell's
Dude,
no.
No thanks.
Hell's
no.
No. I think Cam has sent the image. No, he hasn't. Oh, I can do it now. Look, it's me.
Sorry, Will. Brilliant. Brilliant AM.
I don't expect that. That was completely unintentional.
I've been keeping up well with the comments today on YouTube. I feel like I've done us a good service for once.
You know, Johnny, that you are live on the stream as well, and you can just be like, don't forget to give Model Mania a go if you haven't already. You could just say it.
What?
Like, 80% of our comments will be you. I just love this. It's like they're looking at me. I'm the best thing.
Yeah,
ever.
yeah.
Okay.
Nah, it's all good.
Which way are we looking?
I'm excited for tomorrow now. I think it'll be good. Perfect. Great.
Let's see how that popped up.
It pops up perfectly. Will we get any other visitors tonight or not?
We'll see. We'll probably after Model Mania.
What time's that shut tonight?
What time's my what tonight?
What time's it shut tonight?
It's 4
Model
hours.
Mania.
So I'm just taking note of that time so I can screenshot it for later. Because that was funny. That was fun. I need to try and find. I love this. It's Tuesday's general session, and then like because it's YouTube, it's finished, and now all the recommended videos are like Minecraft and Elon Musk and drones. Adam Savage. Agenda session catalog. Let's have a look, see what time Model Mania is. Because I mean, I reckon a lot of these people are doing that. I mean, like Mike was saying, that a lot of the there's a lot of people doing it at the moment, which to me it sounds like that's not normal. Because if you look at the Model Mania booth, there's maybe about 5 to 10 computers, and people are taking turns like that. But now you've got like hundreds of people are doing it at the same time.
All doing it at once.
So I wonder if like the usual people who are up on the top are going to be knocked off their pedestal.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, you've obviously opened up to the full world as well, rather than people that can travel.
Yeah. Are my plosives popping?
What?
When I say a plosive, it sounds like in my ear I'm popping with my plosives. When it like pa or ba. Maybe a little bit. I need to get my little thing out somewhere so I can stop that from happening. So it doesn't pop in my mic as much.
Nice of Christine to pop by anyway.
Yeah, it was good. It was good to get people to jump in and say hi. Maybe we'll get Rachel in one day. We miss you, Rachel. Model Mania. maybe just searching model in a 3D CAD conference.
It's not the best idea.
This is not the best idea.
Roundabout.
Okay, this is... Nothing's popping up.
Is it not like a separate thing on the planet? You know, the little world thing?
I don't know. No, yeah, it's under 3D Experience Platform Playground. It's separate. Should turn off my mic while I'm eating the snacky snacks.
Snack.
It doesn't say how long. Let's bookmark the session and see what it says. 8:15. So like in 10 minutes, people are going to start popping out. Hopefully, we'll see if anyone comes in the next hour and see what the plan is. Because I mean, if we finish off in the next hour or so, that'll be a good place to leave it. That'll be a solid
definitely.
5-hour stream.
Yeah, they've only got 10 minutes left, like you say. I think Mark will probably not Mark, Mike will probably pop back. Might get Josh and the rest of them coming back just to
Eric and
round up the day. Yeah, Eric, Dan and all them.
Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. I mean, Dan, I can tell he's sitting in his office because that's where he always does.
Yeah, I think a few people will be.
So like, this would be the kind of point where people are starting to head on home.
Yep.
So that will be. So we'll see if people pop on towards the end of the day. I mean, with Mike, like, his timing is very, very early compared to Eastern.
Yeah, exactly. It's early morning for him, pretty much. 8 or 9 hours behind, so it's like 11 o'clock in the morning.
I quite like this schedule that we have.
Yeah, it works. What
because it's for you and me, we're the night owls of world. We're out in the night and during the day. Like we're just awake the whole time.
Yeah.
This is where we thrive. The afternoon into the evening. It's a good spot for us. It's where we keep going.
So we do our best work.
Also, I'm off. I don't want to have to drive tomorrow because my car is covered in so much snow, and I don't have a de-icing kit, and I don't have a scraper. And guess how I get those? I drive to the shops.
No, you don't. You order one off Amazon now, quickly.
I'll probably just buy a bottle at the off license and just pay like an extra £3 more.
Yeah, at least.
Quid is pound.
Quid equals pound.
I was looking at it like in Asda they've got the 70 CLs, which is normal. They're usually about £16 to £18 depending on the day. But then the 1 litre, that's 36.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It's like double the price for a little bit extra. Got Brad. Oh, Brad. We haven't chatted with him yet today.
Yeah.
Welcome. You're on mute, just to let you know. Everybody goes on mute first.
Sounds good.
Excellent. How are you doing?
Doing okay. Aside from fighting my IT support issues that my IT department created.
They're not letting you view.
Commons do, bro. Come on.
Just a view, right?
Yeah. Is it not letting you view all the sites that you need to look at?
Oh no, say I have a VPN and then my work has a VPN, and so they kind of fight each other. So I've had to I've had to disable disable them to do what I need to do.
Yeah, all the troubles of working from home and all that.
Yeah.
I know my boss wants me to try set that up so I can start working from home. I'll be like, I'd rather sit in traffic. It's much easier.
You love it.
I can listen to my podcast and my books.
I've been working from home since March. Since last March, and it's not a big deal. So,
well, because I work in a manufacturing facility, and I'm the guy who makes all the builds for the printers and has to put them on the printers. I have to be in, so I've been going in all year. It's kind of nice because the traffic's much less.
Yeah, I'm sure. Plus, it's probably quieter in the building as well.
Well, we went down from 10 people in the office to 2. So everybody else went on furlough while me and this other guy basically kept everything going for the first 6 months.
I want to know how you do it because I have to be in work every single day.
I don't know. That's just the way it goes. When they tell me to, they say, "Hey, you need to be at work." All right.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. I mean, if with the less traffic, instead of filling up my car every week, I'm filling it up every 2 weeks. Like that's how much traffic I used to sit in. I can't be asked to go back into that once things open up in the next year.
Hopefully. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, that's just why I won't live in London. I don't like traffic. Stick to the north, Kirby.
I do want to go a bit north, slightly more north. So what sessions have you been to today, Brad?
Mine was large assembly stuff because we are upgrading to 2020. I did the large assembly. I also did assembly visualization tool because again, I work in a field with 10, 20,000 parts and sub-assemblies and stuff inside of
those must be so cool to look at. Like whenever I see these big assemblies with thousands of parts in, I'll be like, that's cool.
It can be, but then if you don't have the right machine, which some of our users don't, I'm stuck having to fix all of that.
I can imagine. Like it's one of those things where, from an outside perspective, it's completely different to someone who deals with it every day. I'm sure Jonny knows all that with oil rigs and that, with all the piping he had to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fun when it gets to large assembly and all you've got is lines and lines of pipe.
Yeah.
I mean, when I'm dealing with like £1 million machines, 3D printers, massive SLS, people are like, that's so cool. It's like, it's hot, it's smelly, there's powder everywhere. It's not that nice. But
I work in a weld shop with just giant machines. Big, when I say big machines, we're 7, 8 axles underneath the truck.
Nice.
So yeah,
I've always been fascinated with big machines and machinery and operating machines with like a massive red button on it. It's just, I've always enjoyed
different scale, isn't
industrial type grade stuff. I mean,
yeah.
Whenever I see very large like mining equipment being moved with these massive like 2-lane wide trucks and that, it's just so interesting to kind of see it and try and figure out what it is, where it's going to go, and just my mind's always just gone to that kind of stuff of just fascinated with big machinery and that.
Yeah, we have a limit, but of what we do. But here, I'm trying to pull up a picture here so I can show it to you here. I'll set it as my background so you can see it. If that'll work. It's a tiny picture.
I think your camera's off.
I know. I turned it off for a reason. My kids keep running in and out of here.
Right. It's okay. I've got people behind me all the time, so.
Yeah, didn't you threw a green screen up, right?
Yeah, I'm using my green screen. Usually it's just the Lego. It's just because I'm live for so long, and I've got my living room over there, and you got to walk through here to get to the kitchen. This just allows a way that my wife can also move through the house without getting in the way of the camera.
Yeah, I can see where that would be kind of a problem.
Yeah.
Luckily, I'm in a dungeon downstairs. It used to be a recording studio.
All right.
You're dropping fat beats. Just
negative.
Negative from that. Love it.
Negative. No, I actually was I used to tour with musicians and stuff as I did like audio and stuff for metal bands. It was pretty fun. But When I was doing practice down here, it would shake the house. I would routinely go upstairs and find things removed off the walls.
Yeah.
Where when you have a bass guitar running, it shakes everything.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine who had like a metal band would just go into their tiny little basement and just listen to them practice, and like you're just standing right next to these amps for like a couple of hours just listening to them play. Like, I'm surprised I'm not deaf.
That's one of those things. Let's try it again. There you go. There's one of my trucks.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, my big old head's in the way here. Let's scoot it out of the way a little bit. There you go. That one's a medium-sized one.
A medium size.
Yeah, that one's got 3 axles in the back and 1 in the front, and the boom extends to 105 feet.
That's crazy.
So, but that one right there actually has a digger on one side, so you can actually swing the boom over to one side and dig a 6-foot deep hole, 6 foot wide in one shot.
There's I can't remember what the YouTube channel's called, but they do a lot of miniature RC machinery. So one thing that they do is they've got like a challenge that they do each week where they drive around miniature semi trucks, and they've got to load them with miniature forklifts in this like miniature factory, and they've got to follow all the rules of proper PPE and that, and it's got to be so far off the ground before you move the forklift. But they also do miniature gold mines, so they would put a bit of gold inside the soil, and then they'll build this miniature gold mine with all these machines and make this whole it sorts out the rocks from the gold, and it cleans all the rocks and all that stuff, and it's madness.
That's insane.
It's just some dudes who just hang out and do this every week. I think I can try and find it.
If I had that kind of resources, it'd be a little bit more, I guess, more better. I don't know.
So I mean, like, I love big machines, but I love when those big machines are made miniature and they work the exact same way.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to have a bunch of Lego sets that were like that, the remote controlled Lego sets, and I had a forklift and a crane, and when I was a kid.
Yeah, those are really cool. There was one that I wanted to get, which was a Mack truck. That was Lego Technic, and I was just like, that was just so beautiful, because a lot of the Technic stuff, it looks like Lego Technic, and this was the first time that it didn't look like Lego Technic. It looked like it looked pretty well done. Let me see if I can find these. But yeah,
managed to catch general session then, Brad?
Yeah, I did. Tried to kind of cruise to the live chat and hang out with everybody there.
Yep.
I do like the whole $9 a month kind of $9 US a month for makers, because like I have a side gig where I help people out some on the side, and I legally cannot, per my company policies, use the software.
Yeah, exactly.
Ultec. I think Brad from Impact Props knows Ultec. He's just screaming in chat, Ultec. Interesting.
No more explanation than Ultec with 3 exclamation marks. But...
Yeah.
I don't see the chat. I guess it hasn't.
It's in YouTube.
It's on like the YouTube window, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this whole session is live streamed to YouTube as well, so we got people watching there as well.
Do you? Let's see if I can find it again here.
The Core Podcast. In the meantime, let me share my screen. I can show you these guys that do the loading wars, is what it's called.
Loading wars.
I've got one of their videos. Let's get down in here as well. Share my screen.
We got Dan back as well.
Hey, I recognize that character.
There it is. So yeah, here are these guys that they've got these tiny little forklifts, and they've got to load these these trucks, and they've got to kind of stick within the lines, and there's a bunch of rules and challenges that they've got to do. And but like in this video, you can see on the right, they do kind of the trucks have to move through very small restrained areas, but they also do these big little digger things. So that they'll build a little mine, and then they'll sit and use these remote controlled machines to mine gold.
I mean, it must be fun having this kind of funds laying around just to do this, because that stuff's not cheap.
Exactly.
A lot of these things these guys are building themselves. So it's just, if you're going to mine for gold, why not do it with miniature vehicles?
Oh, that they were in hard hats.
Yeah, RC Spark Studio. So I came across this and I got really addicted to their stuff. It's just really interesting.
That's pretty cool.
I love it. Is my mic working?
Yes.
We can hear you just fine.
Were you in the Model Mania?
I think I did okay, but well, so I went to do the simulation. I used legit simulation to do the factor of safety, and it said we can't write to this folder. Error, freeze.
Right.
I had to kill SolidWorks, open it again. Everything was saved, but use Sim Express. It probably cost me like 3 minutes.
What time do you think you got?
I know I got 14. Let's go. 14:05, and it probably would have been 11 or 12.
Yeah. We had Mike in here, and he was telling us some of the times that people were getting already. But I think we'll leave that one. You can watch it back, but
I don't need to block out some time for an award ceremony later.
Yeah, but we won't spoil it. I mean, you can go to like 20 minutes before.
Yeah, he was hanging around about 20 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah, while doing the admin stuff on the background, which is quite cool. It's quite interesting how so many people can be at two places at once. And I hope you have a beer.
Best of a beer or a whiskey, Ed.
You're on mute, Ed.
Ed doesn't even know he's here.
We don't half the time.
Now, Kirby, what's the name of your podcast again on YouTube? Because I want to send it out to some people.
The Core Podcast.
The Call?
Core. CORE.
The Core, okay. It's on the Zoom chat, Brad, if you want to just grab the link from there, if it's easier for you.
All right, got it right here. I found it.
Are we on the podcast now?
Yes.
So,
I mean, it just means people can join in on the chat if they want to see what kind of people are hanging around the world and try and get them kind of see the kind of conversations that people are having in the hallways of world.
There you go. Oh God, there's an ugly looking bald man on your YouTube channel.
It's not me. Mine's great. I think it was you. It was at Dallas that you got your tattoo at Elm Street.
Yep, that was me.
I remember you saying to me, "It's like I'm going there. You should come with." I was like, "Nah, I've got some other things to do." And then I was watching, what do you call it, Tattoo Masters, and then they mentioned Ink Masters, and it's just Oliver Peck, Elm Street Tattoos. I was like, "Wait a minute, what did I miss out on?" Yeah, so I need to go back to Dallas now.
Yep. Yeah, he's not on the show anymore, but his shop is still just booming as it has been.
Are we wearing hats now? We're wearing hats.
I figure if I'm going to be on a podcast, I'm going to do something special.
I've got hats too.
You got hats too. Well, I've got a SolidWorks hat, so.
Dang, I ain't got a nice hat.
This is my Flight hat.
Kirby wears that while he plays Flight Simulator.
All right. I only wear this while I'm battling at work.
Daddy's hat as well.
There you go.
Ed's just come into this and he's wondering what the hell is happening.
Pretty much.
Well, like I was saying, I hope you got a beer with you at least.
Well, I'm wearing a beer hat, but I don't have a beer with me.
Ed, don't be ashamed. Hold on, if I get my picture here, show up.
I've got.
Here. Hey.
You want to make that public?
With the way things
some more on this side as well.
Whiskey will hit the spot a lot better. So
a lot quicker.
There you go. Did you take all that stuff home you went to did you bring a bunch of whiskey back to England with you from Jack Daniels?
Johnny still hasn't gotten his back from his parents.
Oh.
I flew back, right, left my suitcase at my parents, a few of the clothes, and then we went into lockdown.
Didn't your bag get lost?
Since. Yeah, my bag got lost for 2 weeks with like $300 worth of whiskey in it.
Lost. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, exactly. I was expecting it to come back like half empty.
Johnny, they opened that bad boy up and they said, "Yeah, we're gonna hold on to this."
Yeah, exactly.
It's full, but it's half water.
My special blend Jack Daniels is actually like just water with some food coloring in it now.
The thing is, like with mine, I finished my bottle in a month. I was like, it's fine. I'm going back next year.
Yeah. Nope.
Kirby planned to buy more this year. Last year when we were there, he's like, I think we're coming back next year, so I won't get too much.
Yeah, we all thought the same.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where
It's
do you
all
think
right.
it's gonna be next year?
Anybody heard where the new location is going to be?
I know it starts with an A. That's as much as I
have
know.
a clue. That's it.
I think it's going to be in Austin, Texas.
I think so
It's
too.
either Austin, Anaheim, or Atlanta is the three guesses I have.
I thought Atlanta. That's just too
Because-
disappointing.
I think Mike was saying at some point, he said that this is going to be. No, it was GP said that it's going to be
GP
the
said,
biggest
yeah.
venue they've ever booked.
Okay.
So Anaheim Convention Center is 1.3 million square feet.
Austin's got a fairly big convention center too.
Yeah, they've never done
There's
any of
also
those
some good
places.
steakhouses near Austin that I've been told about.
Some good breweries around Austin.
Yeah, don't forget about us.
Well, I don't know if I'm allowed in. I don't have a full beard, just the chin.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Well,
And
you got more than Johnny.
Is root beer, so
You just spread it out. It's more than Johnny.
There we go. I'll just kind of sit like this.
How you doing?
Yeah, Johnny's lacking behind a bit though.
I had a shave this weekend, thank you.
So
Right,
Brad,
so what's next?
Brad, are you quite excited to see the Jason Paul talk and that stuff?
Yep.
Obviously, because he works with bikes and that, and I know you love your bikes.
Yeah. So I've actually reached out to him after the whole thing we did yesterday, and talked to him about maybe even doing a user group meeting for me and all kinds of stuff. So
the energy that he gives off is just he wants to do. He wants to get involved. Johnny and I want to try and get him on because I noticed in the chat when I sat down and I showed him a bottle of whiskey, first thing he says like, "Kirby knows how to party."
That's right.
I was just like, yes. So we want to
Yes,
try
we
and get
are.
him onto this podcast as well, either this week or in a whole episode. But I also want to get him to come and present to my user group meeting. The way he speaks, the way he presents himself, it just oozes inspiration.
Super enthusiastic.
You get hyped up because of the way that he presents, and you kind of want to take that and push that into something that you're working on. That's what I got from that little thing, that the little chat that we had, or the presentation. But yeah, I've got his email as well.
Did anyone else have problems getting into the Q&A stuff? I couldn't get into any of them. Still can't.
Yeah, we've had a few people saying that, Ed.
Mike was saying he's getting a couple of emails, and I think they're trying to figure out what the problem is. But it seems like there's a cap on how many people can enter a session.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think they.
It must be in the hundreds though, because I saw one session that was close to 100.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people saying that they can't get into certain ones, and I'm wondering if maybe when they planned this thing, they didn't expect it to be as big as it was.
Or it's also kind of the way that to join meetings isn't like you can't just go onto your agenda, look at your calendar, and click on it and join it. That doesn't seem to be working. So I think a lot of people are still trying to do that and don't know you've got to search for it in the session catalog.
Yeah, I know some people have done that. Some people add it to their favorites. I got in on one of them early, just when it kicked off before it started broadcasting, still got denied. So
yeah,
I've been opening mine up about like 10, 15 minutes before they start and just having it in a separate tab in the browser because I'm pretty sure it is a first come, first served basis. That's what I thought I'd been hearing or seen in an email that they sent out a couple days ago to definitely get in early.
Hey Luke, welcome to the thing. If you want to, there's a link in the description if you want to join in this conversation and jump into the chat as well. I'll text you the code to get in. Sorry, carry on.
So, they said something like 35,000 people joined in for this thing, so I'm not sure if they expected anybody.
Which is quite interesting because there's only about 3,500 people watching the general session.
Yeah, I'm wondering if those people are the ones that are competed, like the ones who've actually been here before.
You know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if people are saying, I'm here for the free training and their work lets them come, general session doesn't count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could just be people that that don't necessarily that are here for one thing and one thing only.
Yeah, I signed up to get, I saw there's a session on this particular thing, so I'm gonna sign up for the whole thing, so that counts towards the tally.
Also, maybe more experienced people know what the Monday general session is all about by this point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was saying it earlier. At normal world, whenever there's someone who doesn't really know what is going on, there's hundreds of people that can give you the answer because everybody that's been here before knows the deal, know what to expect. Where with this,
and you run into them in these real hallways.
Yeah, with this one, you don't really have an idea of. No one's done this before, so it's just everybody's reaching, trying to figure out at the same time. But it is interesting how the community is getting together to fix.
Harry, I've enjoyed watching it. Now I can say that I've literally seen someone herding cats.
So 329. Where's everyone going now?
Oh, dogs. I'm up
Mastering
to
file
Dave.
translations.
I'm going up to Dave Mandel's Surface and Edge ID.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I have this off. I have this section off until, let me check my schedule again, until 4:30. I just needed to take some time to figure out work stuff in here in the middle of it.
Yeah.
I'm debating doing Dave Mandel's or industrial equipment design in a web browser, but meh.
I mean, it's quite convenient for both Johnny and I because general session starts at 3 p.m. So
there you go.
Everything's just late afternoon. So Johnny's knocking off work. I took the whole week off, for everything, and we're just chilling in the afternoon. It's much easier. We don't have to compete with work.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at Mike, who's always involved in all of these things, for him it's ridiculous hours for him.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So I think general session starts at like 3 in the morning, maybe even earlier.
Yeah. That just seems pretty intensive.
Well, there's a general session repeat at 8 p.m. Eastern.
That's true.
So, but I mean, it's the YouTube video is still there, so you can go and watch it anytime.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put you guys on low volume so I can listen to my next presentation. So
yeah, I'm gonna go join mine.
2 places at once. That's great.
Yeah. Maybe I'll have a beer in my hand after this one, Kirby.
You're the best.
Excellent. Then you'll send us BME stickers. Hopefully.
Yeah, I think I'll do Dave Mandel.
Yeah. Brad, so what bikes do you have? I think I've asked you at World last time, but it's always an interesting conversation.
What, bags?
Bikes.
Oh, okay. So currently, I as of last year, or as of January this year, I've traded out a bunch of all of my small bikes. I've got a touring Harley because my kids ride with me. They're 7 and 9, so they needed something with a big seat and stuff. So I'm riding a giant couch. And then my brother just gave me a Suzuki to work on.
Oh, very
for
nice.
my wife to ride. It's a 79 Suzuki GS 850, little bitty thing, but it scoots.
Yeah, I've been looking at Harleys of recent, which isn't making my wife very happy. And also,
it's okay.
Honestly,
it also
Kirby
like
goes from thing to thing every month.
10 minutes down the road, there's a Harley store there. Well, there was. It's now closed down, which is quite disappointing because I wanted to go and just touch all the bikes, and just dream. But like, you can get a decent kind of entry level Harley, for reasonable price, even second hand or even brand new.
Yep.
The thing is, I don't have a technical bone in my body about motorbikes, and that I through university and my last 2 years of high school, I rode a bike into school every day. So I've ridden a lot of bikes, but if there's a problem, it's like, I don't know. Take it to someone. Yeah. They give it a kick and like $200.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's like most Harleys are fairly easily work, especially if they're early 2000s, before I'd say 2007, you can do most of the work on them with a flathead screwdriver, Phillips head screwdriver, and an adjustable wrench. Everything else is pretty much ancillary at that point.
Yeah. I mean, it's sorry, there's someone who's joining in.
I think it might be Adam Ebernickel.
Yes. It's. I mean, nowadays, if there's a general problem that most people have, there's a YouTube video to do it. Or there is, some person on a Reddit or somewhere that can help you out.
Yep, and that's when we were talking about Reddit yesterday for the user groups. I've been kind of floating in that more, trying to help out, not like promoting user groups, but answering questions.
We were chatting a bit about it yesterday. So I've had bad experience with Reddit, because when I was doing all my prop stuff, I would post it on there, just being like, I'm making this cool stuff. Here it is. If you want to download it, here's the link. And they just started hammering hard. But it was driving traffic. It was working. Eventually, I got banned because I was just like, look, I'm self-promoting, but I'm not. It's kind of like a gray area. I'm giving cool stuff, and people are reacting positively to it. But the company I was working for, the marketing side, saw that, this is actually kind of working. So they got the interns to create new accounts every day, go on there and just spam the 3D printing subreddits with it. So, like, because you're doing it in a smart way, in a way that I would do it, where you're in there, you're giving feedback, you being a part of the community, and you're also saying, I also run a user group, but you're not going on there just to promote the user group,
Yep.
So it's that's my worry, is that if we get given the go ahead, it's like, I'll just post it on Reddit. You'll get a few people that will just create an account, post it on Reddit, and just leave it there, not get involved in the community, and that could eventually lead to all the user groups to be like no user group promotion at all.
Yep.
So it has to be handled quite delicately in a sense.
He's got to learn how to play the Reddit game.
Yeah. Reddit is it's a beast.
Yeah, which is funny, because you had an entire stock market manipulated by a bunch of people on Reddit, but yet you can't promote your user group.
Oh, I'm making tons of stonks from that.
I'm sure.
I got into that Dogecoin so quickly, and I've doubled it in a week.
So did you hear about the people that have, they put $1,000 in GameStop, and then now they're kicking out they're selling it and making so much money that they're AMC, the movie theater, our local movie theater, was within weeks of shutting down because you can't go. And now they're letting people come in and rent the theater for $100 for a day.
Yeah, but that stock's dropping so quick now, though. I mean, it's went from $400 and something down to what's $49.62 right now for GameStop. And I actually made a little bit off AMC. I made about 7,000 off AMC, and then
that's really good.
Held on to it a little long. It dropped down. I made about 2,500 off of it, and then pulled and put some back in, and then of course I got Robinhood's messed up.
Yeah, that has dropped heavily. Yeah, I mean,
good job, hurt.
I put $30 into Dogecoin at last week. Like it's nothing. It's a burger and a beer somewhere. And I've doubled it, and it's probably going to go down a little bit, but it's going to be a little bit higher than where it was, because that's cryptocurrency just has that pattern of up and down, but a steady curve going up. So I put the price of a burger in there. If it does go anywhere in a year, 2 years, 3 years, I've invested not much, but I can make something out of it.
Do you think we got another Bitcoin on our hands with Dogecoin? Do you think it's going to go that high, or we've got to cap out?
I don't think that high, but I think it will get popular just because it's funny. It's a meme.
Yeah, it is a meme. There's really nothing to the Dogecoin. They're wanting to push it to $1 a share is what their target goal is. Whether they get there or not is another thing. But Bitcoin is soaring right now. Litecoin, Ethereum soaring right now. Bitcoin's being backed by being talked about by Elon Musk, so of course it's going to go up.
Yeah, and now even like Snoop Dogg is just posting about it as well, and just because it's shareable, it's funny, it's memeable, and that's pure. I have no clue really how it all works or anything. I just download one of the apps that someone suggested on the Reddit, and I was like, bought. And making me a little bit of pocket money here and there. And if it does go to $1 a share, that's taking my $30 to be about $600.
There you go.
Yeah, I always say don't take any more to the casino than you're willing to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I told my wife, and she's like, "You did what?" I'm like, "It's not our life savings. $30."
Yeah.
And it's just a friend of mine. He back in the day when Dogecoin came out, he had 3 machines with 2, I think 720 Ti's or something like that running, mining, and he got hundreds of thousands of coins from doing that now. And he's made so much money off it just from this little spike.
Yeah, I haven't invested in any of that kind of stuff. I like to play mine old school. I go to the casino and throw craps tables.
I
mean, like,
he's hoping for Vegas next year.
I didn't know Las Vegas started with an A.
Well, it's not that far from Anaheim.
That is very true. That's a good road trip.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
see where our heads are going, Brad.
I was watching a TV show here in the UK. In the UK, they love to promote these app casino games. So I decided, like, I'll just download it while I'm watching the TV show. And I made like £30 off it. Not much, but I put in £10. So I was like, okay, cool. But at the end of the hour that I played on, I was like, that was okay. I didn't enjoy it. I feel like gambling, it's more fun if you go with some friends, sit at the slots, at the tables and that, having a couple of beers, and it's about the social interaction versus the gambling of it. So for me, it's just I'm not interested really in these apps or anything like that. I'd rather be in the casino having fun, a couple of cocktails or beers, depending who you're with.
Oral.
But it can be quite fun. I mean, South Africa has a lot of big casinos, quite similar to, not the scale of Vegas, but big, like, take one casino in Vegas, that would be a casino in South Africa, and they have a couple of them dotted around. So they got these big resorts and that involved them, and there was one that was a 20-minute drive from where I lived, and we always used to go there, and I'd go off to the cinemas and that while my mom and that gambled, and then when I was of age, I'd go and sit in the casino with my mom and gamble, and then we'd go and get some Chinese and go and sit and gamble a bit more. And we just throw peanuts into the machines and we just had fun. But yeah, it can be quite dangerous to get addicted though.
Yeah. So I only do the casino thing. Me and my wife do a lot of cruise ship stuff, at least until COVID hit. But
cruise ship casinos are the best.
Because I would go in there, like the kids would go to sleep, my wife would go to sleep. I'd go in with $20 and I'd come out with like $300 or $400 and just walk out. It's every time I could get $100 coin, $100 chip, and put it in my pocket and just forget it was there.
That's what I do. Is whenever I'm at the casino with my wife, I start off with my chips, and then everything I win, I give to her. When I run out of what's in my hand, I leave, and whatever she has in her hands, that's what I've won. That's what we take home.
Yeah, I'll never forget being on I don't know, probably our second cruise. I was with the wife. We're walking, to the comedy show and going through on this boat. We're going through the casino to get to that comedy show, and my wife's like, "Hey, let's put a couple pennies or find a penny slot machine." So we do so. She puts a couple pennies in. This thing starts chinging away. Ding, 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 ding. Everybody's walking around. It's like, "What's going on? What's going on?" We won about $200. We go to the comedy show, and we get there, and of course, comedian. This is my first lesson I learned. Don't speak up in a comedy show. But it was asked, "Did anybody win any money at the casino?" And so I raised my hand, like we did. Told the comedian we won the $200 off 2 pennies, and I've got this southern draw accent, I guess you could say, from living in the mountains, in the Appalachian Mountains. And he says, "What's 2 pennies? What's pennies? Pennies."
It's okay, Adam. I don't think you have an accent.
Because you're only 4 hours away from me.
Sorry, I'm just going to reply to an email real quick. I went on a cruise ship. I was about 14, 15. It was quite a small ship that left the coast of South Africa, went up to Mozambique and back. was fairly small compared to like the big MSC ships and that stuff, and like the Disney cruise ships and that. But on the way back, we hit insane weather. We were going up against like 20-meter waves in this, and the splash from it was hitting the back of the deck, and they had to prepare all the lifeboats and everything like that. And all that was we came back in 6 hours late because of the amount of zigzagging they had to do through the storm back into dock. It was nuts.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Speaking of traveling, and Brad, or we call him Tank, living not too far from us, I guess it's a good time to plug in, the SWUG, the Solid Works user groups and stuff. Brad and I, we spoke about Harley, so Brad and I both ride, and we were planning on doing a SWUG tour this year and actually going through a few different user groups and doing some presentations. So hopefully we can get that kicked back up, maybe do that again either late this year or next year. But we've entitled it Iron SWUG, for Iron Horse and motorcycles and stuff like that. So good plug for the SWUG. So
yeah, we planned on doing 5 user groups in 4 days and splitting one of them in a bigger city. So I would take one side of the city, he would go to the other. But with all that, it all got changed. So we're trying to figure out a way to start next year or maybe even later this year to do something like that. So we'll see.
I mean, like the virtual meetings has allowed me to get a lot more international audience, but also international presenters and that. I've always kind of had to try and find presenters that are within London that use SolidWorks, and I don't have much of a network to kind of ask other user group leaders, being like, do you know someone? But now it's a lot more freedom, and when it comes to in-person meetings, I'm still going to use the virtual aspect and get people in. I'm in charge of such a big area around London and that that my whole plan next moving forward is to host my meetings in person. With that, you get cool giveaways, you get to network with people and that. Whereas if you watch it from GoToMeeting, you kind of you can post questions in the chat, but you miss out on the networking, you miss out on the free giveaways and that stuff. And then the third aspect I want to try, and that's just purely to reach a larger audience and get more people interested in user groups, is to start going through YouTube as well and do kind of what the CSWE event did, where it's streamed to YouTube, but there's no chat. You can only just watch it. If you want to chat, register for the user group, get yourself into the GoToMeeting. If you want to get involved fully, come to the meeting. That's kind of like my plan moving forward out of going back into in-person meetings.
That's a good point. I always tell people I've presented at one other user group virtually. At that point is if I could do that with other people, even if they have an in-person meeting and I could remote in, we figured out the technology now. It's reliable enough to where somebody like I could come into your meeting or to somebody else in a different country and do a presentation. But again, I miss out on hanging out with people and things like that. But I think it'd be kind of cool to do and kind of have fun with it.
Luke says, I'll think of similar aspects with mine, because Luke, obviously, he's the other user group in the UK. Didn't think of YouTube, and I've been chatting with Dan a lot. My last user group meeting, I did I live streamed it to YouTube, but as unlisted, so no one can watch it. The only people that could watch it was Dan and Suzanne. So while the user group meeting was going on, I could mute my audio and go to meeting and kind of just give pointers and just say, look, I'm struggling to get this kind of format because of this. If I try and kind of like troubleshooting it while they could watch it at the same time. And hopefully I can try and put that through. Also, Luke, I emailed you the code. Just add day 1 at the end of that.
Yeah, well, you told me it without bloody capitals before. So I told them it wrong. And then I told them it wrong again because you added day 1 without capitals.
It happens.
Genius.
It happens. But I do like the idea of adding the YouTube aspect to it, especially if you're doing a specific one. So I'm working with our local college now. I've got a bunch of kids that in this, I say kids, but college students that are interested. It's like a team I guess after school team that does like race cars and stuff, and they want to do one, but I think it'd be kind of cool to stream that meeting because I'm gonna tailor it towards what they're gonna use it for, but allow other people to watch it. Just, you know, if you want in on it, you've got to either come in or sign up for the user group.
Yeah. So this just, it gives those that missed an opportunity to catch up. So they're getting the technical aspect and that stuff, but if you want anything more, this is my way of trying to get those people in. And I'm working with some of the marketing teams in Europe, and each time I have a meeting, I send it to them, and they will post it on the official SolidWorks things. And the last time they did that, I jumped from 5 registrations to about 30, to close to 40 registrations in one night because of that. And some of them actually returned on my next user group, which was good. I was really interested to see that. I mean, the one guy that comes, he's from Germany, and he doesn't have a user group near him or anything, so he joins in on mine. But also he joins in on Too Tall Toby's show, and he jumps into a lot of these other things.
Yeah.
So he's quite active. He just doesn't have his own user group near him. So Dan's going to try and chat to him and see if they can try and make their own user group in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the form now, sending the link to the site to sign up.
Yeah, I mean the form makes it it's so much easier. Whenever I see people that or people that I know that are really good with SolidWorks and kind of fit the champion program kind of like mold, I just send them that link and just fill in that form and you'll be good. I don't have to do introductory emails. I don't have to put things together. It's much easier just to send an email and be like, this will get you in. You'll go through your onboarding and that, and then from there I can help you out with anything else you need.
Now, for you guys overseas, do you guys have a hard time finding the sponsors? Because I know you got DriveWorks in the UK, but you don't have all the other ones like Xometry and Go Engineer and all these other ones.
We do have Xometry now. Xometry, because back in World 2018, I spoke with, I can't remember what his name was. He was a little skinny dude from Xometry. He did all their presentations and that stuff. And he said he would love to sponsor it, but the trick is their business is in the US and not in Europe. But now they have Xometry in, I think it's Denmark. No, not Denmark. Holland. So they're now in the European space. So they got hold of me and said, we want to sponsor your next in-person meeting, which was then cancelled because of COVID. So I got a box of their stuff to give away at some point. So they've gotten involved. DriveWorks has always been there 100%. But finding new sponsors is also tricky. It's the same thing as trying to find speakers that are around around London, around in my area that are willing to travel. It's kind of, I've got to know someone to get in there.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to put this out to you now, live on YouTube. No, if you need a speaker, just feel free to email me. I can, do a presentation or something. It's not it wouldn't be a big deal, especially if it is, over the with the digital stuff. So
with our conversation that we're having at the summit, the one thing that really I thought would be great is the canned presentations. If I'm struggling to find someone, if I can download a presentation that I can give, and just by reading it and looking at the notes and give that presentation as is, it will make it much easier.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, having those PowerPoints available to where you can just, flip through them and even ad lib a little bit, put some of your own stuff in it if you want to. Those are great ideas that we came across yesterday in the summit.
Yeah, I don't have enough tips and tricks in SolidWorks because a lot of things I do is the wrong way to do it in SolidWorks. Like all the shortcuts and that stuff.
I'm going to stop you right there. There's no wrong way to do it. It's just a different way to do it.
Slow way.
Okay, well that's interesting.
But it doesn't matter, yeah. As Brad says, it's your way of doing it. You get to the same solution eventually.
Yeah, but when you use when you spend an hour building splines to make a thread instead of using the thread button.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a fuck up, Kirby.
So in the chat, we got Russell Bradley. I'm new to Swaggun and planning and start one in Singapore. Do you still need to find sponsors yourselves? I thought SolidWorks would give out $400 per meetup. So they have a sponsor page where you can they have some sponsors already set up with contacts that you can get, but you can also find ones yourself. And they do help you out with reimbursement for your meetings, to help you out to pay for your meetup, as well as to pay for your kind of food, beverages, and that stuff. But as everything is right now digital, you don't really need to supply food and that stuff. It's just focusing on your meetup and that stuff. It also gives you the opportunity to get anybody to present around the world. It might be a bit tricky because, will your user groups be able to understand English? Because a lot of the presentations up there are all in English. But I'm sure if you work with Dan, he'll be more than happy to help you build up the network, not only just in Singapore, but in all that side of Asia, and try and help you out and find customers and stories and presentations, or even help you. He's also spoken to Theodore, who runs the Greek user group, and saying, look, I can show you my presentation. We can work together to translate it so that you can give the exact same presentation in your own language. So there is a lot of support with Dan. So, I mean, just sign up, check it out, get involved.
Yeah, definitely. And along with that, along with SolidWorks reimbursing you and taking care of a lot of the food or location costs or whatever may be incurred there, is those sponsors. There are some sponsors kind of like DriveWorks and such that are kind of core sponsors to the user groups. And so they're probably more than willing to help you out there. But when we speak sponsors, we're not just talking about funding the meeting, even though, some may help out with that. It's more of providing some of the giveaways, whether it be shirts or gift cards or whatever, where they may send you giveaways so you can raffle them off at your meetings and, give door prizes to different people. So,
cool. Right. Thank you, Tank, for the $10. That's going straight off to Magic Wheelchair. So we are taking in donations for people for Magic Wheelchair during the stream throughout the 3 days. Thank you very much for that. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to get Luke in, and for some reason it's not working.
Yeah, I've been messaging him on the platform, Kirby. I'm struggling. I've sent every password that you've sent me, and I'm still having no joy. I've sent him. He's added me on Facebook, so I said we try and get him in tomorrow night if we can't sort it tonight.
Yeah, I'll try and get him in. I will try to sort you out there, Luke. It is the first one that I sent you, Johnny, all caps. Okay. But yeah, I've wanted to do more digital meetings, but COVID has really kind of forced me to do that, and kind of break the mold and be. I was a bit scared of it, thinking that it could be too kind of disruptive. But I guess because of the pandemic, it's forced everybody to have to go digital to go and watch these user groups.
Yeah.
So let's see. Thanks, Adam. I always thought that the sponsors were just to fund the meetings. So what DriveWorks, for example, they always sponsor like a little Amazon product, like a Echo Dot or anything like that, and then that's then raffled away. So what I use for sponsors is they can give a presentation if they donate a prize to the raffle at the end of the meetup.
Yeah, that's a good concept to actually help them, encourage them to give door prizes and stuff. Because a lot of times these sponsors will have good information and good content that needs to be shared with the community, things that maybe some people don't realize. I know I used Kinesto. They were sponsoring SolidWorks there for a while, but they had some good resources too. It was very similar to a PDM, but not. It was more just cloud storage, I think.
I mean, the sponsor database has, even Heather has a list of these exact same contacts. So it's the companies as well as a point of contact. So, I mean, if you are looking to open up a user group in Singapore, you can then maybe get hold of these companies. I know one of them is 3D Connection. and maybe they can then put you in contact with the Singapore offices and see if they can help you out with that. Maybe, I'm not sure if there is, and I think there might be a SolidWorks office or Dassault System office in Singapore. Even the resellers can maybe help you out with getting hold of some customers and that stuff.
Yeah, the resellers will definitely help promote your slug. So if you start a slug, they will definitely tell those other individuals that utilize, SolidWorks, hey, there's a SolidWorks user group. You may want to go attend it, or you may want to check it out. But utilize and leverage those VARs just as much as you do your sponsors for presentations and for information for your user groups and stuff too.
Yeah, it's the network is it's there to help you grow, and we are on the platform a lot, and the 3D Experience platform, and that's where a lot of the information's at. And any questions, there's hundreds of us there to help out and answer any questions. So hopefully that helps you out there. Wow. Where'd Johnny go? I think he's broken the seal. Okay. Yeah, we're on 167. See, I planned for $100 today, and Rachel went ahead and just donated $100 off the bat.
Yeah, I'm sad I missed her, but
Yeah, she said she was busy. She might jump in tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah.
Hold on, my dog is chewing my shoes. I've got to stop him from doing that. I'll be 2 minutes.
You need to get some Bittrex if they're chewing on shoes. That stuff will help.
We talked about, wrong way and right way of doing things, and
he doesn't often chew on shoes. It's just because it's snowing outside, so we're keeping our shoes by the back door instead of just our little slippers. So it's just like, this is new and tasty.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we talked about wrong way and right way of doing things in SolidWorks, and that everybody may do things a little different and get to the end goal that's needing to be achieved. But I would say with the SolidWorks user groups, with 3D Experience World, and all these tools that we can have and go to visit and learn from, we can all fine tune our skills, fine tune the way we do things to achieve things even more efficient. I know tips and tricks lessons. There's one that a VAR that's local to us puts on all the time. It's 60 tips in 60 minutes, and different ones like that. I don't care how many times I see the same thing, I walk away with at least a handful, 1-2 things that I'm gonna take back and I'm gonna utilize. So
Toby's really good for that. Like, every time I've watched him, even on his YouTube channel, I learned something.
Toby's amazing. There's nothing you can't say about Toby. He's just an awesome guy. I adjunct at a local college, and I use his Fully Define Every Time song with the students when I first start out in the SolidWorks class. I tell them, guys, I'll play this for you now, and every time I find a sketch under defined, I'm going to play it again then. So it really helps get that point across that we have to have fully defined sketches. But it is those little nuggets that we come across through all these different forums and through the community that we're able to learn from.
I mean, like, I know what you mean. There's no wrong or right way to make something in SolidWorks as long as you get to the end goal. I mean, I wasn't taught SolidWorks. I was taught Unigraphics, NX. I adopted SolidWorks because it was a better tool, and I managed to get a student license of a mechanical engineer student that I was staying with in my little flat thing that I was living at. So I jumped into there, I ran through the tutorials in it, and I figured out everything out myself. But from that, like I say, there's a story of I spent over an hour using a bunch of splines and surfaces to create a screw thread. And it was about 2 years later I found out there was a button for that. I don't regret doing that because I learned so much about surfacing and 3D sketches and splines and that stuff. So I learned a lot from that, but like, there's actually a button for that, and these tips and tricks, they do that a lot. Like,
that's a great example.
They just teach
Kirby
you.
learned even more when I showed him the S key.
which I still don't use.
Yeah, no, that's
I found out about that a month ago.
Luke, I see you finally made it. You're on mute.
Yeah, you're muted on Zoom.
There you go.
Hey, there we go.
There it is.
Finally in.
Yeah, like I need to fix the
been
codes.
through the labyrinth to get here.
Yeah, I need to fix the codes for tomorrow because they're all different, except for today's.
If you could, when you do that, can you send me the link out? That way I can send it out to everybody. I've actually sent it to a couple people higher up in our company trying to spread it out, see if we can get some get some more help, some more hits for the magic wheelchair.
Yeah, Kirby. That's how you got me on here. Brad sent me a link, I guess, through our meeting, our work meeting stuff. So
I will send it to you in an email right now. And I'll have all the dates and I'll double check the codes now.
Have you worked just BCing everyone that's been on today, Kirby?
Sorry?
BC everyone that's been on today.
I mean, it should. Oh, Heather's joined us. Fantastic. Like, all of a sudden, this has turned into like a little Swaggen hangout. That's great.
There you go.
Just as I was getting ready for bed.
Kirby, I kind of want to put a plug in for certifications too. You were talking about doing these roundabout ways of doing things, but you learn so much through it. And another way to learn, like within SolidWorks and within the community.
Oh, hi.
Certifications.
Hey, Heather.
Hey, Heather. I feel like I need to have a beverage.
Yeah, you must have heard us speaking about you.
Oh, no.
Oh, Adam, I get to see you again twice in the same 24 hours. Hey, guys.
How you doing?
All right. I feel like it's been a really long day today for some reason.
Sure.
Might have been just a pretty, a little bit, especially for these UK guys. I mean, what time is it there?
It's only 9.
9:05. It's only 9. Kirby's been off work all week. I've been in work since 7 this morning.
Only.
I played in the snow this morning. I took the dog.
It's
for a
snowing
walk.
here. We have there's probably about I don't know, they're calling for about 6 inches. That's what she said.
That would do me overnight, Heather. It stopped me going to work. Snow, nothing else.
Well, yeah, it snowed about 2 or 3 inches, and London's just like, nah.
So I had Phil on my team, Phil Gilbanks. He lives in Newcastle now, I think, and he said that they had about 3 inches ish.
Yeah, that's where I live.
Yeah. That's like a lot of snow for you.
Yeah, it's a lot of snow for London
worse.
as well. It's been snowing for 3 days straight in London, which is like it never really happens.
Yeah, we've been getting our share over here in the Appalachian Mountains. It seems like about every weekend we're getting hit with, anywhere from 4 to 12 inches, it seems like.
I think you get into that cycle because I feel like we're getting that same as you. It's kind of rolling over. I'm in the Northeast, about an hour outside of Boston. And so I feel like it's going to snow now. And then they're talking about another storm, maybe toward the end of the week. So it's about every 4 or 5 days right now, it's about the right time of year.
Yeah, they were calling for it, I think, again this weekend. And my wife and I are actually going out to Nashville for Valentine's weekend just to get away for a few days.
Aww.
That'll be fun.
I miss going away places.
You guys are lucky. I get all the sleet. I get sleet and freezing rain. So I don't get.
We've had nothing here.
When you look straight down, when you look outside and all the branches are just flopped over because everything's frozen solid.
And the kids want snow. They don't want that. That's not fun. At least if it was snow, it would be fun.
I want snow so I can have a day off work.
My dog's just loving it.
Is Ed Gibo with us or is he incognito?
He's in and out. He's in 2 places at once. He's hanging out with us, but watching a session.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here in about 20. So I got my next one in about 20 minutes. So we're just hanging.
Earl is presenting. Oh, you do have a beer, Johnny. Earl is upstairs presenting. So Earl's doing a session on Del Mio Works, and he's doing the live Q&A. So I was going to make like one of those big concert signs behind him that just reads DriveWorks. I was going to kind of go in and bring him a cup of tea with like the sweatshirt on. No, just kidding.
Yeah, Heather, we were just talking about DriveWorks and you just right before you jumped on, we were talking about how sponsors support the SWO groups.
I don't know if he's still in the stream because it's being streamed to YouTube and that. We've got Russell Bradley in the chat. He wants to start up a Swaggin in Singapore, and he was asking about how the sponsors work. No, in Singapore, he wants to start a.
Yeah, just he's in the YouTube chat.
I think so. He might still be there.
I think I've got him on LinkedIn as well. That helps at all.
Cool.
So you can, yeah, you know what? If you want, you can just give him my email address if you want to throw it up there in the YouTube.
I'll pass it over to him for you, Heather.
Apparently, I should have watched the general session in the YouTube channel this morning. I just watched it on the website, through the login. But it's probably it was a little bit more interactive and chatter on the YouTube page. So
Russell Bradley's still here. He's still listening. So Heather is from DriveWorks, one of the. You just won the award for sponsor of the year.
Correct. Yeah.
Again for Swaggin.
Right.
So
there you go.
They're the people to help you out with sponsorship.
That probably make some connections for him to other sponsors as well.
Yeah.
We don't hoard the sponsor love. We'd actually like to see more partners.
You do it the best.
Knowing what we know about user group leaders, you guys, the struggle is to get technical content, like pure technical content, not sales Trojan horse kind of stuff, but also, to nurture attendance and, whether it's a gift card here and there or even some resources, I think that as members of the community, we've done a pretty good job at making those connections too. And so, tell them to get in touch and I'm happy to.
Cool. Are you okay for me to post your email address?
I don't really mind. Yeah, no, Heather Haas at driveworks.co.uk.
Cool. I've posted that in the chat under my own kind of name. So it's under there for you, Russell. It's in the chat for you.
I would say you guys have done a phenomenal job of how you reach out with the SWOG groups and stuff.
Thanks.
Might as well go ahead and give you another pat on the back that you guys were awarded the
You're very sweet
sponsor of the year. So DriveWorks is.
It was actually, it was a little uplifting last night. I think we all could use a little pat on the back after the last year in one way, shape, or form, though. Because we're taking on even more additional things with the work-life balance, in addition to the full-time job and the full-time job of the user group leader. And I'm not saying that to fluff you. I know that it's like being an event planner on top of a user group leader, and you have to be a caterer, right? And you have to manage attendance and find a facility. And so I know the virtual events aren't easy, but it's been, I guess, a little bit of if you want to do the half lining that David Mandel started on Twitter earlier, it's taken a little bit of that off of you, at least for the year of finding a facility every few months. I mean, some of you are fortunate in that your employers or local groups or customers allow you to meet. That's not the case everywhere, but that's a really nice thing to have happen. So
well, I actually wonder how many user group leaders have actually been to the head office.
To Waltham.
Yeah. That was my first user group meeting I ever went to was in Waltham. That's what got me involved. That was when Adam was running it.
Should I have the YouTube one running simultaneously to look at any chat?
You can if you want to.
Me and Kirby normally shout out, but yeah, it's up to you, Heather.
Any more dizzy than I am? Hold on. We were awake early this morning too at the Haas residence. I'm going to say it was like Christmas, but I was up at about 4:30 this morning.
I think I rolled out at like 10 a.m.
Oh, you hush.
Yeah, I've got the whole week off. I came to my boss always supports, because my job is very robotic. You do your job and you go home. So he does allow us a lot of freedom to explore our creativity in our own time, and explore our own kind of personal interests. So he allows me 5 days a year to take off for SolidWorks stuff. So I use that for my user group meetings and for World. And that doesn't come out of my annual leave. So I took that for this week. So got 5 free days off to hang out.
That's kind of cool.
Jammy.
Yeah, I would say the company that Brad and I work for is pretty lenient with what we do with Swug and actually kind of promoted themselves as well for us to do those things. I wish more employers were. I wish more employers or companies would see it as an added benefit, as continuous learning for their employees, because there is so much to gain from the user group community as well as from World.
Yeah, I think actually, I believe we have 3 user group leaders in our company that I know of, and we all meet most of the time at our company in different locations. So we spread it. We have 2 East Coast and 1 Midwest, and I'm trying to advocate for all of us to have a spot, at least one user group leader in our area at every location.
Kirby, Heather's dog beats yours hands down. Sorry.
Oh, no.
He's in the window.
I'm getting my dog now.
Brilliant.
Snow.
Yeah.
He's a good boy. His name is Sealy. Hey,
Yeah, he's just hanging.
He is. He was on Slug Me like 2 years ago, and then at 3D Experience World last year, Todd gave me a badge for him, and I put his collar.
That's right, because he sat and looked at your screen the entire
He
time.
did.
I think.
Oh my god. See.
That is a big fluff ball, Kirby.
He's a good.
He's
Oh.
so fluffy.
Yeah, let's see if I
Gosh, look at my dog. It's like he's looking. It's like he knows. Good boy.
He wants to sleep.
Go bad at any point though, because if the UPS guy shows up, it's over. Like I gotta mute the place. I gotta hope he doesn't flip the table. It could get a little crazy. But Brad, I was gonna say, I think Altec does a pretty fair job at supporting the Swugin, the community. What you guys are doing. I think they do a pretty good job. Because what facility is Adam at? He's in North Carolina.
Yeah, he's at our Burnsville, North Carolina plant, which is just outside of Asheville.
Right. Yes, that's right. Because he was helping Phil with that group, or taking it over from Phil. And then at one point we had Rhonda out in Missouri when she was doing it at St. Joe, and that was Altec as well. And so
yeah, we have David Vetti took over that
that's
position.
right. David, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember his name. Right. Yep. So I think they do a pretty fair job. I think it kind of it's almost like it's a really easy way for an employer to easily get their employees taking advantage of like lunch and learn or dinner and learn, and build skills and build morale and those kinds of things, and learn new software. I know with Betty Baker, we're out in Wisconsin, she meets and Ashley, of course, Ashley Furniture is so pro STEM and pro technology, but a lot of the folks that go to her meetings work for Ashley, and she does like a tip of the week on email, and they do these user group meetings. And so I think it's a really easy way for an employer to invest back into their staff, especially if they want to host it. Happy employees.
And it's usually it's as little as open up a conference room. That's it. That's all they got to do. Give them some time after work one day and open up the conference room and let them, just kind of meet there. I got to throw a shout out. Todd Thompson, one of our other engineers from our Elizabethtown, Kentucky plant, is watching live chat.
Yep.
That's great. It's a concept that I've always enjoyed. It's been done with the user groups, but it's getting a university and a group of students to run their own user group. So it's obviously run by the head of department, but it's the students that organize everything, and every year they elect kind of like the leader, and they all take part to help kind of promote it and put together the content, and even get the students to present as well. So that's a really cool kind of concept that I've we got another doggo. Adam's brought his.
Yeah.
The dogs,
he's struggling to get in again, Kirby.
Our podcast has gone to the dogs, right? But shh. Sorry, I'm here all week.
You clearly haven't watched the rest of our content. This is ace.
I may have to go pour a glass of wine. I'm getting a little. I told Maria I was going to switch from tea to wine any moment.
Yeah, I figured I'd bring my dog in. Her name's Zara. She's
Aww.
a box. Her dad's full pit. I think her mom was boxer because she's got a boxer look to her. But she's like you said. I actually brought her in not too long ago just because she was going after the UPS guy across the street.
And he doesn't want to eat him. He wants to just let him know he's here and he's available for belly rubs and wiggle butts, and they just want to be heard.
That's the way she wants everybody to know that's coming around that she's here. So
my dog does that when we take him out around the block. As soon as he steps out the door, he just starts barking to let everybody know he's coming out.
I'm here.
Going for a walk.
I have a little dog too. I have a little Jack Russell. Well, she's like a Jack Russell pointer, but she's an older girl, so she doesn't jump up on things too much anymore. She's got she's got a bad fin. She's got a bad back leg and one eye. She lost an eye a couple years ago, so she's my pirate puppy, the pirate.
Oh.
Yeah, Zara's pretty funny.
Ed's brought in his beer.
Oh, there he is. All right, that's it. I got to go get a glass of wine now. He's tipped. He has tipped the scale. Stand by.
If you've ever seen one of my presentations, this is one of my favorite beers.
Jack Daniels.
Single
you
barrel.
guys. All right.
Yeah, I can't right now until after clock out time.
No one's watching me.
Yeah, get some flexi in there, bro.
Rate the pour.
So during the stream, if you're watching the stream, we're collecting donations for Magic Wheelchair. There's a link in the description where you can donate, and I'm busy at the moment trying to get some official Jack Daniels swag sent, who's going to be given away to a random person that has donated to the stream.
Where's that link? Is that in that email you sent, Kirby?
It's in the YouTube description. I can put it in this little chat as well.
I'll put it in the chat. It's all right.
Put it in the chat so I can tag it.
Yep. Yeah, and if you ever get a chance to Google Magic Wheelchair and see what they've done in the past, it is amazing. They give kids who are wheelchair bound a chance to cosplay. It's amazing.
Myself and Kirby were obviously lucky enough to take part last year and build our own. It's an awesome sort of thing to do, and if you're ever given half an opportunity to do it, you should definitely jump on board and get involved with it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we had Christine on here earlier as well as Scotty, chatting about it, and I think either tomorrow or Thursday we're having a little world reunion with all the Magic Wheelchair people that participated last year. But they've been working hard to keep it going this year, even though that a lot of the kids that they're dealing with are classed as vulnerable. Christine herself is classed as vulnerable, but they still managed to give away wheelchairs with families that were happy to take the risk because they know that they need to make memories now. They don't want to wait around.
Christina said they gave away 18 last year, which is a decrease on every year before, but still, with all things considered, pandemic-wise, 18
better than zero.
Have been given a costume that they can call their own and express themselves with. It's an awesome achievement for them.
Yeah, we mentioned what kind of wheelchairs that they do. I know last year's wheelchairs were pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, she was telling us there was a wheelchair that they built recently that had like an air cannon Nerf gun built into it as well, so the kid could shoot things from it. But Jonny and I want to do a UK-based Magic Wheelchair project because there are kids aside that want to do things. So at some point we want to try and put together a team this side and just do something here.
Sounds like a really cool idea.
Yeah, we wanted to do the build for World this coming up here. We'd already said to them last year, it's like we want to do it again, but obviously that hasn't really worked out with COVID and that stuff. But it is something that we want to do, and I heard my thing jingle, which means Ed, you donated $20. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ed. That is 287 or 267 this time, Kirby. Where are we up to?
What?
Total.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the total. I'll tell you now.
Hey, Earl. Come
It
in and say
is
hi. We're live.
187.
We're live on YouTube. Hey.
Hey there.
Hey,
Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Okay.
He just finished his. I look at. I grabbed the whole bottle and brought it in, so I didn't have to get up and drink it. Aim high, folks. Aim high. Aim
You just
high.
need a straw for it now.
Yeah, I would use
Earl,
the
I'm
pint
sure
glass.
Kirby.
I'm sure you know what this logo is, Earl.
What is that logo, Ed?
You know that logo. Earl
I don't
knows
know
that
it.
logo.
Do you? Uh-oh. He's rusty.
I nearly topped my Jack Daniels with more Jack Daniels. I couldn't find the Coke.
If
I
you
mean,
ever
that's
went
not a
to
problem,
Nate-
is it?
You ever went to
Not for me,
South
Kirby,
Portland,
normally.
When you're in
Maine?
Nashville, it's definitely not a problem.
South
He's
Portland,
not.
Maine?
He's not guessing it, Ed. He's
No.
lost his edge.
Bissell Brothers.
Bissell. Bristle.
Bissell. As
Oh,
in
Thistle. Sorry.
Bissell.
I know. I left the door open. Sorry. Little marital banter.
CTSUG user group. I think it's like CTUG. CTUG.
Calvert.
Steve, there we go.
I was gonna say
He's
Central
asking how it's
Texas.
going. It's going good. You can join us if you want to in this conversation. There's a link down below, and I can send you the code if you would like.
Right code.
Yeah,
That's right.
I've
Earl
figured
just
it out.
said, yeah. Earl said,
Sorry,
"Are we
Lou.
meet? Is this the equivalent of meeting in the hotel lobby after the first day?"
Well,
yes.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
called
much.
it's called the
Yes.
hallway hangouts. We're all hanging out in the hallways
Yep.
of World between our sessions.
That's right.
There you go.
BYOB, or in your case, BYOW.
W.
Let me get that code over to you, Steve.
Yeah,
Everybody
Luke,
enjoyed
don't
their
blame me.
first day?
That was Kirby's fault.
Kirby sent me about 3 emails as well with different codes on as well. So
Yeah, well,
It's
because
because
what happened
I
was
can't see
he was
what
sending
today's
them to
code
me.
is. I can only see what tomorrow's code is, which is different to Thursday's code. Like it was supposed to be one code, but for some reason it gave me like 3 different options.
Kirby was texting me codes that I was passing on to you on the platform, and then he's like, "Oh no, that might not be right," and you're like, "No, it doesn't work." I'm like, "Kirby, I've run out of codes. What am I meant to do?"
Well, Steve, you're more than welcome to join in tomorrow or Thursday. Johnny and I are going to be on.
Steve,
all day
get
tomorrow.
your Texas ass in here.
Well put, Ed.
Tell him it's called multitasking, Steve. Steve,
Get
come
your
on,
Texas
Steve.
hockey ass in here.
Ooh,
Wow. Ooh.
that escalated
that?
quickly.
You're lucky I
That's
made
a
this
challenge.
not for kids.
Not for kids.
That's
To be
just
fair, Kirby, nothing on
Any-
our channel is ever
Anything I
been.
do is
I-
not for kids. You guys should realize that by now.
I mean, like, considering, like, I'm usually the one that drops a few bombs here and there, but I've
I
been
don't
quite
know,
good
Kirby.
today.
Them wooden models pushed us to the limit, but today we've not done too badly.
Okay.
has anyone got any sessions at 8:30? Or I'll say 8:30. It's 8:30 UK time. In the next like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I got one coming up here in a minute. I'm gonna have to probably jump off here so I can step into that. That's
CAD
custom. No, mine's custom designs on imported geometry.
Okay. Yeah.
I figured, you know, if you look at that truck behind me, we don't make everything. So we do a lot of downloads from some of our vendors, and sometimes they are not the best models. So we're gonna get all that. I'm gonna at least try to learn as much as I can and incorporate that in to figure out how to fix those things.
We don't make everything, but we want to make everything.
True.
So yeah, I've got one coming up too. CAD Masters to Grill Masters. Tips
That's
and
coming up. That's one I'm
I,
on.
I think Jason might try and pull in tonight.
That's fun.
Gonna send him he just asked for the links. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm always down for tips and tricks, and just a name caught me: CAD Master to Grill Master. So
I had them presented my user group last year, the last one I did, and it was really interesting. Just kind of how it's not just the tips and tricks; it's a story, and that's quite interesting.
It's 3D involves 3D experience too. So at least in this one, it does.
That's cool. It kind of crosses both platforms.
Yeah. Yeah. Keurig needs to expand on some of that, but I don't know what direction they want to go in. So
I was trying to see if I knew who they were. I don't recognize their names. But
Yeah, it was Suzanne who recommended it because it's using the 3D Experience platform, and it's just after they spoke about what's it, SolidWorks. Just slipped my mind completely. 3D Experience
Connected.
SolidWorks, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember a few years? Well, not in that part of the country, but a few years back, Michael Steves, before he came to work for Dassault, he worked for a reseller in the Pacific Northwest, and he did a simulation presentation on grilling steak, and it was pretty cool. Talking about grilling, just making me think about steak.
3D
So we need to
Experience
get
works.
that guy.
That's it.
JP from Connecticut to do the electrical brew house.
Yeah, that was so much fun. That was fun. I think
Steve
after
Excellent.
there he is.
Joined
I
in.
think after yesterday's meeting, Jason Pool's dance card is going to be full for the next few months. The designer from Orange County Choppers.
All right,
I think
excellent.
he's going to be a bit busy.
Tom Smith, thank you very much for the subscription.
But you know what we were talking about earlier, he's just so enthusiastic about doing it, and that's what was so cool. As we get to have him on that, we got to figure out a way to get him involved in Magic Wheelchair next, because I think that'd be super cool to have somebody who's got that.
You know what? I think it would be amazing, and even in the networking thing, even people he knows, you know, like through the industry, like I think his energy. I was saying to Earl this morning, I was telling him about it because Earl had to go to First Robotics last night, so he couldn't sit in on the meeting. And I was like, he could have talked the whole night just about nothing, just about how excited he was about designing stuff. And, you know, it was, and Earl had very, very at arm's length when Orange County Choppers had worked with SolidWorks, there was a few people on the SolidWorks team that went down to Newburgh, where they are. So see, what I didn't say last night is Jason Poole, when he was with Orange County Choppers, their showroom is Newburgh, New York, and I grew up literally right across the river in a town called Beacon, New York, and I didn't drop that last night because I didn't want to like fangirl on Orange County Choppers like on the meeting. I wanted to maintain some level, but
lovely genderfied Beacon.
Okay, so I got a rain on your parade there, Heather. They're moving the shop.
I heard that. I read an article. They're moving south, right? Because Paulie Senior, I think he wants to retire, right? South.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I know them. Like I'm like Paulie Senior, right?
They are moving to Florida. Like he's opened up a place, and I've got a line on their auctions to bid on their equipment that's sitting at the old shop.
Amazing.
So,
I will tell you, that's going to leave. I'll be curious because when they had you been there? Have you been to that showroom, Brad? Silly question, right?
No, I have not actually.
When they opened it, it used to be that they were over in Montgomery, which was kind of a little more rural in that part of on that side of the river. If you didn't grow up there, you don't know what I mean, but it's across the river from where I grew up. And so, but when they relocated and built this brand new, beautiful showroom and shop and everything, it was a big deal. It became a destination. And aside from the show, you know, but the actual facility, they'd have live music and food and events. And of course, because again, it was a destination, they got famous. And so it'll be sad to see that building close, because so much was put into developing it, like economically, you know, like around the river, the Hudson River, that is. For those that don't live in New York, the Hudson River, it's the Hudson River. But
that one? Oh, okay.
That river, the river. So
I've flown around it on the Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting. Have you
maybe
watched,
somebody else? Maybe.
Have you been on the shop floor site and watched the video from Titans of CNC?
That is amazing. That is a cool story.
So it's an incredible story about kind of like how he went from being in jail to running this massive CNC plant that also educates people on how to work with these machines and keeping it completely open source and that. I came across his stuff because he was making mad things with CNCs. He wasn't just making blocks and that stuff. He was making this taking this big chunk of titanium and just making this tiny little line head on the top. using these massive 6-axis CNC machines that you'd only see in like behind the doors shops. You'd only see it on the TV, where he's taking you in front of it, showing you how to unbox it, how to set it up, and how to code for it. Not only how to code for it, but also how to design for it. And in that video, he goes into talking about how the reason why they decided to teach you how to design for it is because then you know the part inside and out. Not only is it just this piece that you want to make, it's a piece that you built. And it gives you more kind of intimate knowledge of what you need to do when it comes to coding. And he's got a YouTube channel, Titans of CNC. He's very energetic as well. And that video is just
I
very,
love
very,
it. Yeah, I've subscribed to his channel for probably 6 months, something like that, and it's absolutely brilliant.
I mean, if you think of people like 3D printing nerd and that stuff, he's like that, but with big, expensive CNC machines. He just has all these big toys, and he just makes videos about them. And they've now partnered with SolidWorks to create a SolidWorks knowledge base, which I think is really interesting. And yeah, his story is really good, and it's just a very cool concept that he's built.
Yeah, and he's just recently reached out into doing things for autistic adults and children to teach them some skills too. Yeah. My wife's a big autism awareness proponent. She works with autistic children.
Yeah, and he said one of his kids is on the spectrum as well. So he's really, really passionate about it. And he's just recently done a big, massive shop move to Texas.
Yes, they went from California to Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, and like just watching the video of how he did that, he just... Like even his staff, he paid for them to move. Even rented a truck to take their cars there instead of them driving to Texas. It's just he's someone that you can see he knows how to look after his staff and his company, and he's not keeping it behind closed doors. He's just building this massive knowledge base of everything that he does. He's completely open, which I think is really good.
I think what's also good is he shows you the good and the bad, doesn't he? Like the other day, one of his water pipes burst in his shop and flooded all the shop and everything, and it's like, right, okay, this is what it is. It's the good and the bad. All the electrical sockets in the floor soaked and everything.
It's sort of like it is what it is, but we've got to get on with it. So,
I mean, like right now we've at my work with the big industrial SLS machines, we want to build a knowledge base of, because we don't do any design work. We're just a bureau. We just take people's models, which about 10% of the time they're really, really bad, and we want to build a knowledge base on how you should design so that your parts will be good and orientated well, just tips and tricks and that stuff. And just watching his video and seeing what he has already, and he also has a kind of knowledge base on how to do that for yourself. So it's someone that I want to get hold of and see if I can take that back to work. Then I can claim these as work days. But yeah, it's really interesting.
Do you guys follow the Develop 3D guys on social media, on Twitter?
We always get we always have
Aldine and Martin.
Yeah, we always have way too many drinks with them at like
trade
shows. And that. We're quite good friends with them.
Yes, yeah. I just opened up my Twitter feed because I had a couple of messages come through there, and I was just reading a few of the tweets. It's just sometimes I'm easily amused.
Yeah, they're good people there.
Yes, I appreciate their humor and their view of things on occasion.
What I like about them is that they're not afraid to say it how it is. They're not afraid to, if a company does a bad release, they'll tell it as it is. They don't try and sugarcoat anything. So from them, you're always getting an honest opinion.
We're rolling House.
Oh, very nice.
Stark tonight on the wine glass.
I've got my Jack Daniels glass. Jack Daniels.
Ooh, from when you were here?
Yeah.
Did you visit them in Kentucky?
Yeah, when we were in Nashville.
Ooh.
Yeah, we went to Nashville. It was a good Saturday morning.
Yeah, it was what, like 8 degrees Celsius, and it was snowing, and we put the top down on the convertible that we rented and drove down to Lynchburg to go to Jack Daniels.
Why not? I was talking, my team stayed on a couple days, and I was trying to convince them to go. I mean, if you're in Nashville, rent a car, drive to Memphis at the very least, go get some Memphis barbecue and go see Beale Street and even go see Graceland. I mean, we thought we kids to Land a few years ago, and we thought it was going to be cheesy, but it was really beautiful. I'm a big music fan, and so for me, I actually got a lot out of it. But
I mean, Lynchburg, where Jack Daniels is based, is like it's in the middle of nowhere, and like you're driving around, and all the we got Jason Paul coming in, and like all the road signs have bullet holes in them, and there's just a church after. You got church, house, church. And the whole county is a dry county, but yeah, you got Jack Daniels selling alcohol.
Right. Yeah. I was going to say it is a dry county. Right.
All the bourbon distilleries in Kentucky are the same way. They're about 2 hours north of Lynchburg, Tennessee, but they're the same way. They're all in dry counties. They cannot give you or sell drinks, but they can give you like little tastings. But yeah, and they're selling. Jim Beam. Jim Beam makes 99% of all the bourbon in the world.
Yep. Well, I mean, what we found amazing was that every bottle of Jack Daniels in the world comes out of that one little town.
Yep.
Yeah,
not only that, like the Jack Daniels is filtered into this through charcoal, and there's only 2 guys that produce that charcoal. So every bottle of Jack Daniels goes to the charcoal that 2 people make. And it's incredible, and these guys have been there for years.
Speaking of bullet holes, I was on a user group tour in the Pacific Northwest my first year working for DriveWorks. I went out to Seattle, so I flew into Portland, and I did, at the time it was Corey DeRico was running that group, and so I went and flew into Portland, rented a car, and I drove up through Yakima, Washington. I don't know if anybody remembers the Yakima user group leader, Chris Scarlett. Anyway, I was in Yakima, and I was at his makerspace doing a user group meeting, and there was a bullet hole in the window. And it was a bar across the street. I was like, but to look up Yakima, Washington, it's a reservation. It's a Native American Indian reservation, the property. And so it's just this really, really rural, beautiful part of the world. And I was like, what is that? And they were like, oh, that must have happened last night.
Yeah, entertaining. Yeah,
a bullet hole. I was like, do I need to be walked to my car? Now, again, Jason just came and left. He just left.
Yeah, I saw that. I wonder if he's just struggling with signal, because I see he was on the move.
He's done like a flyby.
Yeah, quick little flyby.
Maybe Heather's bullet story scared him away.
Might have. No, what I was going to say is where he.
Rachel York says.
I was actually going to say on the contrary. Not where the current. I can't really speak to what the current demographic status is of the area that we grew up in, that I grew up in across the river from where the showroom is. But when I grew up in my hometown, you didn't go downtown after a certain time at night because it wasn't necessarily safe. So, a little bullet hole, I was like, just one bullet hole, but that's a whole other story. That's a whole other podcast, Kirby.
Exactly.
That's a whole other audience.
We'll have to get you back, Heather, to tell the story.
That's called Heather's therapy session.
There you go. Rachel York entered the chat.
Yeah. Sponsored by Mark West.
Rachel York says Palm Springs of Washington. I assume you know what that means.
Yeah. Is she on the YouTube?
Yeah, she's in the chat.
Rachel, get in here. Tell Rachel to get her cute self in
come.
Here.
Earlier she said she was busy, but that was earlier.
Oh.
So her situation may have changed. You should jump in here, Rachel.
She might not have expected us to be going for 6 hours.
That's what she said. Right. Exactly. I popped in. I checked your YouTube. I was kind of creeping. I was on the YouTube channel a little bit earlier.
You're lurking.
And but I was pretty impressed. You guys have kept this going. But Kirby, I do have a question. Did you get food earlier? Because when I popped in on the YouTube channel earlier, you were hoping your wife was going to make some food.
Yeah,
and maybe
he did.
Yeah, at about 7, Johnny and I took a little 20-minute break and guzzled down our food quickly, and then came back.
We agreed we were going to have a 20-minute break. I came back 12 minutes later, and Kirby's already back on here, and I'm like, well, hang on a minute, Kirby. That wasn't 20 minutes.
You could do a little food prep, right? You could be like you could do a little cooking demo.
Yeah. I could just phone Uber Eats and just get it delivered.
That'd be nice. We don't have that stuff around where I am.
Really?
Try being even further north, Luke.
Joys of living in Wales.
Living in the sticks.
Luke, is that where you are?
Yeah, I've just moved. I was on the English side of the border, and I'm now over Christmas. I moved to just on the Welsh side of the border.
Another one that fled the country.
That's it. Yeah.
Sounds like a mistake.
Had enough of the English. Converted.
I'm learning my English history. Between working with DriveWorks, I've learned a ton, and it's fascinating to me. And then by watching The Crown, because you know, Netflix, right? It's kind of true. You know what it is I watch The Crown, and then I call my team to verify facts. So it's.
I'm not that far from DriveWorks headquarters now. I'm probably.
Have you been over there ever to visit? They would love to.
No.
In healthier times, I'm sure they would love to have you. They would absolutely welcome you.
I mean, there's a really cool go-kart
Has
track
anybody,
down the road.
Kirby, have you been?
Yes.
Kirby, have you been to the DriveWorks HQ?
Yes.
It's a really beautiful, it's on an old farm, and the buildings have been rehabbed. So it's in an old barn. Our primary building is in an old barley store, and it's really beautiful. The farm, Lasky Farm, and
oh, nice.
I think
that
it's
sounds quite good.
Yeah,
I certainly would, because I want to get
but
my.
They would love in.
I want to get my DriveWorks professional qualification, which at the moment you have to go to DriveWorks to do, don't you? So
you can do the solo one. Are you solo certified?
Yeah, I've got my solo certified and the express. So it's just the another one to add to my belt, that because we use it at work. So
we have to get you to we'll have to get you over to DriveWorks World or something when we host our annual event. That would be quite nice for you.
I loved it last year, wasn't it, when it was virtual? I went to that and I really enjoyed it and sort of got a lot from it and thought, this is
so we actually just launched just a couple months back toward the end of the year. We launched a brand new online learning portal for folks to go through and work through the certifications in a proper platform, like a learning platform that's got like gamification and points and interactive stuff. And so we're really excited about that.
I did
Jason.
see that. Yeah, I've not
Jason.
done a huge amount on it, but hi, Jason.
He's on a treadmill right now. Jason's getting his miles in. He's getting his steps in today.
And then 10,000 down.
I love it.
Why not?
Is that a Peloton treadmill or just standard Proform?
I think you're muted there, bud.
Oh, you might be muted. That should be the 3D Experience World 2021 virtual t-shirt. It just says you're muted.
with the mic with the little red slash through it.
Can you see my screen? Still not getting any audio from you, Jason.
No, not quite. It looks like he might be in his basement or a lower level of a building.
Yes.
Oh, look.
It does look like he's having a great time, though.
He looks like he's having
good
one
fun.
heck of a time.
And
as a runner, I applaud his effort.
As a power lifter, I discourage running.
Easy now.
I'm not being funny, but coming up them stairs with the red shorts, that was quite the Rocky Balboa.
He's got basketball shorts on. I know. Brad suffers through my incessant running posts on social media every day.
Hey, it's okay. It's motivating to people. You know, you got to do it.
Do you know that I actually, and I'll share this for all the folks playing the home game right now, I actually had a somebody I know, and I won't mention names, of course, but they told me that they've been following, I've been doing a run streak every day, at least one run or walked at least 1 mile every day since November 1st. And part of that was to keep myself accountable and healthy through the holiday season. Of course, you know, with the pandemic as well, but also my daughter left in October. And for the folks in England, my daughter is serving in a federal community service program called AmeriCorps. It's kind of like the Peace Corps, but it's for North America. And so she's donated 1 year of her life to government service. And right now she's actually out in Washington State helping a community that was devastated by wildfires rebuild. And it's a really prideful moment for me, but I miss her. And so doing the run walk streak was kind of a really nice way for me to also offset anything. Mental health, let's talk about that, right? It's like mental health views and missing your kid and being in a pandemic and all of those things. And so setting my sights on walking or running at least a mile every day has kind of helped with. And so, so I've been chronicling that on social media because, if you don't post it,
it doesn't happen.
It's not real, right? Right, exactly. And so
Not on Facebook,
I hit 100 days on. I hit 100 days on Monday, and so it will end soon because I have some other efforts to work toward at this point. But just having something, having something a little bit more than just me to focus on, and so getting that mile in every day has been kind of fun.
That's good. Yeah, I don't have that much.
And wine. And wine.
Yeah.
Wine has been helpful as well.
Me and Kirby do a crate of beer a day.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely not.
See, Johnny, everybody has to have a goal, right? You have to have ambition.
Yeah, that's mine. I'm not finishing a 12-pack, something's wrong.
Yeah.
My goal is to go up the stairs at work and not get out of breath, but I'm trying very hard.
Yeah.
Brad, I wanted to ask you, Brad, did you ever have a chance to do your motorcycle ride over the summer, or was that curtailed, right?
So the Iron Slug did get curtailed because of the recommendations from the user group community and state restrictions. So, but yeah,
it's to be happening. It's going to happen. Jason's back again. Jason's going to give it another go.
What's happening?
There you go.
Jason, you were on the treadmill. You were getting it done, buddy. You were on the treadmill. That was awesome.
Fighting obesity is like a full-time job,
You don't even know. I do know.
Johnny and I know about that.
The technical difficulties, guys. Is Kirby there?
Yes.
Kirby, is that you?
Yes, definitely me.
Oh man, I don't recognize you sober.
Wow.
Wow. He's not that sober.
That was a mic drop. That was awesome.
Boom. Roasted. How are you doing this evening? It's afternoon for you.
I'm trying some new technology. That's why I'm out here on my cell phone. And I got to get away from my desk, man. I don't want to see it for like a long time.
Yeah.
I don't see my desk often enough, so I'm happy to sit down for once.
I took some meetings last week on my treadmill,
Yeah, why not? Well, my treadmill's a dangerous place to be because my kids fire Nerf darts at me the entire time I'm on the treadmill. So
it's a little cross training. It's a little cross training.
It's a little bobbing and weaving, and people are like, "Why the hell do you have safety glasses on?" And I'm like, "Well, you don't know my environment, okay, dude?"
Yeah.
So,
you don't know my struggle.
Having two boys, I understand that. The house is always littered with Nerf darts or plastic guns everywhere.
Hell yeah.
I don't have kids, but my house is filled with Lego all over.
It is. I was just gonna say Kirby doesn't have kids, but it's same, right? Same. He's like same.
Lego and dog.
I got it.
We got Legos too.
Mine's just empty beer bottles.
It reminds me, Johnny, I've got your bottle caps for you.
Oh, thanks, dude. I need them.
Yeah, we got a lot of snow here, and it's pretty intense.
So,
just keep snowing.
Jason, where do you currently call home, Jason?
Right here, wherever this is.
Well, I know where the former Orange County Chopper Shop is. I wasn't sure if you're in New York anymore.
Yeah, always. Yeah, we're here. We're here to stay.
All right, so I'm going to tell you, I didn't say it last night because I was telling the group when you were gone. I'm born and raised in Beacon, New York.
Hell yeah, that's how we get to New York City.
I'm right across the river from Orange County Chopper Shop. Well, not anymore. I live in the Boston area now, but I was born and raised in Beacon before Beacon was nice though. Like before, it was nice.
Oh yeah, it's hard. It used to be a hard town.
Not
you know?
what it's like
So
now.
was Newburgh, man. You know.
Oh, it was so hard. It was, well, that's what I wasn't sure what Newburgh was like anymore, but I was relating on what it could have been like earlier. And
What,
so.
you guys stealing my iPad? They stole up this thing to my iPad.
Hey.
Good job, Jason. You haven't got your safety goggles on.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah.
I love it.
Safety third. Safety third.
I just got to make sure they're good, you know? They're
Gotta
good.
make sure they're alive. They're boys. You're like, are you guys good? Okay.
If it's too quiet, you've got to go find out what's going on.
Big problem.
Somebody's been duct taped someplace, Brad. Somebody's been taped up.
Yeah.
I was the only girl in a house with 3 brothers. And so, yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
I shot someone in my office in the eye with a Nerf gun. That's how we got Nerf guns banned.
Oh, that's no good.
Oh, Kirby. Kirby, were you an only child?
Kind of.
Kind of. He killed the others.
my brother's like 9 years older than me, so by the time I got to like 8,
That's what
9, he
Rachel
moved out.
walks into.
She's wearing my shirt as well.
That's
Rachel,
You're on
awesome.
mute, Rachel.
Hi guys, how's it
Hey,
going?
Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
Hey, Rachel.
Hey.
Happy world.
Yes.
I know Rachel's like, happy world, guys. I'm not in charge this year.
Oh, it's amazing.
See
I'm
ya.
just kicking back. I'm enjoying it.
Like,
My ribbon doesn't drag the floor. My ribbons don't drag the floor this year.
No.
You ain't got one.
I got my badge. I did get a badge. I got an email from Dan Wagner.
I think it's
Let
the
me
first
order a
time we've
badge.
had more
That was
badges than
fun.
Rachel.
That's great.
Hey, the first and only time when we come
I was
back to
pretty
Nashville,
happy.
y'all are done.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was disappointed because, you know, I bought some cowboy boots last year and I was like, you know, I'm going to get to rock them at least twice a year, you know, or, you know, every other year. And now it's like, I got to wait for it. Right.
Yeah, I'm just.
Right. Right. Because,
I got my,
yeah.
I had my hat ready and everything.
Nice. Nice.
So
Looks like
Heather,
you're
where
there.
are you calling from?
So I'm actually outside of Boston now. I'm about an hour west of Boston.
Oh, great.
But the
Yeah.
company I work for is based in England. And so they brought me on here about 5 years ago. I'm in
Cool.
North America. Did you
Yeah.
know our software sits inside SolidWorks?
Is that
Jason?
right?
I got to give guys, yeah.
It's a sales
Our
pitch.
software sits inside of SolidWorks and it allows you to automate your repetitive designs in SolidWorks. So if you do a
Okay.
lot of same
Kirby.
but different type design work, you should give DriveWorks a go.
Okay.
That's it.
I think what
I
Heather's
did
saying
it.
is, Kirby, she's got a
Sounds good.
presentation she wants to pitch.
No, we're good. Jason and I can
Using us as
we
a
can
platform
connect
to
later.
practice.
No. Oh, no, that's not my style. Our software speaks for itself, man. We're doing great stuff.
That's right.
We're
It is scary.
20
to use,
years in.
Good.
Heather, I've missed you so much.
Oh, Rachel. Rachel, I thought about you on Sunday.
You know, it's been a really cool Monday. Can we?
I know.
Kirby, I almost blew up your phone this morning, but I was working and I was like, all right, like we have to talk about the Maker Edition. Like I am so excited, y'all.
I am
Like,
too.
that's such a big deal.
We're
That's
finally
the
getting
first
to
thing that I hit on Instagram today. I was blown away
Saw
by
that,
it.
yeah.
I was like, it's too good to be true type thing, you know?
But
we're
like,
finally getting into the Fusion. We're trying to compete with Fusion and all these other ones now that are, you know,
There's no competition, bro.
yeah,
I mean,
no.
I've been preaching it since
Not
like
at all.
2016, saying it needs to happen.
I was gonna say, I
Yes.
feel like the very first time I met you, like this was one of our conversations, and I was like, this morning I damn near came out of my chair, but I was in a work meeting. I was multitasking.
What's wrong? I'm on the phone.
It's great. I even
I
sent
love
it to
that.
Luke, and Luke's just like, oh,
Super exciting.
It's right.
it's hopefully.
I love Jason talking to his kid like I talk to my dog. I'm like, I'm on the phone right now. You
Yeah.
don't have to go out again.
I thought it was just. I thought it was just me that had to do that with my children.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's cold out here, but it's nice. It's quiet. You know,
Yeah.
there's nothing like, it's just
Yeah.
really serene.
It's
really
peaceful.
It's
We're in the
snowing
middle-
here.
We're in the
It's
middle
snowing.
of nowhere.
Yeah.
and we love it. It's good. It's quiet. Lots of snow.
Well, now I know where I'm hitting it for Iron Swug next year in the summer. I'm gonna go north and hit all the user groups up there.
I think you should.
Yeah, it's not like
You just
the
come
noise
to
of
my
London.
house, Brad. We'll just live stream from my house. It'll be great. Will be fantastic.
There you go. We'll throw a
we
head
got
on the back of the bike.
We got the camper outside. You can just crash in the camper out in the front.
Perfect.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm good.
I'm on my way right now.
Exactly. Jason can come. Jason can bring
Yeah.
the kids, bring the dog. You got to bring the
Jason,
dog.
what Jason's trying to say is he doesn't want to bring the kids. He wants peace for a day.
Oh, right. He's going to be like, honey, I got to go on a work trip.
Yeah.
I got to go.
Work.
Mandatory
work trip.
Got to go see this new software. Got to go to Boston. Got to go.
Business.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
is anybody like here, like you miss work travel, right? Like, I mean, I love my family and I love to be home, but we get into a groove, you know, and like my husband travels. So Jason, my husband works for SolidWorks 20 years now. As a matter of fact, when you showed your banner in the Orange County Choppers thing,
Yeah, right.
my husband Earl had actually worked with, I think, if I remember correctly, because I remember when they worked with Orange County Choppers, because Earl's been with SolidWorks for 20 years now. I think it was Chris Salmers that came down to visit you in the shop down there, and Earl used to work with Chris directly. And so when I told him about the banner this morning, I told him all about you. I was like, Jason could talk for 3 hours just about how excited he is about designing stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Not
then,
even
then I have like my George Costanza moment as soon as I hang up, I'm like, oh, I should have said that. That would have been awesome. You know,
I think that
like,
all the time.
all the time.
I have those
man,
moments
you
all
know?
the
So I need to have
time.
like a call and then like a post call. You know, like
Right. You
but
need to
men-
have like, it's there was an episode of The Office where Pam answers the phone and pretends
Yeah.
to be like, when she transfers the phone call to her boss, she pretends to be the person who says something stupid, and then she gives him a chance to say it to her, and then she transfers the call. I need that sometimes, because you say something and then you're like, oh, I meant to say this.
Yeah, but back to Chris Salmers. He's a legend, man.
Chris Salmers, my God,
Yeah,
you know what? That's OG,
you know
by the way.
The patience it takes to teach like an artist SolidWorks, you know?
Yeah.
And he's like, you got to define this, and you got to coincident value that, and this is tangency, and I'm like, what the fuck is tangency, man? What are you doing? Like,
No, you're just like, I want to build cool shit.
And,
I just want to draw.
Everything starts with the drawing, and everything starts with the center line. And, you know, I was just used to like 3D modeling packages, like polygons and, you know, video games. So it was like really loose and just kind of push things around. And he's like, it's got to be defined. And I'm like, what does that mean? Why? And it was
that Toby Snars, Toby Snars video.
It was the worst.
Speaking of Toby, Toby just joined into the chat.
No way. Toby's just popped up.
But though, to know Chris Salmers was a machinist part, just as he fit right in down there as well. I mean, he was that's funny though to
he worked on the bike with me, and
that's OG.
Yeah, it is OG. And you know what? I was cleaning out
OG.
I was cleaning out some clothes recently, and I found the original SolidWorks bike T-shirt from 2005, 2004,
Wow.
and I never wore it. I got it, and I just kind of was like, "Oh, cool!" And so I found it. So I got to bust that puppy out. Start wearing it.
Right.
Wait, because that sits in the cafeteria of the office. First time I went to the office, I saw that, and I was told that's Orange County Chopper. I was like, no way.
Yeah.
I was there for 10 minutes. I'm like, this is amazing. This is amazing.
That would be my
Next time I go there, I'm bringing a full charge battery and like a quart of gas with me, and I'm just gonna leave on it. Seriously, I'm gonna Uber my way to Boston area. And I'm just
You
gonna
stay
get
at
on
my
the bike.
house, apparently.
I'm just gonna hook up the battery, and I'm just gonna take it for a fun ride. You know,
You're just not to
and it
fight me
might
for
come
it.
back blue and silver.
Just
to
take it
match
out to
the-
my house and we'll hide it around the back. We'll just take care
We're
of
gonna
it.
convert it to look like the 3D Experience logo. You know.
It seems like Michael Lord has finally woken up in Australia. He's
That's
joined us.
right.
It's the first
It's
I've heard
time.
from him today.
Wakey,
Welcome.
wakey.
He's awake.
Eggs
Hey,
and bakey, Michael. That's
Hey, Mike.
time.
I actually got to make it to Sydney once. and it was a really pleasant trip because it was like 20 some hours on the flight there. And then we did a show and everyone was all happy and everyone has a great time. And about 15 hours later, I was put back on a plane and sent back.
And you're all just like,
so I spent more time in the air than I did on the ground in Sydney.
That sounds like torture.
Yeah, it was great.
All right. Well, you guys have a good day. I'm going to jump off here. I got to go,
Brad,
do
we'll
the
see you
fan
later.
thing.
Have fun, Brad.
And,
Brad.
I'll see you, Brad, before the end of the week. I'll be here. Pretty much this is it now, Kirby. Sorry. I'm taking
That's
over.
okay.
Heather Haas.
That's fine.
That's all right.
Heather Haas Radio.
Heather, that's fine because it's 10 o'clock here. We're tuning off soon.
Absolutely not.
You can carry on.
Right.
I'm on. You know what? Just leave me in charge. I got this.
But we're definitely doing the Iron Slug thing, and I've got to get some more groups scheduled up north so I can go that way in the summer, so I don't sweat as much as I did this year. I drove through Memphis and I about died.
I want to chat with you a little bit more. Have you caught any of our blogs? Have you caught our blogs, the interviews that I've been doing and posting on the DriveWorks blog on the catching up with people? Anyway, we've been doing some profiles of kind of some pillars in the community, and I think it might be fun to do an interview with you, not just about you being a user group leader, but the other areas of your life and the Iron Slug thing. I think that might be kind of fun to talk about.
Sure.
So,
yeah, shoot me an email or something. And
I'll be in
do that.
touch.
So you guys have a good evening, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye,
Oh,
Brad.
definitely, we'll be here.
Bye.
See you, Brad.
See ya.
Excellent.
Heather, I've got to compliment you, dude. You always get him on the way out, and like he's committed now, and I know that
You know
he's
what?
committed now, and well done.
You can't even. You know what? You can't even compete. Like,
No, absolutely.
I know,
not.
but
I
you know
learned
what
everything
though?
I know.
The fun part is that most of the time I do it because I'm like, hey, he would be a really great person. So we've done these really fun interviews with people in the community on our blog over the last 2 months.
You're on mute,
And
Michael.
it's been great because once you get people to open up, they just want to tell their story. Jason, you're on the list, by the way, the list. And
Which one do you want the one or the one that I make up?
well, you know what? What do you want? I mean, I think it would be great to tell your story only because you've been using SolidWorks for how many years, right? I mean, and just your story. And I don't even mean the OCC story. I just mean your story, like even up until this year, becoming a brand ambassador for the, for 3D. I mean, I think it would be a great story to tell, but everybody has other things in their story though, other than like their day job. And so I think it would be fun. And I think it would be a great follow-up to 3D Experience World, just for people to know you.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. But you know what? There's so many different experiences I had along the way, and the software was always there. And that's no bullshit, because like I remember sitting down with Bill Murray and like designing his bike, and he's like, "What's this?" And I'm like, "This is SolidWorks, Bill." And it was just such a trip, because like I don't think a lot of those quote, celebrities get like a chance to jack with engineering software. You know what I mean? And so like all those guys, when they came through and they wanted to see what their wheels are going to look like, they wanted to make sure they had their own signature on it. And so they put like a tweak of their own, or, hey, can we make this and that, and then, so I always, I showed them the software, I mean, it was the real geometry that kicked off to the machine shop that machined the parts that ultimately was their bike, and so it was a way to kind of connect all those guys with their project, you know what I mean? So there's so many different stories. And I remember me and Bill were working on the project, and he was a really funny dude, and it turns out we were both mailmen from Illinois at one point in our lives. So we kind of had that connection, and it was a trip. And when it finally came time to break for lunch, Paul's were taking Bill to a really nice restaurant, across town, like the really high scale place, And
what was it, like Billy Joe's barbecue rib works?
Yeah, pretty much. And poor Jason didn't always get to go to the really high end places when the clients rolled in. Once in a while. Flew on a handful of really nice planes in my day, but they were going to leave, and Bill's like, "Jay, you coming? You're coming, right?" And I'm like, "I don't know, man. Maybe." And he's like, "I'm not going if Jason doesn't go." So that was like mad respect, that was cool. Nice. So got in on that, and there's different stories, and it's like there's so many. It's like, just recently, like doing the presentation stuff, because I've never really done it before. It's like I've always just done my thing and kind of move on. But recently I've been gathering data, so to speak, and looking at old emails and kind of going through my folders, and I'm like, damn, how many freaking bikes was it? And it's over 300, and each client is stacked. You know what I mean? It's like clients like NASA and Nike and, Caterpillar and Northrop Grumman, and
I think you guys
Under
did one
Armour,
for. I think you did one
Dude, I
for
did
the
one for
wounded.
Bill Gates, man. Bill
Yeah,
Gates got a Microsoft bike, and I got a picture of him on the bike, and he's just like all like legendary, like sitting on the bike, right? But his hand is holding on to the clutch lever instead of the grip. I'm like underneath, dude, like underneath the grip and grabbing the clutch lever, like, yeah, I got this shit. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. Like, that's the clutch lever, right? And it's just like always a trip, man. And what was cool is like everyone was so happy, because it's like when you get the bike done, people are number one, they're happy because they're on TV, they're doing the show, and they're cool people, whatever. But number two, they get like this cool product, So at like the unveils, it was always fun just to be part of the excitement and like, here's your chopper, dude, So it was good energy, man, even in the trying times,
Well, and they
Always
did bikes
kept it
for they did bikes for really good causes. I think, was it Wounded Warrior or like POW? You guys did some really cool bikes. I mean, growing up in Beacon, when I saw the show, I was like, Montgomery's in the house. Like, I was like all in, I'm like Dutchess County, Orange County. And so, it was kind of cool to
wild ride,
especially in that part of New York to see.
I got nothing but respect for Paul, and he knows if he ever needs anything, and vice versa with me. But I love the guy, man. He'll always be the boss. You know what I mean? I mean, it's 16 years of old school iron worker. What are you doing? What is that? What are you doing? That kind of just kind of pistol whips you into shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a nurturing environment like a school or a kindergarten. Like,
no.
It was tough love, man.
You're doing great. You're really crushing it. It was more like, what are you doing?
Pull your fucking finger out.
So it was always fun. And you know what? I look back on all those years, and it helped harden me and mold me into the person I am on anything, So I'm
that's great. No, that's a great, it's great. I mean? Yeah. Yep.
Super grateful for it.
Can I just full on nerd out and say it? Like, I could listen to you talk all day, dude. All day.
Exactly. Oh my God, Rachel, I'm with you.
Listen, can I just say something really quick? I was told by like probably 15 different people on my journey through SolidWorks and to where I'm at now that I have to talk to Rachel York.
Wow.
And you were always just this LinkedIn person that I connected with. You were kind of like this myth, like this magical unicorn that you can't really obtain until right now.
I think this is the first time that I've connected Rachel with someone she doesn't know.
Yeah, let's go, Kirby.
Amazing.
This Rachel will always be a myth.
My only description of Rachel is she's a fucking legend.
Anyway, I'm super excited about this moment too. When I saw you jump in, I was like, oh my God, Kirby, password now.
Gimme.
Yeah, Rachel was like, I've cleared my schedule, we're all good.
Not playing Apex
We're all
tonight.
in.
Yeah, the kid knows I'm distracted, so he's working me for an iPad right now. He's like, come on. Mom said no, but you'll say yes because you're busy doing work stuff, Dad. Come on. And I'm like, yeah, true. It's true.
So I mean, Jason, you saw me type this out yesterday. So I watched American Chopper while I was learning SolidWorks, and there was an episode where I watched and I saw you using SolidWorks. And I was like, wait a minute, I can use the software to make that, which was insane. It suddenly blew my mind and opened my mind of what I can do. Next day, I went to my head of department and be like, I want to go make cool stuff like that. How do I do it? And he gave me all the tools needed for that. And that led me to start making video game props and stuff. And I've worked with big companies like PlayStation, Bethesda, and that's making video game props. I even, with Bethesda, they managed to get me a Guinness World Record for the largest 3D printed prop from a video game. But yeah, it was watching kind of what you do with the CAD software that we were taught that this can just make some metal blocks. I could see that there was a lot more that you can do with the software. So it's quite exciting to see that you're getting involved and you're just as passionate about the community as well. And it's quite exciting that you're getting involved with everything. And like Rachel says, your energy is just off the charts.
Unreal. And you know what's true about it is it's all real. You know, I'm geeked about it, man. I'm into it, and I always have been. And it's like I finally get my chance to talk about it a little bit, you know. Yeah. And a lot of times, like with television and stuff, you're kind of zipped up, you know what I mean? Because editors ultimately in LA have all the control and all the power, and they can just cut you, and they can put words in your mouth, and they literally have taken other people's words and projected it where I was. Anyways, so it's like it's cool to be able to talk and not have those restrictions that you have when you work with production companies.
I mean, in school, I would not get up in front of a crowd and talk. I would not go talk to random people or anything like that. But as soon as I discovered design and engineering and all that stuff, I just popped out of my shell. And I'm more than happy just to chat to anybody and talk to anybody and just go on and waffle. And just
it's real. It's really, you know, and it's not even a marketing ploy or a gimmick, or I'm going to use words like synergy or innovation. You know, you don't have to fake it, you know, when it's real. So that's where the marriage between me and SolidWorks is like, it's wholeheartedly. It's like, it's as real as it could get, because, you know, I went through the trenches, you know, I slotted all those projects, and there was a lot of times where, you know, I had to rely on the reseller, or I had to call a guy like Chris Solmers to put his cape on and bail me out because I was just seeing nothing but, you know, craziness. And one thing that rings a bell was I was modeling an ear of corn, right? Because, you know, who does that, you know?
Because why not?
And I started with one kernel of corn, and then I moved it over, and I'm like, okay, I can pattern this. Okay, now I got to scale it. Okay, now I got to pattern scale. Now I got to circle. And I'm like, and it was just like no, you know. And so I had to phone a friend on that one and be like, what's going on? I remember that one moment. It was, you know, an ear of corn on a grip on a motorcycle, and it was getting the best of me, you know. But overcame it. But I had to rely on people in the industry, you know, to bail me out, you know. And I think that's the biggest thing is, like, you know, you have to know when it's cool to ask for help, and, you know, don't let your pride get in the way, and use, for kids these days, they need to use the resources around them to just make them better. You know what I mean? And smarter. And the other day, you guys were talking about how to get more people at the user groups and stuff. And it's like, you know, one gentleman pointed out, well, if they don't want to be there, we don't want them there. And that's true. But, you know, at the same time, you want to grow the overall objectives here and everything. And you want people to be excited, and you want people to have good jobs. And no one ever wants to talk about the money. You know, tell these kids, hey, you want to make money and you'll probably get more people in the goddamn user group, you know?
Yeah.
It's
you
like
want a job?
Society, no one wants to talk about it. It's like, hey, you want a good job. If you want a good job, shut up and work hard and learn this stuff, because smart people use this stuff. You know what I mean? And
exactly.
He agrees.
I mean, like, the way that I structure all of my user group meetings is that there's a section for technical where you learn something, and then the main speaker is someone that just has an inspirational story. I had a guy he has a 3D printed prosthetic, and
very cool.
He got involved with this company that makes 3D printed prosthetics. It's the first medically approved 3D printing prosthetic in the UK. And from that and seeing how it was made, he started his own 3D printing business because of this arm. And that's just a really interesting, inspirational story. Nothing to do with SolidWorks, but it was inspirational. So I always go for the technical side and an inspirational story, and get people to leave my meeting kind of thinking, kind of they can do anything.
Yeah, you want to inspire people no matter what you do, right, in life. No matter what your job is, you want to affect other people around you to feel good, right? Because there's not enough of that in this world. It's always the bullshit, the bad stuff. It's always the news. Yeah. We don't even turn the news on in this house. You know, my kids, when we go to their grandparents' house and stuff, they see like a weatherman on TV, and they're like, they're confused at what this dude's talking about, you know, because I'm just like, I like to remain naive to everything. Yeah. and just stay in a happy place, you know, stay in a happy place.
Yeah. I mean, like when COVID first started coming around, I was listening to it every day and I got sick of it. So I got Audible and listened to all the Harry Potter books instead.
Good for you, man. That's the way to keep it.
And it just made driving to work so much more bearable. I enjoyed it.
Right.
I love that's such a Kirby thing. I'll go back to witchcraft and wizardry. Forget COVID.
Witchcraft.
And I enjoyed it. Like,
just started day drinking.
Isn't that how they're going to solve the pandemic? By witchcraft?
You do that normally, Heather.
Because medical processes won't work.
I have a question for Jason, though. Yeah. Hi, Steve. So, Jason, I got to go back to the corn cob that you designed. By the way, we got to go way back. Was that for a throttle for a chopper? Was that like a throttle? Amazing.
Yeah, that was throttle. Yep.
Just like a throttle, like.
It was for Iowa. The Farm Bureau out in Iowa got a bike, and it was the first motorcycle that ran on E85.
E85 gas, yes.
Yeah, buddy. And small little fact: I was actually the 1985 Mendota, Illinois sweet corn king, son. At ripe age of 4.
Wow. Greatness.
Letting you know.
Wow.
That was an awesome project, and it was cool to be part of that crew and everything that's going on.
No, that was cool. I mean, I was like, corn cob, it's got to be for the throttle, right? I mean, I'm just thinking.
Out of all my stories, that might be like not the greatest moment of my 3D modeling life. But here's something that's pretty cool. This went on Bill's bike. This was the air cleaner artwork that
don't show the New York Jets bike. We'll be all set.
No, never sold that.
Oh, that's the groundhog. Money. That's for Bill. Is that for Bill Murray's bike?
Yeah. That was the groundhog art that we did on the air cleaner. I just love it. It makes me laugh.
Cool. Gopher.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's fun.
Yeah, we did a lot of projects for the military here, and that was always awesome. I found myself in very unique situations, we'll call them. You know, got to hang like 10 mortars over at West Point. That was pretty nice. We're just raining fire down on they had like this Jeep in the field that just like nuts, and then they got to shoot one of those howitzers, and then got to go to Maryland at the Aberdeen Proving Grounds for the U.S. Army.
Hey, Cam. One of our user group leaders, Cam Smith, manages the user group at Aberdeen Proving Ground.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, where's Cam at?
Hey, we got to connect you. Cam was on the meet. You know what, Jason?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make that connection for you because that would be fun. I think he would appreciate that.
He's already got a connection with Jason in regards to the Slug Me event.
Well, there you go. There you go. You're all set. Michael, thanks for coming in.
You've got to be useful for something, don't I?
You know what?
Oh, stop, Michael.
Oh, I know.
I'm just, I'm not going to say it, but.
Heather, can I butt in?
Yeah.
Since you're doing all the talking, can I butt in real quick and say hi to Rachel?
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Rachel.
How you doing?
Good, great. How are you?
I'm still in mourning. I don't know if you guys saw it, but on Sunday my Chiefs got destroyed.
Yeah, they got
yeah, we saw it, right?
By the goat.
How's your snowman doing?
My snowman is still on the table because I haven't. So for those of y'all that don't know, this is a die-hard Chiefs Kingdom house, right? So last year we bought one of these silly little. It's a snowman with a Chiefs scarf on, and he came into our house on like week 3 or 4, and all of a sudden we won the Super Bowl. So when we made it to playoffs, we were like, all right, I guess the snowman has to stay because we're superstitious. And then we made it to the Super Bowl and they were like, well, I guess he has to stay out all year long. So now I have this snowman that's like this big. He's massive, like in my house on display. It's a little bit ridiculous. But he was going to stay out until we lost. But we won like 25 games straight or something crazy. So like snowman is still out. Anyway, he has to go away now because his magic is gone. He's like Frosty. He needs to melt and I don't know what to do with him.
Kick him down the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a proper funeral for the snowman at some point here in the next couple of weeks.
You can send him to different user group meetings, user group leaders, and we can feature him in all our virtual meetings.
No, there's too many Pats fans in this whole thing and the whole Tom Brady Gronk recurrence. Like I just I don't trust it. We're just gonna get rid of the snowman.
Wow.
Yeah, you're safe that way. At least you got the best quarterback in the league for about the next 20 years. So you got that going for you.
You know, Jason's right. He's right.
He's the best. Yeah, he's the best I've seen. I'm a big football fan.
Nice. Me too.
I should clarify. American football, the NFL. Okay. And I'm a big Vikings fan, and it's just been a struggle my whole life. So good for you.
It's been a struggle for us too until recently.
Yeah. Well, you got the right coach, you got the right quarterback, so you'll be good.
Yeah. Steve, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Rachel. Thank you. We miss you.
Yeah, I miss you guys too. Today's been a cool day though. Like I enjoyed. I don't know. It's weird. Like it's like I've super enjoyed the virtual event. Like it's been
going
cool.
really well.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like
you and Johnny, this is awesome.
It's been very well. A lot of people have been.
Yeah, we're shocked how well this is done.
It really has felt like just catching up in the hallways with everybody, which is
what we want.
fantastic.
That's right.
Well, I think Kirby will agree with me. We definitely got to get Jason on for a full episode because me and Kirby have been fans of the show and way back when. And
Bring out more of the Jack Daniel. We'll have a couple of drinks.
Get the proper Jack out.
We could do that. I'm game for it, man. I'm like, listen, I mean it, man. Like this has been my life for so long, and it's like it's one thing that like I hate sounding like this and sounding like, you know, oh, he's just a punk, just, you know, whatever. But I was too busy, man, you know, and like I was just chasing it and crushing it. But I always knew about my SolidWorks family because what I went through to like learn it, you know, and whenever I was traveling, I'd run into people and they'd be like, yo, SolidWorks. And I'd be like, you know, throwing a fist up in the airport on the escalator, like, you know,
but I gotta go.
you know, and so I don't know, man. It's just like, it's always been there and like, just accidentally it inspired people to get into design and get into engineering and manufacturing as well. So
yeah, I mean, it was Rachel.
It's a lot of fun because it's a rewarding job to see things come together and come out in real life, and it's like real products and it affects real people. So I think somehow if you can tie that into the kids so they understand it, it's like, hey, make a difference, you know, make something real and tangible. And
have you seen Magic Wheelchair? There's the shirt.
I saw it last year in Nashville.
Yeah.
Nashville was like, I did it wrong last year. Well, I did some things right and some things wrong, but it was like I was there with Box Technologies and my wife, and we had a great time. And Nashville's like one of my favorite places in the world, you know.
I was too now.
Like I've been there so many times that like I know it. I have friends there, and so I like got really distracted last year. At, you know, Worlds, but I was so looking forward to it, and like I wanted my first year with SolidWorks like so bad to be there and be on stage and rock that. And I guess, you know, just do it virtual, you know, and just, you know, do that next year. Because the next year is Nashville, right? Is that what what's happening?
We don't know yet. It starts with the A, apparently.
Oh boy, I already told my wife it's Nashville, so there's no really backing out.
You can go to Nashville first. I mean,
just
if you do that,
further
I'll
south.
join in. Like, we love Jack Daniels.
Me and
Did you
Kirby
say
will
it
meet you there a
starts
week
with an
before.
A?
You said it starts with
And
an
it's
A.
slightly further south
Austin.
than Nashville.
Austin.
Please
No,
don't
to
say
the-
please
to
don't
the
say
right.
Anaheim. Anaheim?
No, to the left.
Austin.
Anaheim.
Austin.
To the
Anaheim.
right.
Arizona. Phoenix.
But yeah, back
Said it
to
starts with an A.
Due south of Nashville.
Maybe it's Australia, Michael. Maybe
Well,
you're
that's
getting it.
southwest. That's southwest. South. Due south. Drive south.
Atlanta.
Not Atlanta.
Atlanta. Michael.
I didn't say that. I didn't
Michael,
say
good
that.
call, by the
Oh,
way.
damn.
Really good
Hoping
call,
for
by the
Austin.
way. Atlanta would be a fantastic site. It's got a great hub as far as airports. I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty central for you folks in the UK, Kirby. That's like a layover.
Yeah.
Like when you go to LA, you like land in Atlanta. It's like,
Yeah, but
SolarWorks sends us the whole way.
oh,
the thing is, Heather,
okay.
me and Kirby just look at how many bars per square mile.
Okay, Johnny. All right. Atlanta's kind of a fun town.
That's my
She
old
hosted
stomping grounds, dude. I know where to
Drive
go in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, Rachel's hooking
It
us
seems
up
like
now.
that for every city you go to, Rachel. You know where the perfect dive bar is.
That's
We
true.
saw your bars last year in Nashville, Rachel.
Hey, that's my superpower. Don't hate on my superpower.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nashville was king.
That would be fun.
just with
Let's not spoil the surprise. Let's keep people in waiting.
we're
Well,
talking
that's
about
only
it.
that's only the inside word. Don't take it for being truthful. What am I
Exactly.
supposed to
You
know?
gotta get a buzz going about it.
Gotta get people
Maybe it's
talking.
Albany, Jason. Maybe it's Albany, New York. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I said it's definitely going to be Anchorage.
I've lived there too. We don't want to go there.
Maybe it's Albany. It's Albany, and the Pauls are gonna be there, right? That'd be fun. No,
geez.
I'm just funning.
I was hoping for Austin. But
Austin would be fun.
Yes.
Austin is complicated to get to air travel wise because you got to connect. Like
It's got a pretty good airport though.
Probably
I
Atlanta.
like Austin. Oh no, I love Austin. I actually really liked Austin. I've been there a few times. It's a
Yes, I know.
it's a
Thank
fun
you.
town. I know.
We're probably
Austin, we
just
had a
going
great
from
time.
we're probably just going from Fort Worth, Dallas, and just road trip down.
Let's be honest here. No matter where me and Kirby fly from, it's a connection, so it doesn't really bother us.
It does it right.
Well, not for Austin. Austin has direct British Airlines to London.
Steve will help
So
you out.
several years ago, when we put the Formula One track in, they made single one-way trips from the British Airlines. I think they're here 6 days. They do round trips 6 days.
Yeah,
It's
but
amazing.
The thing is, Steve, it's me and Kirby. It took us 28 hours to get to Nashville, which was meant to be 10. So shouldn't relent.
Because you stopped at all the bars.
The Philly
No,
trip.
that's-
There were a
That
few
was the
bars.
Philly
Yeah,
trip.
that was the Philly
Few
trip.
bars, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were supposed to go through New York, but our flight got cancelled. I lost my free upgrade, but we managed to fork out £200 worth of £200 worth of vouchers because we just asked everybody. We went from desk to desk to desk and be like, we're supposed to get vouchers. We didn't get any and pocket them. Sat in the bar drinking on British Airways pocket, and then we had to connect through Philadelphia, where the connection was 30 minutes, where we had to go through customs, collect our bags, and check in for the next flight. And at some point, we had to get we wanted to get food, and we couldn't get a Philly cheesesteak, but we got awesome T-shirts from it.
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, we made the flight, and it worked out. And
Love those flight stories.
we landed
You know what I
10 minutes
remember,
before
Kirby?
everybody left the bar. And
We
we had
walked into the bar at midnight, and Rachel goes, "Where are they? They were meant to be here hours ago."
Yeah, that was a fun day. I think my favorite airport story. So I'm in St. Louis, so I'm like right in the middle. So everybody always flies through here somehow. And I'm up at like, I mean, it was an early flight. It was one of those stupid early flights. And I'm not a morning person, if y'all don't know this about me. And I get up and I'm like not ready for world, nothing. Like I'm still in sweats, like ponytail, like I'll see you guys when I get there. I'll drop my shit off at the hotel and go, right? And I get to go line up for the plane. And all of a sudden I see Casey Gorman in the terminal. And I'm like, why are you here? And Casey heard my voice and he turned around and we had the most fun. We were drinking on the plane all the way there. It was a blast. It was totally accidental.
You know my
Have a good one.
you you know, my airport, the airline story from
Thanks for coming through.
leaving Nashville last year, trying to get home. So I'm sitting in Nashville to fly. I've got to fly to Houston and direct flight from Sydney back to Houston. So the plane's about 40 minutes late coming into Nashville, and you can see us sitting there, and we're sitting there, and I thought, well, this thing doesn't take off soon. I'm going to miss my flight to Sydney. So we're waiting there, and they make an announcement. They make an announcement over the line saying that they're waiting for an engineer to look at the plane. So another half hour goes by, and they go, the issue with the plane is that the toilet's not working, and you can't fly over 2 hours without the plane flying. So they're saying we're going to get permission to do this. So they load us on the plane, and we're sitting on the plane for about 20 minutes. I'm thinking, well, I've missed my flight now.
Sorry.
And they go,
That's a good connection.
and they go, oh, because you can't fly all the way to Nashville, we're going to make a stop in Little Rock, Arkansas, on the way there, so you can use the toilet. So we're sitting there for another 15 minutes, and they make another announcement going, we're just waiting for the computer to recalculate the fuel load to go via Little Rock. So anyone who wants to get off the plane now and use the toilet before we leave can do so. Seriously, half the plane empties out. So we must be on the airport. We must have been on Nashville for about an hour and a half. Well, this time my flight's left Houston. So yeah, we fly, we get to Little Rock, Arkansas. Half the plane gets off to use the toilet in Little Rock. God, and we get to Houston about 3 hours after the flight was supposed to get there. So the big bonus was, though, I got to go to the Johnson Space Center at Houston. So I did get a bonus and a free night in Houston. So I shouldn't complain.
I mean, that just shows the difference between like American health and safety and British health and safety. Our flight to New York to Nashville was cancelled because the intercom upstairs wouldn't work. Cancel the flight. You guys, toilet doesn't work. Hold it in. We'll do a pit stop.
Wow.
All right, y'all. I gotta bail out. It was so nice.
Rachel.
To see you all. I'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome, Rachel. Thank you for joining us.
Jason, you're amazing.
Rachel.
I can't wait to hear all the things from you.
Right on.
Bye, Rachel.
Bye, Rachel.
Cheers, Rachel. What a legend.
Kirby, I reckon Jason's going to fit in very well on our channel with that.
I think Jason's going to be just fine. I saw the kids. I saw the booze. I'm like, that's it. He's got a dog. It's good. Solid works. It's all good.
Yeah, the dog Lexi, she actually helps babysit the kids. You know, works out well.
See, he's got all the he's ticking all the boxes.
It works out.
Cheers, everybody. It's Beer 30 here in Ohio.
Josh, hey, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you? Hey, look,
Getting
Heather.
Happy New Year. I mean, it's been a month in, but I haven't seen you, so Happy New Year.
Look, Heather. Happy New Year.
I've got a box of those somewhere upstairs in my attic.
Nice. What's that?
I've got a box of those coasters in my attic somewhere. From one of my.
I have a basement full.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a basement full. Earl's like, does anybody want any coasters? Anybody?
I just
ever.
Sorry, I just want to bring up, just so you know, if you're watching from YouTube, we are taking in donations for Magic Wheelchair. If you want to donate to them, there's a link down below, and I'm in the process of trying to organize some official Jack Daniels swag to give away to a random person that donates to Magic Wheelchair during our stream this week, which will be awesome. I don't know how I pulled that one off.
Well, I know how. The amount of Jack Daniels we drink is basically like having shares in the thing.
We have shares in a brewery already.
Avery, you taking off?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
But yeah,
drink some wine for me.
Magic Wheelchair, they do awesome wheelchair costumes for kids, and they get people nerdy like us to build them. So it's really awesome, and hopefully at some point Johnny and I are going to do another build.
Damn right, maybe we can get Jason on board.
Oh my God, could you imagine?
I'm there, man.
I can imagine Heather.
Wow.
Heather, I can really imagine that my
I can too,
childhood
Johnny.
dreams would come true.
My
I
God.
reckon Jason could make it 10 times better than our little scooter.
Apparently, he could design corn
Yeah.
cobs for the handles if you needed it.
Yeah.
So we're
And,
in.
basically, when in doubt, you just got to chrome it out, man. You know,
You gotta just get Jason,
Just
and you
it'll
gotta yell
hide-
at him.
The
Apparently,
entire thing,
It'll hide the
even the
crimes.
plastic. Yeah.
Jason, that's definitely one thing I learned from OCC is just chrome the shit out of it if in doubt.
chrome it
Just chrome it
and make a
And
really
get it-
cool gas tank.
Get it done. Get it done tomorrow.
Right.
Chrome it and make tons of noise, and no one will notice the dents.
Yeah. What's so crazy about it is you guys have no idea how many times it'd be like Monday morning, 7:30, like, okay, you're working on the project, and then all of a sudden a frame comes in and it's like, boom. And it's like, this is for this plate and it needs to happen now. And so it's like,
oops.
What do you, by now you mean like right now? Or like now is in like tomorrow or after this other project? No, it's now as in now. So it
No,
was
and then
like,
Senior goes,
it was like
now
you
as
start
in
sketching,
yesterday.
it's like, literally take a picture of the frame, slap it up in Photoshop, and just start sketching lines right on top of it, and dropping in logos, and like, okay, well, what about something like that? And just go for it. So the intensity was always good, but the planning was always poor.
Subpar. I mean, like I think that's one thing that I learned very quickly is that you make it look easy on the show when it comes to doing stuff like chroming. It makes it seem like you just phone up a dude, he picks it up, does the thing. But like learning in university and seeing that kind of stuff and being like, oh, it's cool, I can just phone a dude and he'll do it, and you just find out it's like, it's not the case.
That's not how shit happens now.
Yeah.
You call Jason, he finds it, dude.
Yeah. And yeah, it was always dealing with different vendors for that, and trying to get it done. But it was always a time crunch, and it was real because, production's paying for the film crew to be there. You know what I mean? Yep. And those guys, those people make really good money, and so it's like, it was always a hustle, man, just the last minute hustle that had to happen,
Yeah, that's it. It's like, it's one thing letting your client down or whatever, but then you got a production crew on top of that that's costing even more money. It's like double pressure.
You're essentially doing two jobs.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
You're a mechanic, an engineer, and then you're a film star at the same time.
And everything's your fault.
Right.
It could be tricky. I struggle.
Everything's your fault. I like that. Nice
I struggle
idea.
just with my boss when he's like, "Could you do this for me?" And it's just like, we have a cutoff for a reason. But he's always right. Like he's like, you know what, you're right. I'll do it. He pays me.
You struggle to get the password right for this Zoom meeting.
It worked. Everybody made it eventually.
Right.
So this is Todd's old
Hey,
one.
Michael, how early is it there?
It's not too bad. It's 9:30 in the morning. You're looking into your future.
Yeah.
It looks pretty good.
What's the weather like?
Is it?
Looks like a great shop you have.
Actually, you feel right at home here, Kirby. It's typical English summer. It's grey and wet.
We're actually having the most untypical weather. It's snowing in London, which is never really happens.
Nice.
It's been snowing for 3 days.
Blizzards we have.
Looks like a pretty nice shop you have there.
I'm trying to figure out if it's a background.
I think that's a real deal. I think that's a real deal. Shop
All
there.
right. So this is do you see the workshop?
Yeah, great.
Cool. So this is the place. This is why there's been a noise in the background. The boys insist on making a noise for some strange particular reason.
I can't believe they're trying to work.
I'll tell you what that noise is, Michael.
That's awesome.
Have it the same.
Incompetent people, you can't trust them, and this is everybody's.
Yeah.
Obviously knows my screen.
There you go.
This is the design office. The quick tour of track. So there's a few of us.
Awesome.
I
like the
to make a
ceiling.
noise, don't you, Michael?
Awesome.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought the ceiling was like a filter that he put into his background and made it look fancy.
No, I have nothing to do with the ceiling. That was when they redecorated the other year. They decided that with these new LED lights we've got, they decided that they should do something about it. So nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Jason, for your information, so you're a SolidWorks user, you see some of my work every time you open up SolidWorks every 10th time, that motorhome which pops up, that RV.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, for
That's
sure.
me.
Oh, that's cool.
19 and up.
18 odd. We must about to get kicked soon.
Right.
That's cool. Like that must be really cool to open up the splash screen of SolidWorks and the splash screen pops up and it's something that you made.
That's awesome.
Johnny's face just makes me laugh every time.
I'm sure we're going to get the boot soon from it. It's been running for 4 years. It actually made the start of Visualize this year as well. There's a simulation. Someone used it for the simulation.
That's not Michael. It's my claim to fame. Every time someone opens SolidWorks, I say I know the guy that made that.
Yeah,
me too.
That poor old model's had the rounds in so many places.
Mark Schneider approached me and tried to get one of our products on board, and my company decided they didn't want to share it. I was really bummed.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
They did something at Philips with one of the ultrasounds I worked on, but it was taller than it was wide, so it didn't fit their splash screen the right way.
Oh.
We had to hear the discussion the same way. I mean, that model was out of date for us anyway when we gave it to them. And I said to him, well, it's worth nothing to us, sales wide, but we're talking worldwide publicity. And besides, I said, just imagine every other motorhome RV manufacturer, how much it must piss them off every time they open it up, and that screen just must.
Yeah, basically just a massive fuck you.
Great. Every time.
Yes. Yeah, so it makes me smile because we're a fairly, I keep saying we're a fairly small business here. You saw the size of the workshop compared to what you see out of the big manufacturers in the US and Europe, where they're producing 60,000 vehicles a year. We're producing 100. It just must really drive them insane.
I mean, your vehicles, are they converted vans, or are you building them from scratch?
So we do two things. Our main product we work on, as you see, van-based product. So we take a van, we cut it up to pieces, and we build them. But we also do. You can see in the driveway here, there's a bodied vehicle. We don't do as much of that. We're mainly a van-based converter, but we also build some crazy one-off vehicles. So I know what Jason's going through when our motorhome's our main business, but you name it, I have probably built it. We build a lot of one-off special purpose vehicles for some special medical clinics and some specialized just some odd promotion vehicles as well. But if it's because I've been around this business way too long, if it can go on wheels, there's a good chance that we've probably built something.
Nice.
It's really cool what you guys do. Hey. I think I must actually ask. My wife's got family in Australia, and I must ask if they know more anything about Tracker or have heard of your brand.
Yeah,
that'll be quite.
Actually, mean to ask my brother, but I keep forgetting he lives in Brisbane. So.
Yeah, we many years ago we used to have a branch in Brisbane. They used to build crazy things back in the old days, back in the 80s and the 90s. They got involved with a few of the lotteries and the art unions, and they used to give away, a house. They were all for charity work, and they would come in and they started using some of our motorhomes as prizes to give away, and then it just started getting ridiculous. They want them brighter coloured, they want a bigger vehicle, so they started building on things like Unimogs and a whole lot of weird stuff. It just got out of control and in the insanity, and they just say make it bigger. And we have these ridiculously pink and green colour combinations, and they just got crazy.
I'm sure Jason knows about ridiculous combinations.
Nice. Sorry.
Jason, is that home or is that your shop?
Yeah, it's both now.
Nice.
Yeah, I love it. I don't even need a car anymore.
Sorry, Adam Ebenical, thank you for the $10 for Magic Wheelchair.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Adam.
the donation.
Right on.
197 for the day, Kirby.
Yeah, almost at $200 for the day. That's fantastic. Our target was 100, so I think we
Nice.
smashed that a little bit.
Nice.
And yeah, cool. Thank you very much. But yeah, like Tracker is such an Australian name. it's just, especially like if you would say it in the Australian accent, that Tracker. It's fantastic. And I love the way that Australians do that as well. Like, just the way you say things and then you just call it that way. It's just brilliant.
We've got to get down there and see Michael, I think, Kirby.
Well, because my wife has family in Brisbane, I plan to go there at some point, but also go to Sydney and go check it out. I mean, Australia's awesome. It's exactly the same as South Africa. You just got bigger. It's a lot safer. It's just
you're
like,
not getting shot at.
If you think of Heather, thank you very much for the donation, $20. Excellent.
Thanks, Heather.
So
Heather's husband.
What Australia is, it's like, it has the weather, and it has the weather of South Africa. It has the house sizes of America, and kind of like the freedom and transport infrastructure of like London and that. That's the best way I can like translate it. It's like South Africa, we got great weather, fairly large houses and that stuff, and yards and all that, but it's all behind massive walls, and you can't. You
really enjoyed my 12 hours there when I was.
I didn't hear the story of the 12 hours. Why were you only here for 12 hours? Did you get deported or something?
We used to have this lady that did all the booking, and I don't know, man. She knew that the longer that we were at a place, there was a really good chance that one of us was going to get arrested. So it was like an outside job, you know. It was like, well, throw in there 12 hours. How much trouble can they get in? And so it was like, and it wasn't always just me, you know. I'm not in trouble. We all know that, right? But yeah, we could get rowdy, especially some of my mechanic buddies. So they thought it was a great idea to fly us there, do a live show, and then
get out of there.
Home. So literally, like when the show was over at like 11 o'clock at night, and everyone's like, "Yeah, this is awesome." We had like 4 hours before we had to be on the plane.
Well, I did do a trip to Louisville, Kentucky. They used to hold the big trade shows in the US for the RV industry, and I do remember not seeing daylight because literally, again, the 30-hour flight from Sydney via Atlanta to then Kentucky. We left on the Sunday, got there on the Sunday night at well, actually the Saturday morning about 1 a.m. The airport was literally directly across the road from the hotel and the conference center. So it's November. It's literally horizontal sleeting. It's pitch black. So we had my boss was, again, like all bosses, were making sure we got value for money. So we landed at 1 a.m. We're up with a 7 o'clock meeting the next morning. We run across a 5-lane highway, literally at 10 to 7 in the morning. It's pitch dark to go across the convention center. We're in the convention center all day, leave at 6 that night, come back to the motel. And that was my 3 days in Kentucky. That's all I saw. And then
awesome.
It was just a great, one of those great business trips.
I mean, I did that to go to one of Eric Beatty's user group meetings. As I landed that evening, I flew from London to Seattle. That evening, I had the user group meeting. The next day, I got to mess around in Seattle, but also that afternoon hung out with 3D Printing Nerd, and then the next morning I was out. Boom, 2 days in Seattle.
Yeah,
So
I had a hard time coming back from Malaysia we did a bike for the tourism of Malaysia, and I remember at the unveil we burnt the hand of their prime minister.
Oh God!
When we unveiled the bike was hot, right? The pipes were bah, 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 and everyone's like, yeah. And the prime minister sat on it, and he was like, oh, really cool. And he just grabbed the exhaust pipe with his hand.
Oh my God!
Burned his hand, dude. And I'm like, why would you do that? Like, your country has more motorcycles than any other country in the world.
You should know.
You were lucky you weren't beheaded for that.
Yeah, you didn't get caned for that.
On the way home, I fell asleep, and I was looking at the map, and it was like somewhere over Afghanistan, and I was like, we're almost home. And I fell asleep, and they kept trying to wake me up. They kept trying to wake me up, like, hey, it's time for lunch. Hey, it's time for dinner. And dude, I woke up over New York, over the Finger Lakes in New York. So I slept that entire time, and the 12-hour time difference had me just like messed up. So I pretty much would get up at midnight and like have a huge lunch.
Yeah.
So like whenever Johnny and I go to America for World and everything, it works out fantastic because we stay out till like 2-3 in the morning every night, and because our jet lag wakes us up at 4-5 in the morning, we're ready to go, and it works out fantastic.
I don't know if it's fantastic or just pure brilliance that allows you to drink more than you should.
So we just got a donation in from ML. I think it's Michael Lord for $100.
Yep.
And Josh Mose
donated
$20. Thank you very much.
Right on, Mike.
Thanks,
that's actually leftover drinking money from Nashville. I have this
That's
travel
right.
credit card, which I had for when I go to the States normally for World, because it's handy to have. And there's still some money left over from last year. So that just it's out. It's going to run out next month. So there's no use converting US dollars back to Australian dollars. So my pleasure.
Thanks, Michael.
Very nice.
Thanks everyone who's donated.
And now you have to set a higher goal, Kirby.
Yeah, well, apparently we set our expectations far too low.
There's a story about me. The first ever SolidWorks World I went to, the first night I went to one of the parties, and there was a band on a stage doing some things, and they told some people to come up on the stage and dance with them. So I was like, hell yes. Got on there, jumped off the stage, and broke my ankle at my first World.
Really? Oh my God.
So from then, no one's allowed on stages at parties at World anymore. Legal and all that, it's a lot more strict. And I got a free scooter all ride to go around.
Was that in Dallas?
It was great, but yeah, no, that was in Los Angeles in 2017.
Kirby, what type of travel insurance did you have?
I had absolutely no travel insurance, so I had to pay for the hospital visit myself.
The country with the most expensive healthcare in the world. Kirby turns up with no travel insurance.
So yeah, that's a fun time, and that was also like it was my first time there with SolidWorks under SolidWorks Dime and everything like that. And they paid for me to go out there, and I first night just absolutely made a clown of myself, but it worked. They send me back every year for some reason.
You had to make an impression, dude. You had to set the bar. You had to set the bar really high, Kirby. So next year you have to break something else, but you should call the body part that you're going to break before you break it. It's like when you play basketball, it's like a bank shot. So
I'm sure just those body parts.
And that was also a fun conversation with my wife back in London, and be like, listen, I'm fine, but I'm in the hospital.
Everything's okay.
I'm fine, but
I've had a big accident.
Yeah, like Rachel hung out at the hospital with me till like 3:00 in the morning, just chatting shit. And it was great.
Oh, that's awesome. How did you manage to survive the electric bikes in Dallas?
Johnny stacked it. He absolutely stacked. He went into oncoming traffic.
It's not even funny, dude. I went straight into like an oncoming queue of taxis. I fell off and the scooter just kept going square through the middle of a row of traffic. Uber banned me from renting scooters for 6 months.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Because the scooter kept going, and then it kind of wobbled and then flipped a few times into oncoming traffic.
There's no other word for it.
Those things must get the hospitals in business over there.
Hey guys, I got to shoot. All right.
No worries. Thank you very much for hanging out, Jason.
Thanks for popping in, Jason.
Next
Jason.
time, John, we're gonna let you talk. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Be good, Kirby.
Cheers, man.
See you in Boston soon.
Hopefully
Thanks,
we get you
Jason.
on a full episode. I may use it.
Yeah,
Be
we
good,
want a full
guys.
episode, Jace.
Cheers, man.
Take
It's
care.
gonna be fun.
Good merchant, Jason.
I donated $10. Thank you very much for that. That's making me dizzy.
Still going.
Wow, excellent.
I'm gonna head out too, I think.
Yeah, because I think the what do you call it? I got an email about it. The recap end of
back.
day. So I think officially now day one is done.
Yeah, the recap was like half an hour ago.
You know, this is the first will that I've actually not had sore feet. But I'm gonna tell you, my butt is sore from sitting all day.
Yeah, so's mine. My back's hurting.
All right. Talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah.
I was looking for
I'm going to have to run too, guys. I've actually got to. I'm actually doing some work. I've got a meeting to run to, so I'll catch you guys tomorrow or through the week.
I think this is
Thanks,
also.
Mike. Good
I think
to
this
see
is
you.
also a good place to kind of leave the stream.
Cheers,
and
Michael.
that.
See you
Michael.
guys later.
Cheers.
Thanks, Ivan.
Thank you for joining.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Cheers.
See you, Josh.
Oh, cheers, Josh. Ching ching.
I'm out of booze.
I ran out of
All
Coke.
right.
Like this Coke.
We knew
Just to
what you
clarify. You can never tell.
Okay. What goes better with Jack Daniels?
Jack Daniels. Got to finish this off. That means I've got to go to the shop tomorrow.
So I've got to go to work tomorrow.
So Johnny, you've got a new job. Kirby mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah, I swapped jobs 3.5 weeks ago now.
How's that?
So I went from being a design engineer in an oil and gas company to a mechanical design engineer in more of sort of like a industrial sector. So I'm using my degree a bit more finally.
Cool.
Getting a bit of value out of it, and obviously it's a nice pay rise, put it that way.
That's good. That's always good.
It always helps. But yeah, it's maybe a bit nicer place to work, more my kind of team atmosphere and that sort of stuff. Been going well so far the last 3 weeks, so yeah, enjoying it.
So how early are you having to get up this week to make it?
I'll be in work by 7:45 tomorrow morning. It's 11 o'clock here already.
Yeah.
Okay,
I wake up when
yeah.
my wife says, "Hey, get up."
Hey.
I'm off.
Normally about midday for Kirby.
James Addison, I want to join. I don't know. I think we're going to be finishing it off here, James.
Yeah, by all means, tune in tomorrow, James. We'll be around again.
Yeah, we'll be in tomorrow. It'll be a live stream. Link will also be in the description, and the passcode should be the hashtag. Because we've been going for 7 hours. That's not bad. That's not bad going, Johnny.
That's our longest stream, Kirby.
That's
done well.
That's our longest stream, and it's been good. Like this, the whole hallway hangouts idea has just been beyond my expectations. It's been awesome that everybody's just come in and joined in as exactly how I envisioned it. People jumping in between their sessions, even some people watching their sessions while listening at the same time.
Thanks for doing it. Definitely the most personal part of the experience this year, for sure.
I'm glad.
Thanks, man.
Write a review.
That's what we were aiming for.
Hopefully we can cheers in person next year.
Yes, definitely. Like the idea is like I've built this entire podcast setups that I can plug it into a laptop, and basically the idea is that Johnny and I could just find a table in a corner somewhere, set it up, and just be like, "Hey, come hang out."
Cool.
Yeah, come chat and tell us about yourself. What have you enjoyed about World today? What session you've been in? That's what we were aiming for. That was our aim for this year, and then obviously with all the pandemic stuff, it's thrown a spanner in the works, but we've sort of done the best we could with it, and we've tried to recreate the sort of random meetings you have with people.
Excellent.
Now you get a practice run virtually this year.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's been good and good reception. It seems like everybody's enjoyed their the sessions that they've been to. The what do you call it? The general session has been very, very good. People have it didn't feel like a virtual, and I think that's just the way that GP comes off at is he comes off as when he's talking, it's exactly the same tone that he has, the same presentation style.
Yeah.
So it didn't feel like it was a video of him. You felt like you were watching him there. So that was really good. And they announced some really awesome stuff. One thing that we're most excited about is the maker license.
Yeah, I think that's going to be awesome for the likes of us.
Yeah, and that was really cool. And yeah, just the whole theme of the freedom to create is a theme that, especially us makers.
I mentioned on the 3D Experience chat that it was cheaper than Photoshop. And
I was saying this now to Johnny as well. It's just like it's cheaper than
Sujit said
Netflix.
Sujit said I might use that. I said, oh, that's fine. You can feel free. And then I was like, well, or you could just pay me $99 a year. Hook me up with one of those licenses.
Excellent. But yeah, I think that's basically on 7 hours on the dot. Let's see if we can do it again tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks again, guys.
Yeah, I've got to go and rest my voice.
Cheers.
So I need to get more Jack Daniels tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for joining.
I got to show off one thing. You guys will appreciate this while I have it on. My daughter made this cool drawing. This is her drawing.
Love
it.
That is very
she's
cool.
10.
That's very accurate, actually. I appreciate the accuracy.
Yeah, right on. Cheers.
Excellent.
Thanks for tuning in, Josh.
Yeah, you're always hanging out with us right to the end, just like Will last year.
Just like old times. Oh, it's not 4 a.m.
Excellent. For those of you that are joining the stream, thank you very much for joining in. We're going to be live again tomorrow morning from 4 p.m. GMT time, which I think is 10 or 11. Let me check the time.
4 p.m. again.
No, it is from... Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. GMT. Thank you very much for joining us. Please do subscribe so that you see when we go live next, which will be tomorrow and Thursday. But after that, we do regular episodes of the Core Podcast roughly every 2 weeks, where we take all the people that you've seen today and we just chat with them one-on-one, talk about what they do, what they're interested in, and how everything goes. Johnny, do you think that was a success? Do you think that was a success?
Definitely, it was great hanging out with Jason, hanging out with all the cool people that we normally.
Yeah, and day one ended with $347 for Magic
Wheelchair,
which is fantastic.
I think we have filled the void maybe that this year is sort of missing between the sessions that people are tuning into and the sort of nightlife bumping into people. So yeah, I think we're doing good.
Yeah, it was some nice words there at the end by Josh saying it's the most sociable thing so far in the world, and I really hope that we've filled the void.
I hope it builds over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I've got to make sure I don't destroy my voice. I can feel it's a bit rough.
Mine's starting to go a little bit.
Yeah, drink a bit more water, less Jack Daniels. But Johnny, it's been good. It's been fantastic. It's been great. Where do I find this button? Yeah, thank you very much for joining. I actually think I have. Hold on, I've got.
Have you actually got the social page?
No, it's not that one. I'm sure I can put it in quick. I know I did make it. Oh no, I put it in our outro, which has a bit of music. I think. I don't know.
Ooh,
anyway, your face. Okay, let's have a look, see if that has music. I'll cut off the music. So if you want to follow me, I'm KJ Designs at 365. At KJ Designs 365. Can't even get my own one right now, Johnny.
If you want to follow me, it's at Castleman Creations. Or if you throw me an ad on LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever, I'll accept anyone.
You're that lonely.
Yep, I am.
On Instagram, we are at thecorepodcast.contact. On Facebook, we are at the Core Podcast, where the O is a 0. On Twitter, we are at the _Core Podcast. And on YouTube, and as well as Twitch, we are the Core Podcast. Thank you very much for joining. We'll see you guys in the next one tomorrow. Bye.